Chapter 381 Rebuilding Ka's Glory is Our Duty. Although the scene seemed to be very grand, it did not seem to have any significant impact immediately. So the Covenant was quickly regarded as an episode by the little wolf cub. He was now testing the power of blank cards with Vivian. The little wolf cub found a coconut and asked Vivian to try to print it into the card. There was no need to perform any complicated operations, as long as the little girl had a thought. The coconut in reality seemed to be sucked into the card immediately, followed by fresh coconut. Quality, white. Type, item brand. Card effect, summons a fresh coconut after use. Where, 0 out of 5. Vivian immediately tried to play the card again. If it was a normal travel card, it would have to be played on a specific card table. But this time, a flash of light burst out from the card surface. And then a coconut fruit exactly the same as the one the wolf cub took before appeared in Vivian's hand. After repeated tests, they came to the following conclusions. First, the objects stored in the card are equivalent to time standing still. What they were before. They will remain the same after they are taken out. Second, the type of things that a blank card can store depends on the type of its prototype card, and the difficulty increases accordingly. The simplest is the equipment card that can store things, followed by the spell card that stores magic. As for the last unit card, this has not been revealed in the previous life plot, and they cannot transform it now. The only thing that the wolf cub and Vivian can make at the moment is white quality storage and spell blank cards, and they are temporarily unable to make higher quality cards. As the rarity of the cards increases, the core barrier in the card seems to be stronger, and there is no way to break through it. But the good news is that, firstly, they only need storage cards now. And secondly, I don't know if it's because Vivian has become the Covenant writer. So for the little girl, it doesn't need to spend a lot of effort like the wolf cub to make a blank card. After Vivian picked up a card, she followed it into her own house. It may not even take a few seconds to easily erase the original content on the card. In other words, as long as there are enough equipment cards of ordinary quality, Vivian can continuously create blank storage cards. Finally, the little wolf noticed a new attribute of the travel card panel, the wear value. When the wear value reaches the upper limit, the blank card will be automatically destroyed. This attribute should be related to the quality of the travel card. The higher the original quality of the travel card, the higher the upper limit of the wear value should be. These are what they have figured out for now. But for their next plan, it is enough. The most difficult transportation link in making the Annihilation Star has been solved. The next step is mobilization. The materials of the Annihilation Star are distributed in the 5 countries of the East Continent, and the Flame Domain and the 1,000 Islands are naturally not to be mentioned. But Vivian's influence has not yet radiated to the other 3 countries. It is natural to issue commissions across borders through the Adventurer Association. But this is equivalent to making everything public. Anyone who checks the commission of the association can know their actions. Liao Zixuan didn't want Gili's gang to be able to easily grasp the progress of the Annihilation Star in real time. And he didn't want to expose the gold mountain of blank cards so quickly. He wanted to build the Annihilation Star quickly and well, and to build it secretly to minimize the leak of the news, creating an illusion that he was helpless, to show Gili Wuxing, so that Gili would relax his vigilance. As for the last blockbuster, it was already a done deal, and Gili couldn't regret it even if he wanted to. Therefore, the association issued a cross-border commission and was rejected by the little wolf cub. But it didn't matter. He naturally had other ways. After all, don't forget that in addition to Vivian's own influence, the players also have influence on each other. Qifeng, Gili, and Lingong. Although the total number of players in these 3 countries may not be as many as Yanyu, each country still has local guild forces, and the first, second, and third guilds in their own country. Although Vivian does not know the players of these foreign guilds and has a low influence, someone knows them. In the real world of Blue Star, the clubs, private guilds, large studios, and famous ones in the major gaming circles are all seen by each other. They study each other, and their relationship may not be good, but they are definitely familiar with each other. So what the little wolf cub has to do now is to go with Vivian to find a guild with high influence in the gaming circle within their Yanyu and Qiandao, and then let this guild act as their agent, and let them contact foreign guilds. The most important point of this plan is that the commissioned guild must be a well-known and high-quality guild, so that the foreign guilds contacted by the other party will be of the same level and will not go wrong. In this way, it can not only bypass the vision of the natives, but also obtain high-quality foreign workers, and at the same time broaden the overseas influence. It is simply killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Now the question is, to count the guilds that Vivian has contacted so far, the one with the largest reputation and influence in the gaming circle. At least once it was. It is naturally K. Sakurajima. Yo-yo. Look. Isn't that someone from the KA guild? Hey. Really? Weren't they quite arrogant before? Saying they were going to lead the main line of 1,000 Islands? How come they are so lax after not seeing them for a few days? They can't even accept the tasks of the NPC on the island? Don't be mean. Look at them now. Can't they still accept some daily tasks of picking up garbage and weeding? Ha ha. A group of individual players, when passing by the scrapyard in the gathering place, saw a group of players with KA prefixes struggling to deal with waste. So they immediately mocked them. If it had been earlier, they wouldn't dare to do it even if they had 100 courage. But as for now, you? Several KA members were a little angry and were about to go up to PvP with these people. But the sudden dissuasion from the crowd stopped them. Alright. Forget about them. The voice belonged to KA's president. Hey you. President. But them. Several KA members still gritted their teeth. But hey you still shook his head and pressed their shoulders down. Don't forget our current situation. If you really fight with them, those who provoke us will be red-named. And we will be hunted down by NPCs immediately. Or even expelled. Regardless of whether we win or lose. Hey you was right. This is the current situation of KA Guild. And it is also the reason why those individual players, who are obviously not as high as them, dare to mock them. Since hey you led almost all KA guilds to join the mysterious camp of the Apostles' Winter Party. The favorability of the 1,000 Islands party was directly deducted by 1,000 points and turned into hatred. This led to them becoming homeless after the Apostles were defeated. If they dared to step into the island where the 3 magistrates were, they would be wanted and imprisoned. And they could not play at all. Just like Sakurajima. Perhaps because there were no 3 magistrates, they would not be attacked by NPCs and could survive. But even so, as long as they made the slightest mistake, they would still be at great risk of being expelled. Then they would really have to wander. But now it is almost the time for the Falling Abyss plot. If they leave now and go to an isolated island in the wilderness, then when the Falling Abyss begins, they will lose the protection and supplies of NPCs, which is equivalent to sending them to death. So KA has only one way to endure. Oh no! There is another way, which is also the choice of most players who have been deceived by the Apostles. And more than half of the former members of the KA Guild give up the executive camp of winter. However, a bunch of stubborn guys, still sticking to the winter camp. How persistent. That's right. They are clearly the villain camp in the plot. But they still have fantasies. I heard the president say that whoever dares to quit the winter camp will be kicked out of KA. Guess why KA, which once had tens of thousands of people, has only so few people left. Alas, these remaining young people are really pitiful. And they are still foolishly following the president. Poor? What's pitiful? How many people did they trick to go to Yuan Island? They also took the opportunity to make money for the boat tickets. Now I think that I was really kicked in the head by a donkey. So I gave up Sakuraji Island, which made me fall behind by several levels. It's what I deserve. It seems. Let's go. Let's go. They are so irritating. Let the president continue to dream his winter dream. The individual players saw that the members of the KA guild behind them ignored them and continued to deal with the garbage after being stopped by Heiyu. After a while, they felt bored and left one after another. People always like 2 things the most. First, to see others fall from the altar. And second, to take the opportunity to beat the drowning dog at this time. The KA guild is obviously a perfect match for the majority of players. Therefore, they don't know how many times they have to listen to such heart-piercing sarcasm every day. Even if they know they are wrong. It is useless. This game is the same as reality. If you make a mistake, you must accept the punishment. Many KA members couldn't stand it. And they quit the guild one after another. And took the initiative to give up the mysterious camp of the winter party. And start from scratch to brush up the reputation of the 1,000 Islands party. So that at least they will not become a red name in the 1,000 Islands 3 magistrates. But there is still a small group of people who can be said to be the backbone of the KA guild, who still believe in their president and their president's turnaround plan. In the eyes of the majority of 1,000 Islands players outside, they are stubborn. unrepentant, and still unwilling to admit their failure. But only they themselves know clearly. And Heiyu, the president, knows clearly. This mysterious executive officer camp of winter must not retreat, because this is their only hope for a comeback. And this comeback does not mean that one day a new winter executive officer will take over and continue to fight against the fox-faced priestess. Regarding this option, Heiyu has made the wrong choice 3 times. So this time, he will never make the wrong choice again. They do have to wait for the new executive to take them. But it is not to take revenge on the fox-faced priestess again, but to act as an insider and take the opportunity to infiltrate the enemy's rear. Go against the fox-faced priestess? Only ghosts would go against the fox-faced priestess. Especially now that the other identity of the fox-faced priestess has been revealed. It turns out to be Vivian, the official daughter of Yenyu, who is said to be a hot favorite in the internal test, with the blessing of double buff. If Heiyu is still stubborn, then he should not be the president of KA. For an NPC like this who is obviously the daughter of the version, only by clinging to her thighs can the guild develop rapidly. But if it is changed to the ordinary way of clinging to thighs now, it is obviously too late. So he will find another way and decide to take a big gamble, since they can't compare with those guilds that cling to thighs and enjoy benefits from the beginning. Then they will compare the posture of clinging to thighs. Those who are now mocking KA and quitting KA. You all wait. Sooner or later, he will lead KA to regain the throne of their super guild. Just when Heiyu was struggling and constantly motivating himself. Suddenly, meet the president. The exclamation from the KA members next to him rang out again. What happened again? What happened today? He had obviously chosen an inconspicuous place like the scrapyard, just to find a quiet place with few players and not attract attention. But why did people come one after another today? Just when Heiyu thought that another group of provocative and sarcastic players came. And he felt a little irritated and angry. Fox. What the hell? Heiyu was a little surprised by the trembling tone of his younger brother, and didn't really hear what he said. Fox-faced witch. President. Finally unable to hold it back any longer. The KA player pointed behind Heiyu in horror. And when Heiyu turned around and saw the witch wearing a fox mask, who had quietly appeared in the scrapyard like a ghost, and was facing them at the moment, Heiyu's eyes widened in an instant. Even as the president, he was also scared like many KA members around him. And even his subconscious reaction was to run. In fact, it's no wonder that they reacted so violently. It is said that in the past, when technology was not yet developed and people could only experience games through computer screens, there were many anchors, big and small, who were scared to death by horror survival games. Now, Falling God is a completely immersive virtual reality online game. The KA group is indeed a little PTSD because of Vivian's blackening plot in the abyss. Fortunately, Heiyu was still clear-headed. After a brief shock, his keen sense of smell instantly smelled the smell of opportunity. Why? Because the current fox-faced priestess did not attack them. Rather, if the other party really wanted to attack them, then there would be no room for panic now. You must know that the image of the blackened fox-faced priestess, whose terrifying black chain claws instantly killed almost all the players in the KA group in her heyday, is still vivid in Heiyu's mind. And the shadow is still there. There is only one possibility left. The fox-faced priestess came to find them actively. But why did the fox-faced priestess not look for others, but for these war criminals? What is special about them and others? If you think about it further along this line, the answer is self-evident. No one can understand the excitement and trembling in Heiyu's heart now. He finally made the right decision. Chapter 382. Don't panic. Don't panic. Especially you guys. Why are you reading the bar? Stop. And you two bastards. Why are you taking out your weapons? Heiyu scolded the KA members sternly. And at the same time, he raised his hand and hit the heads of several KA members who were ready to fight. You like to take out weapons? Take out weapons? Right. Put them away. Stand still. And Heiyu shouting. The two KA players who drew their swords woke up from their dreams and were scared to sweat. It's not that they really want to fight Vivian. It's just the instinct of the players. The KA players who were still able to stay were all elites. And they were also Heiyu's confidants. So they executed the president's orders very quickly and accurately. In a few blinks, they straightened their backs in front of the fox-faced priestess. Just like prisoners in labor reform who had to accept the review of the organization's leadership. This scene made the little wolf cubs walking around feel a little funny. Once upon a time, the Overlord Guild of the previous life version 1.0 ended up in such a situation. Liao Zishu inside, and wanted to laugh in his heart. But in the heart of He Yu on the opposite side. This will be a turning point in the fate of Kei. So he will naturally never allow any behavior that may cause the Fox-Faced Priestess to lose their favorability towards them, even though they already have negative favorability. What are you doing now? Finally, the Fox-Faced Priestess in front of him spoke. He Yu clenched his palms and immediately reported the truth. Mistress, we are dealing with the waste generated by the infrastructure project on Sakurajima. Recycling the garbage to prevent secondary pollution. After listening, Vivian looked at the piled up waste. And then looked at the KA members, who seemed to be a little scarce in comparison. And asked, are you the only ones? Of course. A task like this to deal with waste and garbage is long and stinky. And the reward is only a drop in the bucket. Which player is willing to take it? If it weren't for their negative reputation now, they couldn't take other tasks, and only had this kind of task left. They would definitely not be willing to do it. I thought so in my heart. But hey, you must change it to something nicer. Yes, Miko-sama. We know that we have made a big mistake. So we took the initiative to undertake these dirty and hard work that is not easy to do. We don't ask Miko-sama to forgive us. But we only hope to use this method to atone for what we have done in the past. Looking at He Yu's righteous and stern words, his expression was full of repentance and a posture of starting a new life. Vivian nodded. And she also heard the current situation that He Yu did not say clearly. Thank you for your hard work. We have indeed neglected this. Waste disposal is also an important part of the construction of Sakurajima. And it should be taken seriously. I will increase the corresponding rewards later. Thank you, Great Priestess. Very good. Everything is going well. But just as He Yu was about to say thank you, before he finished speaking, the Fox-Faced Priestess on the opposite side suddenly changed the subject. And her whole momentum changed. But you just said that you hope to atone for your sins. But why? As Vivian spoke, all KA members could feel the sharp eyes from the Fox-Faced Priestess sweeping over them, and finally fell on the eye of the demon abyss that merged into their bodies. Why? You are still unwilling to give up that evil power? Although there was a fox mask between them. From the tone of voice, everyone could imagine that behind the mask, the speaker's brows were furrowed. Yes, once you exit the mysterious camp of winter, you will no longer be able to use the powerful demon abyss profession unique to this camp. And the eye of demon abyss that was originally integrated into the body will automatically disappear. So in other words, now He Yu and all KA members still have the fusion of the eye of demon abyss in their bodies. And they are still demon abyss professionals. This is the best proof that they are still on the side of the winter executive camp. Here it comes. On the other side, He Yu's heart tightened. He is now extremely sure that they are at the key triggering node of a hidden mission. The conversation at this moment is probably the final touch. Taking a deep breath. Since being fooled by the apostle last time, He Yu understood one thing. Never underestimate every NPC in Fallen God, especially the higher-ranking ones. Therefore, instead of explaining more superficial things to the Fox-Faced Priestess, He Yu felt that it would be better to be sincere. Yes, according to He Yu's recent research on the Fox-Faced Priestess, he felt that the most important thing for this NPC was 2 words. Sincerity. If we say that the turning point of his true change of heart towards the Fox-Faced Priestess was that the Fox-Faced Priestess chose to return all the power that the apostles had stolen from them to them after defeating the apostles in the Abyss Sea. He Yu remembered very clearly that many players on the forum at that time were actually very puzzled by the Fox-Faced Priestess's behavior. And even some friendly competitors scolded the Fox-Faced Priestess for this, saying that she was too saintly. Seeing those friendly competitors standing on the moral high ground on the forum, angrily condemning the Fox-Faced Priestess. Those who didn't know would think that these people defeated the Apostle Executive. And then the Fox-Faced Priestess arbitrarily appropriated their results. However, He Yu knew very well what the other party was really angry about. It was nothing more than that they could have reduced a strong competitor at once. But because of the breath of renewal given by the Fox-Faced Priestess, the experience, skills, and professions were returned, giving Kei a glimmer of life and not completely dead. As friendly competitors, of course they were unhappy. So, Priestess, since then, I vowed to completely change my mind and follow you. That's why we can't give up the connection with the executive organization. I hope we can be the accomplices of the witch in the enemy camp, provide intelligence for her, and also be a sharp knife behind her back. As long as the witch gives us an order, we will turn against her in an instant at the most critical moment and give the enemy a fatal blow that is unexpected. After Yu finished speaking sincerely in one breath, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of relief. To be honest, these days, seeing that countless innocent people in Qiandao have become displaced, their families have been broken up, and they have been forced to flee and relocate because of the falling abyss indirectly caused by them. Even if they are just players, they don't feel very good in their hearts, and have a faint sense of guilt. In the past, he thought that games were just games, and everything was to serve them as players. As long as he was happy, it was enough. But now, Yu admits that the planning of Fallen God is very successful, and it really uses this plot to teach them the first lesson of the public beta. Please treat this world well. The Fox-Faced Priestess is definitely the most successful and most critical NPC in this series of planning. The planner used her hand to put the kindness of this virtual world naked in front of the players without any cover. If the Fox-Faced Priestess did not choose to return the power, but beat them to death, then Yu believes that he will never pay attention to where they are wrong, but will be blinded by hatred and only want to regain his power. Perhaps in another world line, I will continue to stay in the winter camp. It seems that the ending is the same, but the purpose is completely different. One is for pure power, and the other is for redemption. Opposite. The little wolf cub, who was watching silently, was finally able to yawn at ease, change to a comfortable position, close his eyes, and take a nap. He also heard about the small actions within KA from gossip on the forum. Now that Yu dared to say these in front of Vivian, it should be confirmed that those rumors are true. K is indeed going to be the sixth. This made Liao Zixuan admire Yu a little bit, and he looked at the president of KA with a new eye. This execution ability and this reverse thinking operation really found a breakthrough for the dying KA. It can only be said that it is not unreasonable for KA to sit firmly in the dominant position in the previous Life 1.0 version. For them, KA's attitude undoubtedly saved a lot of trouble and made the rest of the things much easier. So, is this the legendary protagonist Halo? No. It can only be said that the girl's kindness has been rewarded. Okay. I accept your determination. The crisp sound lingered in his ears, and Yu swore that this was definitely the most pleasant sound he had ever heard. And the KA players who followed behind also held their breath and dared not make a sound. After Vivian's voice fell, they almost hugged each other in excitement. Ding. Due to your performance, the Fox-Faced Priestess's favorability towards you plus 100. Ding. Your current relationship with the Fox-Masked Priestess has risen to 0 cold. The system prompt sounded. Although cold can be said to be the lowest level of positive favorability, it is at least neutral, not hostile, which is enough to surprise Yu. But more surprises, and even a little shock, are still to come. However, compared to using words, I hope you can prove yourself with actions. Now I just happen to have a top-secret mission in my hands that needs manpower. Top-secret mission. That's right. I need you to hide on the isolated island before the third wave of the Abyss arrives, and create the Annihilation Star for Sakurajima. As the Fox-Faced Priestess nodded, the system prompt sounded in the minds of KA players such as Yu. Ding. The Fox-Faced Priestess issued you an SS-level task to create an Annihilation Star. Do you accept it? Annihilation Star? What is that? Yu didn't react for a while, but after he clicked on the task details, create an Annihilation Star. Task details. After accepting your loyalty and repentance, the Fox-Faced Priestess decided to use a task to test you. The Annihilation Star is carried by the Northern Cross Fleet. It is a strategic-level heavy artillery from Gili. It has shown its destructive power in the Magic Tide Defense Battle of Sakuraji Island. Now the Fox-Faced Priestess has successfully obtained the production drawings of the Annihilation Star through negotiations with Gili. Now what you need to do is to collect materials and produce this heavy artillery that can turn the tide of the war. This is not only for the Thousand Islands, but also a key step in reshaping your image in the heart of the Fox-Faced Priestess. Mission goal steps. 1. Collect the materials needed to make the Annihilation Star from the 5 countries of the East Continent. 2. Gather at least 20 master level or above craftsmen subprofessionals. 3. Make the Annihilation Star. Mission requirement 1. Make the Annihilation Star before the third wave of the Fallen Abyss offensive. Otherwise, the mission will be automatically considered a failure. Mission requirement 2. Act as low-key as possible. Keep secrets. And control the intelligence leakage rate below 45%. The current intelligence leakage rate is 2%. Task reward, 100,000 experience points. 3 random rare weapons. Fox Mast which favorability plus 50. 5 blank travel cards. Task tip 1. This task is a pre-task. Your performance in this task will affect the direction of your subsequent tasks. Please be careful. Task tip 2. You can share this task with up to 4 other players. After the task is completed, the rewards of each party will be settled separately. Fuck. After reading the task description, Heiyu knew what Annihilation Star was. Although he was not on Sakuraji Island at the time, the story of that shot was a hot topic on the forum. And Heiyu naturally paid attention to it. Judging from the power at the time, this Annihilation Star cannon must be at least epic level. When he saw the task appendix later, the materials required for the Annihilation Star, Heiyu's mouth twitched. Good man. This is too difficult. Miko. Before Heiyu could speak, the fox-faced Miko raised her hand to stop him. Then, under the puzzled eyes of everyone in KA, a blank card was taken out by the fox-faced Miko. Heiyu didn't recognize it at first glance, but there were still some travel card enthusiasts in KA, so they exclaimed immediately, "Travel card? No. Blank travel card?" They had never heard of it before. And Heiyu was even more puzzled. He had also heard of travel cards. But weren't these all mini-games in the game? Now the fox-faced Miko took it out in such a critical situation. What a meaning. Can I borrow your weapon? Ah? Oh. No problem. Of course no problem. Heiyu quickly handed his sword to the fox-faced priestess. Then, after a flash of light, Heiyu's sword disappeared. And instead, a sharp blade mark appeared on the blank card. This, when Heiyu's eyes widened. Vivian handed the card to Heiyu. Ding. You have obtained the travel card Bone Spur. At the signal of the fox-faced priestess, Heiyu activated the card in his hand. And then his weapon appeared out of thin air. This blank card can store items. I have 20 such cards here. Enough to store all the materials needed to destroy the star. What you need to do now is to find collaborators from the other 3 countries and complete the transportation of materials through transactions between cards. After the fox-faced witch's explanation, Heiyu suddenly realized that the task would be much simpler and no longer impossible to complete. But? The other 3 kingdoms? Heiyu asked tentatively. Yes. I have found a collaborator in Yenyu for you. You just need to contact him later. As she spoke, Vivian showed the magic image of a player to everyone in KA. Heiyu recognized him at a glance. Isn't this Luochen, the president of Shinshin Pavilion, one of the several large guilds in Yenyu? It is said that Luochen clung to Vivian's thigh during the internal test. The rapid development of Shinshin Pavilion later was due to Vivian's bonus. Now it seems to be true. However, Heiyu was not jealous at all. Their KA did lose its way for a while. But fortunately it is now on the right track. And in terms of ability, KA is not afraid of anyone. They will definitely catch up and grab all the favors of the fox-faced priestess. In addition, because the annihilation of the star is of great importance, I hope that this operation can be kept secret except for your collaborators. This means that even if you succeed, everyone may not know that it is your credit. Even so, are you willing to accept it? Heiyu didn't even think about this answer. There was once a sincere NPC in front of him, but he didn't cherish it. Now God really gave him a chance to start over. He only wanted to say 3 words. I do. In fact, even if the Miko didn't ask for it, we wouldn't ask for the credit. Because we have to continue to be traitors in the eyes of outsiders. Only in this way can the other executives of Winter have contact with us. So Miko, from the moment we decided to be the insider, we have been prepared to be misunderstood, unknown to others, and even bear the infamy. After Heiyu's words, Vivian was silent for a while, nodded and said, okay. In this case, time is urgent. You should act quickly. Yes, Miko. When Heiyu was about to lead the KA team and immediately start to prepare the plan, suddenly, the fox-faced priestess called him at the last moment before they left. By the way, I will always secretly monitor your actions. Okay. Okay. Heiyu was a little confused about what the fox-faced priestess meant by this deliberate sentence. But with the next sentence from Vivian. So what you did is not unknown. When you may be misunderstood in the future, I hope you can remember that there is at least one person who has not forgotten you. She is looking forward to your performance. After saying that, Vivian left. When the KA people who had just recovered looked around again, The figure of the fox-faced priestess had disappeared. Brothers, did you hear that? We now have the fox-masked priestess backing us up. Every bit of our forbearance and effort will be remembered by the fox-masked priestess. We don't have to be afraid that we won't be able to clear our names in the future. Because of this, if any of us dare to become a traitor in the future, don't blame me. Hey you, for being merciless. Did everyone hear that? As Hey you shouted, the elite members of K at the scrapyard also stretched their necks and shouted. Understood, President. Good. Very good. Very impressive. Everyone remember that what we are going to forge next is not only the Annihilation Star, but also the glory of our K. Let's get started. Chapter 383 Players from various countries. Winter. On the snowy land, a group of fully armed squads are moving at a high speed. Even in such an extremely cold place. Judging from the clothes they wear, they don't look like they are in the severe winter at all. Large areas of skin are exposed, and the thin action clothes are close to the body. Everything seems to be just for the convenience of fighting. If you zoom in and take a closer look at the faces of these girls running on the snow, you will find that they are expressionless, as if they don't know the cold, don't know fatigue, like puppets. Suddenly, the captain raised his arm and gave the order to stop. The entire squad immediately stopped and began to be alert all around. The captain half squatted down and groped for something on the snow. It seemed that he had found some traces combined with their appearance. They should be chasing someone. Soon, an oval doll with 2 ears on its head was dug out from the shallow snow layer by the captain. Looking at this strange-looking doll, the captain frowned at first, then immediately reacted and shouted, "Everyone, deploy the defense screen." Before even the word barrier was shouted out, the chubby doll in the captain's hand burst out red and white rays in all directions, followed by a loud boom sound. Echoing in this piece of ice and snow, the sky-high flames took the captain as the center of the circle, and the rolling heat waves spread to the surroundings. There is no doubt that it was a bomb used as a bait trap. After the smoke, the team members were scattered on the snow. The only one who could still move was the captain holding the bomb, because she activated the defense barrier at the moment of the explosion. But even so, the explosion at almost zero distance still made her face unrecognizable, with skin torn and burns all over her body. But because of this, you can see one after another, like wires, forming a dense circuit. No, you can vaguely feel the flow of magic from these veins. So it should be said that it is a magic network hidden under her human appearance. Damage detection. F287 dead. F288 dead. F289. Damage ratio exceeds 95%. And the arrest operation is judged to have failed. The reason for failure is that the target is suspected to have professional knowledge of the mechanical department. The target's danger level is seriously estimated. The latest data is being uploaded. Bang! A gunshot from a distance completely ended the captain's emotionless mechanical voice. I saw a magic bullet piercing her head. The captain, who was already seriously injured, fell powerlessly on the cold snow like her men. Almost a minute later, several strangers in snow suits quickly approached the position of the team's body. Among them, the leader was obviously the one with the ID of White Ghost on his head. In his hand was a long gun, and the bullet that ended the captain should have been fired from him. Fuck, brother, bye. Your new profession of mechanic is too powerful. So easy to wipe out an F-level formation? One of the players looked at the messy scene after the bomb doll. Even the thick snow was blown into a deep pit, and the white ground was full of burnt traces of explosions. And he couldn't help but sigh. 7 or 8 modified test subjects, who were about level 20, were half buried in the snow due to the explosion. If they really fought head-on, they, a group of players who were only level 10, would not be able to win at all. But their president Bai Yuling went alone and wiped out the enemy without even seeing his shadow. He suddenly felt a little sad. Who would have thought that the mechanic, a technology-based profession that was once laughed at and looked down upon by many winter players and only available in winter, could actually be so powerful? It is true that there are no useless professions, only useless players. But on the other hand, another male player in the Chuiguichui team looked at the horrible bodies of these magic puppet girls with great heartache. Especially when he walked to the captain, who was shot in the head. Obviously, half of his head was blown away by the sniper, revealing the magic network circuit inside. But their boss White Ghost was still able to pick up the toolbox and start disassembling it without changing his expression. Trying to find some mechanical parts that could be used again. Moreover, this scene is not the first time. Since the boss was promoted to the mechanic profession, he has been extremely obsessed and excited about these puppet experimental girls. Excited to be able to remove all kinds of parts from them. Therefore, when the previous companion was amazed at the power of the mechanic profession, this one curled his lips and couldn't help but complain, "Mechanic? I think if Brother Bai continues like this, he will really become a basic leaker first. How can he bear to do it? Go away. Do you think everyone is like you? Last time, it was because you were fascinated by the test subject team leader that we almost died. Isn't she just a little bigger, a little whiter, and a little bigger? What's the matter? Oh, really? I was originally saying that I wanted to share the latest set map. But it seems, well, I'm really not interested in this. But I have a friend." While his teammates were chatting and complaining, White Ghost had already preliminarily completed the disassembly of the captain's experimental body. He carefully put a few small and precise magic circuit components into his backpack, and then looked at the captain's body with a reluctant look in his eyes, because in fact, the other party still had a lot of detachable puppet parts. But firstly, there was not enough time now, and secondly, there was no place to put those parts in his backpack, which was already full. So even if he disassembled them, how to take them away was also a problem. "Okay, stop talking. It's time to retreat. The reinforcements from the experimental base will probably arrive soon. If a G-class team comes, I can't stand it. Let's go and retreat back to the hiding place." White Ghost waved his hand. It was obvious that these players were familiar with the route. They stepped down and turned on the switch. It turned out that even their boots were modified into high-speed power sliding boots adapted to the snow. They came quickly and walked even faster. Almost in the blink of an eye, they disappeared in the vast white snow. About half an hour later, the figure of the White Ghost team sank into an ice cave. As they went deeper into the ice cave, after twists and turns, they finally arrived at the hidden base of their rebel army White Star. Yes, since the public beta, most of the players who chose Winter as their birth point were captured and taken to the laboratory. After being brainwashed and obeyed, the players were divided into two groups. One group completely joined the organization, and the other group was naturally led by White Ghost. In this way, they successfully got rid of brainwashing by adding points to their intelligence attributes, and escaped from the organization and fought against the organization. From one person at the beginning, when White Ghost's influence became more and more powerful, they finally formed a guild called White Star. Although the current strength of their rebel players is far from being able to fight against the organization, they are still at ease in fighting guerrilla warfare like the scene at the beginning. It is precisely because their rebellious force is growing that White Ghost, the leader of the players who first escaped from the laboratory, is now also listed as wanted by the organization. Thinking of this, White Ghost sighed. He walked into his warehouse, put away the components he had disassembled today, and then, looking at the almost full warehouse, White Ghost sat at his mechanical work table and fell into deep thought. The biggest drawback of a mechanic is actually here. The storage space is really not enough, especially the portable space. Don't look at the powerful machines in his warehouse now. In addition to the high explosive bombs, magic bullet sniper rifles, and even combat puppets that look like spiders. But the problem is, how to bring these into the battlefield. Fighting positional warfare is fine, but the problem is that almost most of the battles are actually encounter battles and guerrilla warfare. In the wild, he couldn't bring his warehouse with him to fight. Right? Just like the bomb he buried in the snow before. Although it looked small, it took up 3 whole grids. Unlike materials that could be stacked 99 plus, it couldn't be stacked, which was a common problem of all machines. And as the level of the machines increased, some machines, such as power arms, had to take up 6 or 7 grids, making the already limited backpack space even worse. Therefore, the upper limit of the space in the backpack almost locked the upper limit of the mechanic. Therefore, the most urgent problem facing White Ghost now is actually how to find a way to increase the number of machines he can carry. As long as he can overcome this difficulty and give him enough time to prepare, White Ghost is confident that he can form an army by himself and even take the initiative to plan a counterattack, instead of fighting the experimental organization in a guerrilla way like now. Ding! You received a new friend request. While thinking about future countermeasures, suddenly, a system prompt came to White Ghost's mind. Because he is also a celebrity in Winter, and countless people add him every day. So in order to be quiet, but afraid of missing something important, White Ghost set it so that only players above level 20 can apply for his friend. As a result, there are still people who can apply for friends, which makes him a little surprised when he called out the system and opened it. Bai Yuling frowned. Hey you? Who is this? There is a certification behind it. K. President? Wait. Ka. Bai Yuling muttered. And when he saw the last certification icon, he was even more surprised. Bai Yuling started out as a power leveler, and he is considered a veteran now. So as an insider, he naturally knows about super guilds like KA. Although I seem to have heard recently that KA has a bit of a bad start in Falling God. Bai Yuling is still very curious. Why would such a super large guild, and people from Qiandao, contact him? However, KA's reputation is the best stepping stone. After hesitating, even though he doesn't like socializing, he still clicked to agree. Very quickly. Perhaps it was less than 5 seconds after he accepted the friend request. With a ding-dong sound, the unread private message from the new friend Hey You flashed. White Ghost quickly read through it and realized that the other party had accepted a task with cross-border requirements and needed to find a collaborator in Winter. As a relatively famous player in Winter, and as the mechanic profession, he could be said to be the first player. So naturally he came to him. Why mention his profession here? It's because Hey Yu's task of making an annihilator star is also related to machinery. To be honest, White Ghost was a little moved by this task at first sight. Not only because of the generous SS level rewards, but most importantly, he had the opportunity to get in touch with the blueprint of the annihilator star, which was a legendary blueprint. Even if he didn't expect to get it, he could get a lot of experience points even if he just participated in the production. For a mechanic, what else could be more tempting than a legendary blueprint? However, after calming down, Bai Yuling was a little hesitant again. Because first of all, this task has a time limit, and the required material Winter Snow Lotus Bai Yuling has also heard of it. It is not something that can be found casually, and it is a bit rare. This means that once he takes this task, he has to put down everything at hand and put all his energy into it. But in fact, Bai Yuling himself also has a main task. That's right. After he became the first player to successfully escape from the laboratory, he automatically obtained the epic task seed of rebellion issued by the system. The task content is to keep fighting against the laboratory. When a certain degree of destruction is met, various rewards can be obtained, and the amount of the reward is not worse than the SS level given to him by Hey You. So after weighing it, although it is a pity, Bai Yuling thinks it is better to focus on his own task. But before he refused, he was also a little curious. Bai Yuling, President Hey You, I would like to ask, even if I get the materials, how can I hand them over to you? Hey You, Brother Bai, didn't you notice the blank travel card as a quest reward? Blank travel card? It's not that Bai Yuling didn't see this quest reward, but because he had no interest in a card game like travel cards, which was better than nothing, he simply ignored it. Now that Hey You reminded him of this, Bai Yuling clicked on the details page of the blank travel card with a puzzled mentality. Shit! A rough exclamation echoed in the warehouse. White Yuling, President Hey You, are you saying that this blank travel card can store objects in the card and use them at any time? Even by trading travel cards. It is so easy to transport materials across countries. Hey You, yes. Brother Bai. As soon as Hey You finished replying, Bai Yuling's private message came quickly. White Yuling, President Hey You, may I ask how did you get this blank travel card? Did you get it from the Adventurers Association by buying a card pack? Hey You, well, Brother Bai, look at our task. White Yuling, I accept it. White Yuling, so what is the channel to get a blank travel card? Hey You in front of the screen was a little surprised that Bai Yuling was so interested in the blank card. But since Bai Yuling's name was indeed added to the collaborator in the task details, Hey You replied, Brother Bai, I asked the people who play travel cards in RK about this special travel card, and they clearly said that this kind of card has never appeared in the game, at least in the official channels. So I guess that the blank card is very likely to be the original creation of the Fox-Faced Priestess. If you want to buy a card pack from the Adventurers Association, it is estimated that you can't get it at all. White Ghost, Fox-Faced Priestess? Black Feather, yes. It is the NPC who issued this task. But Fox-Faced Priestess is her alias. Her real name is Vivian. White Ghost has also heard of the name of this NPC. Vivian. After all, it was very popular during the internal test. But it seemed to gradually fade out of the player's field of vision during the public test. Not to mention that it is an NPC in the flame realm, which is 8 feet away from the winter. White Ghost basically doesn't pay much attention to it. But now, White Ghost, President Blackfeather. Since there is a prop like blank cards, I think I can not only help you collect materials, but you can also give me some of the assembly tasks of the Annihilation Star. When the time comes, I will directly use blank cards to give you the finished product. Hey you, who was outside the screen, looked at the message in the chat box and felt like he had been blessed. Of course, he was happy to see Bai Yuling helped them assemble it. After all, he was a mechanic. He was probably worth 10 ordinary craftsmen. Moreover, Hey Yu was not afraid that Bai Yuling would not return it to them because he was restricted by the task. He was now wondering why Bai Yuling was working so hard. Was it just to avoid any unexpected consequences? White Yuling, President Hey Yu. As I have completed the task ahead of schedule, I have a small request. I would like to ask President Hey Yu to help me buy some more blank travel cards from Vivian. Hey Yu, okay. I understand. I will ask the NPC for you. White Yuling, thank you. Happy cooperation. Hey Yu, happy cooperation. Chapter 384. It was beyond imagination that the winter party's collaborators were dealt with smoothly. And there was even an unexpected surprise. Hey Yu originally wanted to put the most difficult one first. But who would have thought that it would be a good start? He is now very excited. The remaining Qifeng and Gili are much easier, because Hey Yu knows many acquaintances in these two countries. And collaborators can be captured in a minute? Hey Yu originally thought so. But he didn't expect that the next Qifeng would be directly rejected. Hey Yu, is Sister Hun here? The most famous player in Qifeng is naturally the big brother My Hunter. When other Qifeng players were still struggling to use a few pitiful blue and white decks, this one had already achieved the entire Qifeng. No. It should be said that among all the players of Fallen God, he was the first person to collect all the basic package travel cards. As for the method, it is also very simple. Just 3 words, money. To this day, the bounty posted by my soul on the King Fengzi forum is still there. As long as it is a new card that she doesn't have, she will buy it all. She doesn't even bother to discuss the price. The seller can set it directly. And Hey Yu has known this oil man in other games. In other words, basically everyone in the game circle should know this rich man. After a while, the reply finally came. My soul, what's wrong? Little Heisey? Little Heisey. Hey Yu's mouth twitched. But there was no way. This big guy really couldn't be offended. Not to mention that he had to ask for help from others. Hey Yu, it's like this. Sister Soul, I have an SS level super rare task here, but part of it needs to be completed in Qifeng. Sister Soul, how about I share the task with you, and we do it together? After Hey Yu sent the message, he also sent the quest link for making the Annihilation Star. But a few seconds later, my soul, sorry. I'm studying the deck right now, and I don't have much energy to do the quest. Although I'm very grateful for inviting me. I just want to play cards now. Laugh. Hey Yu, don't. Sister Soul, it's actually very simple. Just collect some materials. You can get a lot of experience points. And there are rare weapons. My soul, hey. Little Hazy. Do you think I'm someone who needs these rewards? Looking at the arrogant message on the screen. Hey, you couldn't think of any reason to refute it for a while. Indeed, this Sister Soul is rich. But she is also a bad player. She may be 10 levels higher than others, but she will be abused by others. Usually, she has to rely on a set of luxury equipment she bought to be evenly matched. Perhaps for this reason, my soul chose Qifeng as the birthplace. And it turns out that she did come to the right place. In this country where travel cards are popular, my soul is like a fish in water. It is no exaggeration to say that she has never lost a card game with other players, which makes her enjoy the unprecedented feeling of being an expert. So experience points? Rare equipment? My soul doesn't care at all. And to be honest, in Qifeng, a country that encourages players to play cards, as long as you play well, you will not lack any experience points and equipment. Hey you, Sister Hun, didn't you see the task rewards? There are also travel cards, or blank travel cards that have never appeared before. Hey Yu tried to convince the other party with a blank card, just like the last White Ghost. However, soon after, my soul, I also saw that card. Why do I need it if it is blank? Even if it can be stored at will. The card that can be transformed cannot be played on the card table. However, as a collection, if you can give me one, I can buy it at a high price. You can set the price. Hey no. Sister Soul. If you don't want to test it again. Before you finished typing the words on the screen, a message popped up. My soul, damn. Let's not talk about Xiao Heizi for now. I saw the street singer. I finally caught him in the wild. I have to chase him. Hey you, what? What street singer? Hey you had a question mark on his face. When did Sister Hun listen to the opera? But unfortunately, the other party seemed to have something important to do, and did not reply to his message. What you did not know was that at this moment, Qing Feng, my Hun heir, who everyone liked to call Hun Bao, hurriedly closed the chat box, and ran towards a half-squatting figure not far away on the grassland. Singer! Singer! Hun Bao waved and shouted while running. When the distance got closer, the figure gradually became clear. He was wearing a dark green barred cloak and an elegant and beautiful singer's feather hat. He was the old acquaintance that Qing Feng players loved and hated. Hush! As the Soul Treasure approached, the bard turned his head and made a small gesture to her. Although the Soul Treasure was strange, he still slowed down his pace and walked carefully to see what the street singer was doing. At this moment, a small pit was dug out on the ground under the feet of the bard. There seemed to be a strange seed in the pit, emitting a faint dark green light. But soon the bard gently used his hands to fill the wet soil on both sides again. The light was temporarily covered by the soil, and the seed slept in the dust. After doing all this, the bard clapped his hands as if he had accomplished a great task. With a satisfied smile on his face, stood up from the ground and turned around, looking at the stranger in front of him. Beautiful lady who has come from afar. How can I help you? What are you doing? You are so elegant. What were you doing just now? Soul Treasure rolled his eyes at the unserious NPC in front of him. Hee. Life should always be interesting. As for what I was doing just now, you saw it. I was burying seeds. The bard shrugged, but what he got was more suspicion from Soul Treasure. Burying seeds? What kind of seeds can make a mysterious big man like you bury it with your own hands? Although I am happy that you can praise me as a big man. In fact, I am just a singing singer as you said, and as you can see. The bard spread his hands helplessly. Burying seeds, like playing cards, is actually one of my hobbies. I do it often. Qi Feng is the kingdom of wind. The winds from all over the world will eventually blow here. Naturally, some seeds will be blown by the wind. The lucky seeds can fall in a suitable place and take root and sprout. But some unlucky ones need kind people like me to help them. The bard explained with a smile. But the Soul Treasure on the opposite side still looked unconvinced. She didn't know if every bard had the potential to be a riddler. But at least, she always felt that this one always had something behind his words. Then you can tell me when it will sprout. Right? Anyway, I have memorized this place. And you can't deny it? Well, actually I don't know. Maybe tomorrow? Or maybe a week? A month? A year? Although I believe it will definitely sprout. As for when? The bard scratched his head embarrassedly. But then, as if to make up for his inability to answer several questions from the stranger in front of him. As a gentleman, it was too unmannerly in front of the stranger. So the bard said generously this time, just talking about me. Miss, you haven't told me the purpose of coming to me. Well, as compensation for what happened just now. This time, whatever you ask me, I will do my best to help you answer it. Is that okay? The bard shook his head and sighed, as if he had suffered a great loss. When the Soul Treasure on the opposite side heard this, his face, which had been a little depressed and angry by the other party's riddles, instantly turned into a look of surprise. Singer, this is what you said. You can't regret it. Oh, yes, and you can't riddle me. Soul Treasure stared and threatened solemnly. Hey, poems and songs have art and beauty because of their implicit expression. Don't make this expression. Okay, I promise you. I will answer with the most straightforward words next. This should be okay. Seeing that Soul Treasure was about to roll up his sleeves to fight, the bard immediately raised his hands to surrender. On the other hand, after receiving the accurate assurance from the bard, Hun Bao was naturally very excited. As for what to ask for such a precious opportunity, is there any need to think about it? Then I'm not polite. Singing. Tell me how you get the new cards every time. What is the way to get the new cards in the expansion pack? Hunbao blurted out this confusion that made her dream about it every night and rack her brains every day. She has already collected all the basic packs. And it can be said that she is more eager to get the new cards in the expansion pack than any other Qifeng player. Especially as time goes by. More and more players' card collections have also caught up. Her image, as an expert maintained in front of the public with many card decks and high-quality cards, is under serious threat. So before others catch up, in order to maintain her absolute leading edge, Soul Treasure must continue to enjoy the feeling of being admired. She must get the new cards in the expansion pack. So that's the problem? Then we have to mention that in many, ahem. If you want to get new cards in advance before the association officially releases the card pack, you can only make them yourself. Make them yourself. That's right. The reason why you can see me take out new cards every time is not because I have someone in the Adventurers Association, nor because I am an internal judge, but because I am a card maker. Card maker? Aren't you a bard? Soul Treasure frowned. Of course, it's a secondary job. A secondary job. I actually have quite a lot of side jobs. Hee hee. Anyway, let's get back to the point. I think instead of explaining it to you, I'd better demonstrate it to you live. After the bard said this, a system prompt sounded in Huanbao's mind. Ding! The unserious bard is teaching you the secondary job of card maker. You are forced to enter the plot mode. You can also interrupt this tutorial by forcibly logging off, which is considered as automatic abandonment. Who would log off at this time? Huanbao's eyes were wide open, and she was extremely focused. She could foresee that this would be a door to a new world, which was slowly opening to her at this moment with the bard's demonstration. Card making, although it sounds simple, is actually equivalent to a ceremony. In ancient times, intelligent creatures would study the preferences of each different god and hold different sacrificial ceremonies to obtain the corresponding god's gifts and power. The same is true for our current card making. First, you have to determine the card you want to make. The higher the rarity of the card, the more complex and difficult the required ceremony. Since this is a tutorial, I will use the highest difficulty to demonstrate it to you. It just happens to be a new card in the expansion pack that will be announced soon. As he spoke, Soul Treasure saw the bard pick up a branch and began to draw a simple summoning circle on the ground. It should be the so-called opening ceremony. Then, the opponent took out several cards from nowhere. Just like a magic trick. The card we are going to make next is called Annihilation Star, which is a legendary weapon card. After confirming the target card, the second step is to deduce it. Collect intelligence, read books, and study history. In short, just like the people in ancient times, they had to offer sacrifices to specific rituals and offerings before the correct gods would respond. Our card making is the same. For convenience, I omitted the intermediate process here. Generally speaking, legendary cards require 4 to 5 other cards to be fused, and the Annihilation Star here requires 4. The bard took out the blueprint card, material card, craftsman card, and the last blood card. He placed the 4 cards in the corners of the formation. A strange scene happened. They began to gather together under the attraction of a mysterious force. The cards were about to merge into each other. Finally, with a flash of orange light, Annihilation Star. Type, weapon card. Rarity, legend. Cost, 10. Attribute, 10/1. Card skill, has 2 forms. Switch every round. Plus 5 attack power. Gain special effects. Your attack ignores any taunt units, and shatters all armor of the enemy you attack. Minus 2 attack power. Gain special effects. Your attack will cause equal damage to 2 adjacent enemies at the same time, and you will be immune to the attack. Huanbao looked at the golden and invincible legendary weapon card in front of her, and her saliva almost flowed down. But, wait, does the name of this card look familiar? It was not until then that Huanbao realized that this was the task that Xiao Haizi had just given her. Okay, the demonstration ends here. I have something else to do. The rest depends on you to understand. Ding! You have successfully learned the secondary occupation card maker by watching the card making process. As the reminder sounded, the bard on the other side just slipped away like a gust of wind in the blink of an eye. There was no trace of him. Although she was angry, she quickly clicked into the details of the card maker profession to try to digest the steps just now. First of all, The 4 cards that the bard had just used for the ritual fusion. Hunbao was sure that they were not normal travel cards at all. There was only one way. Blank cards. The sacrifices required for the ritual were turned into cards through blank cards. Then the second question that came up was, how did she know what the corresponding ritual sacrifices for each card were? Fortunately, as players, they had the help of the system. So it didn't need to be so cumbersome. They only needed to find a rough clue. And they could rely on the professional skills of the card maker to slowly figure out the whole picture. Good. Hunbao can't wait to start trying. Then Hunbao, Little Heisey. Little Heisey. Little Heisey. Quick! Send me the link to your task sharing again. I'll take it. Also, do you have any blank cards? I'll take them all. As many as you have. After a while. Hey you? What the hell? Didn't Huingjia want it before? Why is she suddenly as interested in blank cards as Baiyuling? What happened? Although Heiyu was confused. He was of course happy. He quickly sent it over. And in less than a second, the ID My Hunter appeared in the name of the collaborator on the task. Heiyu, Sister Soul. It seems that only the Fox-Masked Priestess can make blank cards now. I am not rich. But I can ask the NPC for you. My soul, so? You must help me ask. Money is not a problem. My soul, oh? Yes. I almost forgot. Xiao Heizi. I have to ask you to do me another favor. Hey you, what do you mean by asking or not? What is our relationship? Sister Soul. Just tell me what you want. There is nothing that our Ka cannot do in the 1,000 Islands. My soul, that's great. I would like to ask your Ka to help me find something that has been stained with the scent of the Fox-Masked Priestess. The closer it is to my body, and the longer it has been used, the better. Then send it to me with a blank card. Hey you. Hey you. Chapter 385. People can't. At least they shouldn't. But looking at the pleading words like please. This is really important to me. On the screen. Hey you reluctantly agreed and told Sister Hun that they would try their best. As for whether they could succeed. Damn. Are all the rich people playing so extravagant now? Hey you complained in his heart. But at least he had taken care of another country. Although his Sister Hun was a bit of a novice. And now she had a special hobby. Hey you was still very confident in her ability to do things. Who is not afraid of money? Winter and Qifeng were all taken care of. Not to mention the 1,000 Islands. They would do it themselves. As for the Flame region, the Fox-Faced Priestess directly appointed a cooperative guild. So he didn't have to worry about it. As for Gili, who was left at the end, Heiyu had already mobilized his connections in the gaming circle while chatting with Sister Hun just now, and easily contacted the president of Zhanyu. Both parties were large guilds, so they naturally hit it off and reached a cooperative relationship. Next, we just need to wait for the news from President Zhanyu. I hope everything goes well. Taiwan Mountain. The towering peaks are towering into the clouds, and the continuous mountain ranges are stacked one after another. In the early morning, the clouds are like a fairyland. And at sunset, the sunset is full of clouds, which makes people intoxicated. Therefore, there is a legend that this is the origin of Gili's immortal family. And it was here that the emperor at the time subdued all kinds of immortals. In the chaotic old era when demons were dancing wildly, he wiped out the tears of the Shinjo continent, slayed demons and eliminated demons. And finally there was today's Gili. And it was at the foot of this mythical mountain. Stop! You guys. The mountain area ahead has been blocked by the 5 elements. No one is allowed to enter without permission. The officers and soldiers with a green dragon emblem embroidered on their chests, holding spears and halberds, stopped a group of strangers at the entrance to the mountain. The stranger in the lead had the ID Zhanyu on his head. He was the president of Zhanyu that Heiyu had found. Unlike the white ghost of winter and my soul of Qifeng before. Can you took this task very seriously from the beginning? Patted his chest to assure Heiyu, and rushed to take it. In fact, this is the behavior of a normal person. After all, the 100,000 experience points reward for the SS level mission alone can make you 1 week ahead of others. So after Zhanyu finished chatting with Heiyu, he immediately summoned the elite members of the guild, and went to Taiwan Mountain, according to the mission prompt to find the target material, Dihu Rock. As a result, who would have thought that they were stopped before they could even enter the mountain? President, should we rush in? There are not many soldiers here anyway. One of the members whispered. But he was soon reprimanded. Can you use your brain? These are all soldiers from Qinglong Yamen. If we really beat them, we will be wanted the next day. Do you still want to stay in Gili? Then what should we do now? We can only look for other mountain passes that we can sneak in through. After pretending to retreat, the members of the Zongyu Guild actually began to disperse and look for loopholes in the nearby passes. However, half an hour later, when the members of the Zongyu Guild gathered together again, everyone was a little dejected. The huge mountain range. Even if there are many passes, there must be loopholes to get into the mountain. But the problem is that, apart from the officers and soldiers at the guard, the main reason why the members of the Zongyu Guild are now frowning is that there is actually an air wall blocking them. The so-called air wall means that every time they want to enter the mountain, when they reach the edge of the limit, they will be pushed away by an invisible force. As if there is an invisible wall. This is actually a very common phenomenon in online games. It is a crude method used by the authorities to restrict players' actions. If they are more conscientious, they may add a voice prompt like explore the area ahead later. I thought that a game of this size, Fallen God, which is a cross-generation game focusing on virtual reality, would not have this kind of experience impact. But now it seems that there are indeed some flaws. But this flaw made everyone in the Zongyu Guild uncomfortable. President Songyu placed his last hope on another member. Xiao Dong. Have you found other collection points for the Emperor Amber Rock? Unfortunately, this member shook his head. I asked other acquaintances, and asked them to ask many NPCs. Most of them had never heard of this kind of stone. I just asked someone in the guild to spend a lot of money to buy information from the people in Zinula. But the NPC in Zinula directly returned the money, saying that this kind of stone was only recorded in ancient books and has long been extinct. When our people asked what the record was, the other party began to hesitate and even asked us what we wanted this kind of stone for. Fortunately, I reacted quickly, because I saw that there was an indicator in our mission to prevent information leaks. So I didn't let them tell the people in Zinula, and asked them to leave quickly. Guess what happened? President? According to my friend, a group of spies from the White Tiger Hall came to find our guild members not long after they came out of the building. Hiss. After listening to Xiaodong's report, Songyue took a breath and frowned even deeper. It seems that there is a reason why the mission does not allow them to leak information. The people of the White Tiger Hall seem to be very sensitive to the material of the Emperor Amber Rock. And there is a sense that they deliberately prevent people from looking for this kind of stone. My people went to the Jinyu building to ask, but they were almost targeted by the White Tiger Hall. It seems that they can no longer obtain information about the Emperor Amber Rock from official channels. Now, the collection point given by the mission cannot be entered, and other collection points are unknown. The way to inquire about information is also poisoned. At this moment, the members of the Zongyu Guild were really at a loss, feeling that they had reached the end of their rope. Just as Sonyu was about to go to Hei Yu again to explain the difficulties of the situation here, and whether he could get some support from Hei Yu. Sorry, I disturbed you all abruptly? Suddenly, a heavy voice sounded from behind the players. The members of the Zongyu Guild immediately turned around to look at the voice, and saw that an old man in casual clothes was standing on a quiet path next to them, looking at them. Although he was an old man, he did not look old at all. Instead, he had a straight back, a tall and well-proportioned figure, and his facial features were even more sharp. But why does the first impression given to players still look like an old man? Maybe it's because of the old man's sense of time that only comes with a certain age. The old man just stood there quietly, and a calm and steady temperament came to his face, like a rock. Oh, of course. And the most obvious, slightly old-fashioned tone of speech. I just heard you talking about Dihu Rock. Are you guys archaeologists? Yeah, that's right. Guild President Songyue reacted the fastest and immediately went on. His first instinct was that he might have triggered some mission plot. So he immediately asked back, this old man? Are you too? No, I'm not a scientist. I'm just an enthusiast. The old man shook his head. Amateur. Songyue was a little disappointed. He used the detection skill to detect this NPC and found that the other party was indeed an ordinary person. Not even level 10. But since the other party appeared here and took the initiative to talk to them, he must have clues. So Songyue quickly asked, is that so? To be honest, old man, we are actually looking for the Emperor Amber Rock now, to use it as a research sample. Old man, I see that you seem to be very interested in the Emperor Amber Rock. Do you also know this strange stone? Well, I do know a little bit. This time the old man nodded. And then, as if he was walking in the mountains and forests and met a junior with the same hobbies, he started an impromptu academic exchange, and the old man began to talk. When I was young and traveling, I was fortunate to see that kind of strange rock. It was orange-yellow in appearance, half exposed, and half wrapped in the minerals associated with it. At that time, I was surprised by the extremely rich rock element power in the crystal. Later, it was introduced by my companions that I knew it was the Emperor Amber Rock. Legend has it that the Emperor Amber Rock was originally an ordinary amber, but because they were very close to the place where the Rock King Emperor was in seclusion, over time, they were stained with some of the Emperor's aura, and the rough impurities in their bodies were slowly removed, and finally condensed into pure rock element crystals, which are much stronger than other rocks. The name of the Emperor Amber Rock also came from this. The old man's explanation made his image in the hearts of the people in the Zhan Yu Guild even higher. After all, they asked so many NPCs at the beginning, but none of them could be like this old man now, who not only explained it clearly, but also saw it with his own eyes. Then, old man, where can we find this kind of strange rock again? Zhan Yu couldn't help but get to the point anxiously. There should be some remnants in the depths of this Taiwan mountain. But now it is almost time for the Emperor to come out of retreat. So Taiwan Mountain has been sealed by a formation set up by an expert. People like you and me, who are not in the 5 elements, should not be able to enter. Well, if you look at it this way, the old man seemed to be lost in thought, but soon said, if you are really anxious, I have thought of a place where you can try your luck. Old sir, please speak. Here it comes. That's it. Zhan Yu and the members of Zhan Yu behind him were very excited and secretly delighted. At the same time, they finally knew that it was not an air wall, but a ceiling formation arranged by the 5 elements. So, is the Emperor really in seclusion in Taiwan Mountain? Putting these aside for now, they should concentrate on listening to the next clues from the old sir. Not far from Taiwan Mountain, there is a small town called Qiyuan Town. You should be able to find it if you ask along the way. Legend has it that in that town, there was a Qiyuan immortal who appeared, and the name of the town was changed because of this. The luck I mentioned before refers to this immortal. In this era when immortals have retired, perhaps that immortal is the only one who is willing to show up in the world. As long as you find her, be patient and sincere to her, and don't worry too much. It shouldn't be difficult to find Emperor Huyen. As for how to find her, it depends on fate. But I happen to have a portrait of the immortal Qiyuan on hand. At least you and I have a destiny today. So I will take advantage of the situation and give it to you. After parting with the old man and leaving Taiwan Mountain, it really didn't take long for the group of people from the Zhan Yu Guild to successfully find Qiyuan Town. However, when they first arrived in this town, if it weren't for the 3 big words Qiyuan Town written on the system map, they would have thought they were deceived. The reason is very simple. This town has such a nice name, but its actual appearance is extremely dilapidated and even a bit desolate. Fortunately, there are still many people in the town, and it is a bit lively with people coming and going. The conflict between the lively crowd and the dilapidated buildings makes the people of Zhan Yu very strange. But anyway, business is more important. They began to ask the villagers one by one with the portrait given by the old man. But after more than 10 minutes, the answers they got were all that they didn't know him. Oh no! There was still a villager who said he knew him. But little friend, are you sure you have seen the person in the portrait? Zhan Yu half squatted and asked the little boy in front of him, who was probably only 7 or 8 years old. The little boy nodded and answered in a childish voice. Of course. Not only have I seen her, I know her. This big sister always asks to play cards with us, but her card skills are terrible, and she always loses to us. Zhan Yu didn't know what to say for a while, seeing that this stranger brother didn't seem to believe him. The little boy pouted. Big brother, if you don't believe me, I'll take you to find her now. But big brother, I have to remind you that the sister's personality is as bad as her card skills. Every time she loses to us, she will cheat and make excuses, forcing us to play another round until she can win. Okay, take us to see that sister first. Although it sounds like there is a little difference between her and the red mandarin duck immortal that Zhan Yu imagined, the child's words cannot be fully believed. Zhan Yu plans to go and see it first, whether it is true or not. But the little boy blinked at Zhan Yu and did not move, until Zhan Yu took out another piece of candy. The little boy's eyes turned into crescents after receiving the candy. Come, big brother. This way. Led by the little boy. They soon came to a yard in the center of the town. However, before Sanyue stepped into the yard, an impatient female voice that could be heard from outside came. Wait! Wait! That doesn't count. My hand slipped. I didn't want to play this card. Sister, give up. You only have 2 cards in your hand. You'll lose if you play any of them. Damn it! Humph! Don't be complacent. I just let you play 2 games because you're young. But from now on, I'm going to be serious. I won't lose once. I'll win 3 games in a row and turn the tide. But sister, we're playing best of 3 games. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It's best of 5 games. You, don't try to cheat. Chapter 386. Hurry up and send the Emperor Amber Rock to your senior sister. Big sister, I'm going to eat. If I don't go back, my mother will scold me. Otherwise, you can go and play with Guang and the others. That's it. Goodbye, big sister. Soon, along with a voice, a little girl ran out of the yard. When she arrived at the door, she just saw the little boy and the group of people from the Zhanyu Guild who were brought here. Ah! It's Guang. You're just in time. Big sister. Who are these big brothers? When the little girl saw the boy, she felt saved, but immediately looked at the players, following the boy with curiosity. The boy, Guang, quickly introduced, Lin. These big brothers are here to look for the sisters in the yard. After hearing what the little boy said, the girl Lin seemed a little surprised, and her mouth opened a lot. Huh? There are actually people looking for Sister Ahua. I thought she played with us kids every day because she had no adult friends. So, big brothers, are you friends of Sister Ahua? Lin put her hands behind her back, tilted her head with innocent big eyes, and looked at the players curiously. Originally, Kenyu was going to lie, but looking at the innocent look of the little girl in front of him, he couldn't bear to tell a lie in his heart. No, I can't say I'm a friend. I just came here because I admired your name. I want to visit your It's Sister Ahua. The little girl laughed when she saw Sanyue stuttering. Then she nodded as if relieved and said, You don't even know Sister Ahua's name. It seems that she is not my sister's friend. Huh? That's great, I said. With Sister Ahua's bad personality, how could she make friends? Only children like us are willing to accompany her. Zhanyu players. But big brothers, you just said that you came here because you admired her. Is Sister Ahua very famous? Is she actually a big shot? The little girl quickly changed the subject. We don't know this yet, but an old man gave us a portrait of the red mandarin duck immortal. Your friend said that the person in the portrait looks exactly like your big sister. Sanyue said, as he showed the portrait to the girl in front of him. For some reason, even though the other party was just a little kid, Sanyue always felt like he was being interrogated by her. On the other side, the girl leaned over and nodded thoughtfully after reading the portrait. Well, the person in the painting is indeed Sister Ahua. It seems that you are really here to find your big sister. Then we, the little kids, won't bother you. Guang, you come with me. Let's go home for dinner. The girl finally let go of the gate, and then dragged the little boy who was leading the way. Come on. Lin, are you curious whether Sister Ahua is really a red mandarin duck fairy? The little boy named Guang was obviously reluctant, and wanted to go in with the players. Unfortunately, he was soon forcibly dragged away by the girl's ears. As the 2 children walked away, the players could still vaguely hear the girl's whispered scolding. Guang, you are stupid. Think about it with your little brain. Although the elder sister brags every day that she is very powerful and a fairy. But have you ever seen a fairy who would hang out with children every day? But this time, there is a portrait as evidence. What's wrong with the portrait? I'll ask Xiaofei to draw a portrait for me later. And I can also be the Red Yuan immortal. So I guess those big brothers must have been deceived by Sister Ahua and the old man who drew their portraits. Who knows? There might be a fight inside soon. So I asked you to leave. Hearing that there was going to be a fight, the little boy shrank his neck in fear. So Guang, remember this? If someone comes to find Sister Ahua in the future, you have to ask clearly like I did before. Don't be stupid and bring anyone here. This time, they were only deceived into a portrait. What if they come to seek revenge next time? Although Sister Ahua has a bad temper, poor card skills, and is stupid, she is still our friend no matter what. And we must learn to protect our friends. Oh, I see. But Lin, your voice is a little too loud. I think those older brothers can hear you. Don't worry. We are children. They won't care. Okay. Let's go find Xiaofei. I recently invented a new bandit game. It's really fun. But when I was at the door, Lin, didn't you say you were going home for dinner? Oh, didn't I tell you? You can't trust what children say. Are you going to play or not? If you don't, I'll play alone with Xiaofei. The girl stamped her feet and said angrily. The little boy was a little anxious when he saw this. He answered without caring about anything, play. Of course. Just like that. As the two children ran away, the sound could no longer be heard. But the people of the Zhanyu Guild stayed there for a while, looking at each other in bewilderment. Are all the children nowadays so annoying? Song Yu suddenly seemed to understand why the sister Ahua inside could not win. After the children's episode, the players continued to move forward and finally stepped into the courtyard. Soon, in the center of the courtyard, under the shade of an old locust tree, a woman with gray and white waterfall hair and ancient costume came into view. The breeze blew the woman's long hair, and a few strands of silver silk at the temples fluttered in the wind. The ancient costume on her body was also very exquisite, black and white, with cloud patterns and gold edges. And it had a fairy flavor at first glance. However, it was like a completely opposite example to the plain-dressed old man that Shanlin met before. Although the woman in front was dressed gorgeously, the way she wore it was inappropriate. She deliberately pulled the collar of her ancient costume from the collarbone to the shoulder, making it loose, just like a bad girl in her rebellious period. As for the woman's movements, they were even more indecent, completely destroying the image of a master. In front of her was a simple travel card plate, and there were several small stone blocks around for card players. However, the woman did not sit properly. No, let alone sit upright. She directly lifted her feet off the ground, hugged her legs, and squatted on the round stone block, like a wild boy. Even though the players, a group of strangers, came into the yard, they didn't even look up. They stared at the card game in front of them with a deep hatred, and put their fingers in front of their lips from time to time, as if they were biting their nails. I know. It's not my card skills. It must be that my cards are too weak. Damn it! Why are all the blue and white cards opened? If I could have an epic or legendary travel card. Huh? Halfway through her monologue, the woman seemed to suddenly sense something in the sight of everyone in the Zhanyu Guild. In just a blink of an eye, the woman on the cobblestone disappeared. When she came to her senses again, ding! You successfully traded 5 blank travel cards to Ahua. What the hell? The reminder in the mind of President Sanyue confused him. He quickly checked his backpack. The grid where the blank card was originally placed was completely blank. And the card he lost, wow. Brother, where did you get this card? Why is there nothing on it? The ancient costume woman played with the blank card in her hand with excitement and curiosity. That. I know. You want to make a travel card yourself. Right. Smart brother. The woman's excited shouting drowned Sanyue. Then she slapped her forehead and began to pace excitedly in the yard, muttering to herself. Yes. Why didn't I think of it? Those misers of the Adventurers Association sold the card packs so expensively, and the probability of opening a good card is so low. I can't buy it anyway. Ahem. In short, as an immortal who maintains peace and stability in Gili, I must stop this monopoly. Since I can't open it, I can just make it myself. A mere travel card. What in the world can stump me? The immortal Ahua? I want to make an epic card based on myself. Pa. It must be a legendary card. The kind that can end the game by playing one card, and give it a domineering name that everyone can remember at once. Called Shishao, the world's #1 immortal. Ha ha ha. By then, I wonder what those little ghosts can do to beat me. Ha ha ha. Amidst the wild laughter, she did it as soon as she said it. The woman had only an idea in the last second, and in the next second, she started to work in front of the players, as if she had concentrated all her mental energy on the blank card in her hand. Then 10 seconds passed, half a minute, and 1 minute passed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Hey, brother, your card is not fake. Why don't you react to me at all? Frowning in surprise, the woman finally turned her head to the players, and facing the questioning gaze, Song Yu was a little nervous to be honest. There was no need for anything else. Just the fact that NPCs could forcibly steal items from players' backpacks was something Song Yu had never even heard of. What if the other party was unhappy again and took everything from his backpack? Just when Song Yu didn't know how to answer, he suddenly recalled the 8 words that the old man in the forest warned them about the Red Yuan Immortal. Be patient and sincere. Don't worry too much. Ahua? I think the reason why you can't make your own cards is because you are not well known enough. Not well known enough? That's right. I don't know if you know Vivian, but this girl from the Flame Realm is well known because she resisted countless demonic waves under the Fire Classic City. So she has her own legendary card. Vivian. Vivivi. Vivivi. Something. Ah. I remember it. It seems that I do have some impression. The woman's eyes lit up after a moment of silence. Seeing this, Song Yu was secretly happy in her heart. And she was indeed happy. So she hurriedly continued. Right. Even the Immortal knows it. Which shows that she is very well known. So there will be a legendary card. If the Immortal also wants to have a place on the card. The most important thing is popularity. That's right. What you said makes sense. But if I rely on myself now, it will take too long to become famous. Although I am an immortal, it was hundreds of years ago. People nowadays may have forgotten me. So, if that's the case, the players of the Zhan Yu Guild suddenly felt that they were being swept by a gaze of prey. Since it's too slow for one person, let a group of people do the publicity. Hey, little brother. I see that you have amazing bones, a full forehead, and an extraordinary demeanor. You must be gifted and a good material for cultivating immortals. Do you want to bring your men to join our Shinshao sect? I promise. Within 3 years. No. 1 year. You will be able to achieve great magical powers. Go to heaven and earth. And be omnipotent. Ding. Ahua invites you to join the Shinshao sect. Do you accept? Song Yu. If the other party had changed the lines a little, he would not be so hesitant as he is now. On the other side, the woman in ancient costume was a little anxious when she saw that Candy was unmoved. Brother, what are you still hesitating about? This is a godsend opportunity. It is me, the founder of the sect, who actively invited you. In time, even if you are incompetent, you can walk sideways in the Shinshao sect just by virtue of your status as the most experienced elder. The most experienced? Yes, because I just decided to build the Shinshao sect. So if you join now, wouldn't you have the most experienced one? The woman in ancient costume said seriously. Song Yu? Oh, come on. Brother, stop wasting time. This is a golden opportunity. You can't miss it. If you miss it, you'll miss it forever. Join the sect. Ding. You have successfully joined the Shinshao sect. I made a choice. Well, not bad. Not bad. From now on, you will be the disciples of my Shinshao sect. Remember to do good deeds. Do more good deeds. Don't cheat. Don't rob or steal. And make the name of our Shinshao sect known. Do you understand? I understand. The people of the Zhan Yu Guild raised their hands and swore weakly. By the way, why did you come to me in the first place? The satisfied ancient costume woman finally remembered this. And Song Yu quickly told the woman about her request for other collection points of the Emperor Amber Rock. What? That's it? Wait a minute. The woman looked a little disdainful after hearing this. And then, under the shocked eyes of the Zhan Yu players, she only saw the woman turn the ring on her hand. And after a flash of golden light, boom, countless glittering orange-yellow crystals seemed to fall from the sky. And in a few breaths, they piled up into a small mountain in the yard. They exude a strong rock elemental force. And the appearance is crystal clear. If you look closely, you will find that there seem to be dragon-like patterns in these crystals. Isn't it the Emperor Amber Rock they are looking for or something else? Are these enough? If not, I just checked. There should be about 30 or 40 such courtyards in stock. Looking at the first batch of new members of the Shinshao sect opposite, with a look of shock as if they had never seen the world. Ahua shook his head. Aren't these broken stones just stained with the breath of the rock god? What's the big deal? It seems that if she wants to increase her popularity, these people alone may not be enough. She has to find some more powerful brothers. But the problem is that now, except for a few little ghosts in the village, she doesn't seem to know anyone else. Suddenly, the woman in ancient costume had a flash of inspiration. No! automatically assigned to the executive officer of the organization. Doesn't she know someone who should be quite capable? Although that person may not know her? But? Wait a minute. When the players were about to use blank cards to turn these Emperor Amber rocks into cards, and then happily went to Black Feather to hand in the task, Ah Hua suddenly stopped them. I know you want to send these to Vivian and Qiandao. It didn't matter before. But now you are disciples of the Shishao sect. The sect has its own rules. You can't just give things to outsiders. This. The people of Zhan, you looked at each other in bewilderment. They didn't know what their current boss meant. He gave them, and didn't let them send them back. Oh! Are you stupid? Although the rules of the sect are dead, we are alive. Can't you make some adjustments? Seeing that these foreign brothers still couldn't react after she had hinted so clearly, Ah Hua felt a little disappointed, and was more determined to recruit people. So she gave them instructions in a teaching manner. Didn't I just say that the treasures of the sect cannot be given to outsiders? Then you can make that fox-faced witch, Vivian, one of our own people in the Shishao sect. Isn't it in line with the rules? Before the players could catch up with the jumping thoughts of the ancient costume woman, she had already taken out a piece of paper and a pen from the Taishi ring. After a stroke of the pen, an admission letter was written. Well, now Vivian is the chief disciple of our Shishao sect. Hey, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and send this notice of joining the sect and the Emperor Huyen to your senior sister. Remember, when we are away from home, we should help each other. Oh, yes, I almost forgot. Remember to send a message to your senior sister, and tell her to come back to see me after she finishes dealing with the matter of Qiandao, because our Shishao sect will make a big move next. Chapter 387 Past and Present Life. In the following week, the Abyss, which was temporarily delayed by Demir, finally arrived. Countless monsters in the ocean that were eroded and corrupted by the Abyss began to attack the Thousand Islands. I believe that all the people of the Thousand Islands will never forget the first day of the real arrival. The blue ocean that they were proud of was dyed black, and a huge and terrifying vortex rolled up from the sea. The thick dark clouds filled the sky in an instant. The sun that once shone on the earth could only vaguely penetrate the last trace of dim light under the dark clouds. The weather that changed under the influence of the Abyss snake was like a command, and it was like soil for the spread of the Abyss, so that those dark creatures who feared the sunlight finally no longer had to hide in the dark and humid corners, and could crawl out of the nest to take back and enjoy this land that also belonged to them. One after another, deep-sea species that the people of the Thousand Islands had never seen were awakened from the deepest part of the Abyss under the control of the will of the fallen Abyss. Crawling out from the cracks, they gathered and hibernated in the ravines of the deep sea, just like the army of the sea demons in the ancient legends of the Thousand Islands, with no end in sight. Facts prove that Liao Zixuan, drawing on the experience of the plot in his previous life, proposed through Vivian's mouth that the three magistrates should streamline the dozens of islands of the Thousand Islands to a defense line consisting of only 4 or 5 island chains, and shrink the defense strategy is extremely correct. The shrinking of the battle line means a reduction in the enemy contact surface. In this way, even if there are more creatures in the fallen abyss, and they are surrounded, the number of offenses that can be launched each time is limited. On the other hand, the Thousand Island Army, which is composed of players and the Great Purification Commissioner, only needs to defend these 4 islands, which greatly relieves the pressure of defense and avoids losing sight of one thing while focusing on another. Moreover, relying on the concentration of forces and the extra preparation time, if we only look at the battle situation in the first week, it is still very optimistic. The offensive of the Fallen Abyss will against the Thousand Island was firmly blocked outside the outermost first island chain with Sakurajima as the core. Even if there are occasional Fallen Abyss creatures that slip through the net and land on the island, they will soon be killed by the mobile team on the shore who have been fully alert. So at present, especially the number of casualties, compared with the plot of the previous life, Liao Zixuan feels that it can be described as a world of difference. Although the players' levels are indeed much lower than in the previous life, under Vivian's influence, it is not just the players of Thousand Island fighting alone, but the players of Thousand Island and Flame Territory, which is more than double the number of players in the previous life. Although it is not good to say this, the increase in the number of players has caused the inevitable casualties of the Great Purification officers in the battle with the Fallen Abyss to be borne by the players, as the indigenous soldiers of Thousand Island, Death is real death. But players can be resurrected infinitely. This is also the biggest reason why the number of casualties in this week's defense battle remains at a very low level, even though the battle has become fierce and close combat. Of course, another factor that cannot be ignored is the high-end combat power of the Thousand Islands. Compared with the previous life, when only the 6 paths Raza was struggling to support the battle, the high-end combat power of the Thousand Islands today is not as simple as doubling. Not to mention Vivian. The little girl has already rushed to the front line. She doesn't even have to do anything. Her presence on the battlefield is the biggest encouragement to the player's army. It is not a problem to increase the combat power by 30% instantly. Liza's half-brother, the former Xiao the clan, also volunteered. This brother-in-law is a typical person who is ruthless and doesn't talk much. With a halberd, he has become the nightmare of the creatures of the fallen abyss. According to the reactions of the players on the forum, almost no matter what time it is, you can see this brother-in-law hoeing the land everywhere on the coastline. As for the internal situation, when the disaster came, the external enemies were terrible. But the chaos and even loss of internal order were also the reasons for the destruction of the Thousand Islands in the previous life. Gangs were rampant. People were panicking. The supply chain was cut off. And the soldiers on the front line were still fighting bloody battles with the abyss. The gangs in the rear might use the empty guard force to plunder and make money, and then drive the robbed supply transport ships that were originally sent to the front line to save lives to flee abroad. However, this time, the supply chain has the mature Zhao Chamber of Commerce, which works overtime day and night. As the boss, Zhao Jie eats and sleeps with the workers to ensure that the production capacity is in place. In the face of internal management, Liz personally sits in to maintain stability. After a series of decrees, the people of Sakuraji Island quickly got rid of the panic of the abyss the next day, put it behind their minds, and continued to devote themselves to the construction of the island. As for the gang leader Ku, who was praised by the players in the previous life as the ancestor of thieves, he was very good at dealing with these local rotten fish and shrimps in the Thousand Islands. It is better to say that he took the opportunity to expand the overseas power of the treasure-stealing group, and legitimately began to seize the space of the local gangs in the Thousand Islands, allowing the treasure-stealing group to take the first important step towards a transnational organization in the true sense. Sakurajima has Liz in the open and Chris in the dark. In the past few days, Liao Zixuan is obviously more worried about the 3 magistrates, who were very weak in the plot of the previous life. But it was unexpected. In addition to the military commander Rokuto Raza, who was in charge, the newly appointed brother and sister of the Kamishiro family seem to have done a good job. Especially the elder brother. Judging from the stability of Yuan Island and other island chains, its governance capabilities and methods are probably not much worse than Liz. This made the former head of the family, Sakai Risa, who was originally planning to return from Sakuraji Island, give up and stay in Sakuraji Island with her secretary Ruko. After all, there are the most foreigners here, and everyone has a beautiful voice and speaks well. The position of head of the family should be given to the little brother and sister. For Bella, who is actually a great witch, official positions are just for fun. Oh! It seems that another key figure, who was very showy and eye-catching at the beginning, but faded out of sight after the real fall of the abyss? Yes, after Demir woke up, he was assigned by Vivian to another important task that he could not refuse: to bring the unsealed water god chain back to the flame realm and hand it over to the god of fire. Even if the fallen abyss slightly interrupted the fundamental purpose of coming to the Thousand Islands, the little girl certainly would not forget it. However, valuable items like this that have risen to the legendary level cannot be transported through the Adventurers Association. Even if they can be transported, Vivian would not be so careless about such a major event. And now she is tied up because of the Thousand Islands. It seems that the only person who is suitable and capable of taking the necklace back to the flame domain is Demir. It's just a pity for this version of the son of the previous life. He finally got a chance to show himself, but he showed off too much. When he woke up, he became a runner again. After sorting out the course of this week, looking at those familiar NPCs who were famous in the previous life, now active in the plot again, the little wolf cub felt a sense of returning to his youth, seeing them all around their little girl, and many of them even bowing down to the little girl's pomegranate skirt. The little wolf cub was even more secretly happy and full of a sense of accomplishment. He suddenly felt that his previous thinking was a bit narrow. A legendary which doesn't have to be feared by everyone. She could also be a scumbag witch who is affectionate and popular with both men and women. Well, I decided that in the future, the goal I will set for my little girl will be to get all the protagonist NPCs in various versions that can be named, one by one, and put them all in my pocket. For this grand goal, as a little wolf behind a legendary witch, he has to work harder. While everyone else was busy preparing for the arrival of the fallen abyss this week, he was naturally not idle. The production of the Annihilation Star has always been closely watched by the little wolf. Let me start with the conclusion. The performance of the KA Guild far exceeded the expectations of the little wolf cub. The materials for manufacturing the Annihilation Star spread across the 5 countries were all handed over and transported through blank travel cards in just 3 days. Moreover, the next point is that almost all the materials were doubled. And some, such as Emperor Amber Rock, even reached 3 or 4 times the demand. So it can be seen how important a strong network of people is. However, what makes the little wolf cub speechless is that the foreign collaborators found by the KA Guild are indeed fast and efficient. But it seems that they are a little mentally abnormal? The White Ghost of Winter is okay. He just cares about the blank cards, and likes the blueprints, and requests to participate in the production of the Annihilation Star. But the remaining 2 countries, I hope that the fox-faced priestess can give me a personal item. Anything is fine. No need for expensive things. But the closer it is to the body, and the longer it can be used, the better. Little wolf cub, stick it to your head. It's only because Chingfeng's collaborator My Soul is a female player. If it was a male player, the little wolf cub would probably have issued a bounty order. Moreover, if there is such a thing, such a good thing, he must keep it for himself. How can outsiders get a share? Compared with the previous perverted speech, the next one, Gili, is a bit stupid. Today, I have given you special permission to enter Shishao, clear the 1,000 islands, and quickly return to the sect. If you have any difficulties, just speak up. Shishao disciples are as sharp as a knife. Little wolf cub. In addition to this inexplicably rhymed letter, there is actually a small advertisement in the letter. The small advertisement here is not a metaphor, but a real small advertisement. Red Mandarin Duck Immortal, with boundless magical power, the only one in heaven and earth. Enter my Shishao, and you will have no worries about food and drink. Ask the road where the immortal is. The shepherd boy points to the Shishao sect. Great Shishao sect. Come if you have the guts. God has made me useful, and everyone in Shishao is a talent. In these small advertisements, there is also a small note that seems to be an explanation. Note, Sister Weiwei, the leader heard that you have an island, and wants you to post these recruitment flyers of our sect on the island to increase its popularity. If anyone is willing to join, Sister Weiwei can collect them on your behalf. After reading it, wow! The expressionless little wolf cub raised flames from his claws and burned these small advertisements to ashes. Eliminate small advertisements, starting with me. Oh! The little wolf cub sighed. Is this the so-called price? It seems that they have been targeted by strange people. If they want to go to Gili in the future, they must remind Weiwei to stay away from this Shishao sect. Although he complained, the little wolf cub was still unwilling to give up his contact with these foreign players. After all, their abilities have been proven in this mission. The little wolf cub wants to develop these foreign players into his direct offline. In this way, if he needs to work across borders in the future, he won't have to go through K as an intermediary. Since it's offline, communication becomes a big problem. Although Vivian has a player panel, she still can't add friends and chat with players privately. If the system can't solve it, then we can only find a practical way. Thinking of this, the little wolf cub took out a dark green egg from the backpack space. The offspring of the snake bred in this egg. The other party's taboo authority can even travel through time, not to mention space. At that time, relying on the ability of the snake, it should not be a problem to hold a chat group in another space similar to the Jixing Hui. And then he can sit firmly as the group leader is by. Perfect. Now everything is ready. And the last step is to complete the Annihilation Star, the Forbidden Blood. With sufficient materials and the assistance of the mechanic of White Ghost, KA successfully built 2 Annihilation Stars, which means that 2 Forbidden Monster Bloods are needed. Of course, the wolf cub is obliged to take one. But the second one, he looked at the little sparrow beside him, which was constantly flying around the snake egg he took out and excitedly flying around. Ah! Sinyan, have you gained weight recently? Chirp. Chirp! The little sparrow flew around the egg halfway, and stopped abruptly because of the wolf cub's words. She fell to the ground angrily, then danced her fleshy wings, held up her round belly, severely condemned the wolf cub, and spit blood from her mouth. But in reality, everyone can see the evasion and panic in the little sparrow's eyes, because as the reputation of the fox face which rises, the sparrows around her naturally rise with the tide, and they are like fish in water among the players, having a great time, being fed crazily, and with Sun Yan's willpower, he naturally accepts everyone who comes. And over time, well, in fact, the little wolf knows that it is not a problem of eating too much. But Sun Yan is a phoenix. After rebirth from the ashes, even if he doesn't eat or drink, his body's shape will gradually return to the original size over time. But Sun Yan himself doesn't know. The little wolf summoned an ordinary little sparrow with his claws, and compared with Sun Yan, it can be seen with the naked eye that Sun Yan is more than a circle fatter than the other. Chirp! Chirp! Sure enough, Sun Yan was even more anxious, and even his quibbling was much weaker. At this time, the little wolf cub suggested that Sun Yan donate a little blood. Once the blood was donated, wouldn't the body lose weight? But the little sparrow was not a fool, and still had some doubts. The main reason was that he was a little afraid of blood drawing. So in desperation, the little wolf cub could only use his trump card. He pointed at the snake egg with his little claws, meaning that as long as Sun Yan was willing to donate blood, this snake egg that she had coveted for a long time, after the arrival of the fallen abyss was over, she would make the decision. Cook it for you and eat it, to replenish your body. Is this okay? Chirp! Upon hearing this, the little sparrow's eyes suddenly shone, and he swallowed his saliva at the snake egg fiercely, almost leaving drool on his lips. Snakes and birds are actually natural enemies, which is probably why the snake egg is so attractive to Sun Yan. So, in order to eat the snake egg custard, she, the little sparrow, gritted her teeth, kicked her legs, and stretched out her wings with her eyes closed, as if to say, "Come on, just take it." Anyway, as a phoenix, her recovery ability is already super strong. Plus there is snake egg custard. Snake egg custard. Snake egg custard. Hee hee. Chapter 388: The Surprise Blood Clan Ancestor. Lady. The lady over there. A small island very close to the front line of the exchange of fire. Logically, the residents on the island should have been evacuated, and it was an empty island. However, a 3-member lookout reconnaissance ship still spotted a civilian figure from a distance, appearing on the coast. So the reconnaissance ship, which was originally on patrol, immediately changed its course and headed towards the shore of the island. After docking, an angry warrior quickly got off the ship and ran towards the civilian figure on the shore, shouting, in such a dangerous place. He still stood on the beach so blatantly. Is he going to die? However, as the distance got closer, when the warrior could see the other person's clothes and appearance clearly, he gradually stopped shouting and slowed down his pace. Finally, he even came to the lady with a cautious feeling. No, it should be said that it was this person who appeared in front of the foreign, which on the shore of the deserted island. The lady in front of him was obviously wearing a very traditional and authentic Thousand Island witch costume, but she had a foreign face. He had seen such witches before. The most famous and well-known one was the fox-faced witch, Lady Vivian from the Flame Domain. But unlike Vivian, the foreign witch now gave the warrior a strong sense of disharmony. Bright red lips, beautiful eyeliner, and the other party turned her head to look at the voice, and the beautiful red eyes seemed to be fascinating. She exuded a beautiful breath from head to toe, which was incompatible with the sacred and solemn shrine maiden costume. Not to mention the other party's exaggerated plump figure. Although the waistline was very slender, it could wear the wide shrine maiden costume to show the plump feeling of protruding front and back, making the warrior dare not look directly at it, fearing that it would be a sin to look at it any more. He lowered his head and stared at the ground in panic, and his words were stuttering. Hello. May I ask who you are? Oh, no. Miss Shrine Maiden. No matter who you are, this area is too dangerous. Please stay away from the beach immediately and find a hidden place to hide. When life was at stake, the warrior quickly shook his head, stopped thinking about it, and said seriously, we will report your coordinates later, and the rescue team will come to pick you up soon. This is a guide. Keep it. With this, you don't need to come out of your hiding place. and the rescue team can find you." As he spoke, the warrior skillfully took out an amulet from his waist pocket and handed it to the foreign shrine maiden in front of him. Guide? The foreign shrine maiden didn't seem to care too much. The warrior's warning of its dangerous here was that she was very interested in this amulet. After she took it, she played with it in her hands for a few times, then tilted her head and asked the warrior, "Interesting. Could this little thing be made by you three magistrates?" "Of course. It was developed by our new magistrate, the Godera family head, and it greatly improved our rescue efficiency." "No. Now is not the time to talk about this. The third wave of critical battles is about to begin. Those monsters in the abyss will be even more violent. You should find a place to hide." Under the anxious words of the samurai, the foreign shrine maiden nodded while responding. But she was talking to herself. TSK. It seems that in addition to that little Tengu, the three magistrates finally have another newcomer. Not bad. Finally, after she put her attention back on the samurai, she smiled and said, "Hello. Sir, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Louise Dracula, an apprentice shrine maiden from Qingfeng, and I am going to join the Ye Shrine. So you don't have to call me Miss Shrine all the time. Just call me Louise. What about you?" "My name is Ichiro." "Okay, Mr. Ichiro. To be honest, I just twisted my ankle and couldn't move vigorously. Mr. Ichiro, who was kind enough to drive the reconnaissance ship here for a civilian, would definitely not bear to see me, a weak woman with limited mobility, waiting for the rescue fleet alone on the island." "Right." Louise blinked her long eyelashes, and her eyes like blood gems seemed to sparkle. Well, the warrior blushed. "Can I stay on your ship first?" Louise smiled and said first. Then she quickly said in a soothing tone, "Don't worry. Just continue to perform your mission. Don't worry about me. After the mission is over, I will follow you back to a safe place." "Right. This will save the rescue fleet for those in more urgent situations. What do you think, Mr. Ichiro?" "Okay then." When Ichiro led Louise back to the reconnaissance ship in a daze, looking at the surprised eyes of his subordinates around him, Ichiro came to his senses. What had he done? They were going to carry out a dangerous patrol line mission. How could they bring outsiders with them? But at this time, the reconnaissance ship had already set sail again and left the island. They couldn't let others go back now. So Ichiro was forced to accept the fact that Louise was on the ship. On the other hand, Louise was like nothing happened. She appeared at the bow of the reconnaissance ship without paying attention. This scared Ichiro so much that he ran over and asked Louise to stay in the safe cabin and not come out. "But, Mr. Ichiro, you just said that the third wave of the key battle is coming soon. What does that mean?" Louise looked at the fierce battle on the sea in the distance, and as if she had expected it, she changed the subject in advance and diverted Ichiro, who ran over, and the samurai, who was obviously coming to chase people away, for some reason, naturally forgot the purpose in the beginning and started chatting with Louise. "It's like this, Ms. Louise. According to the information we got, the abyss will descend in 5 waves, and each wave will have a leader-level monster. As long as the leader is repelled, the monster attack of this wave can be quelled. So we call it a key battle. According to the intelligence we got from the front, we have discovered a huge devil crab swimming towards the defense line. Judging from its size, it should be the leader of the third wave. The mission of our ship now is to follow the devil crab from a distance and find out its real-time dynamics." "Oh, so that's it." Louise nodded. Then she quickly changed the subject and asked curiously, "It's obviously such a dangerous mission, but I don't see why you don't look scared. And since it's the third wave now, did you survive the first 2 waves of the Fallen Abyss attack?" After Louise's words, Ichiro's face showed pride. "Of course, Ms. Louise. You don't know that we were really scared at the beginning, especially when the foreigners brought back the images of the Fallen Abyss. That was the first time we saw those horrible monsters. At that time, we were more than afraid. The entire 1,000 islands could be said to have fallen into despair. But," Ichiro suddenly changed the subject. "But later, with the support of the Flame Domain, everything was different. Many fleets brought supplies and supplies. And there was also a great wizard. Although I was not at the scene, I heard from my colleagues that the Fallen Abyss piranhas surrounded the Flame Domain fleet at that time. When the situation was extremely critical, the great wizard was not panicked. He wore a crown. His robe fluttered, and he held up his magic wand. Under his magic Countless huge fireballs rolled down from 1,000 meters high, and even the sky and the earth changed color. Not to mention the piranhas. After this battle, not only did we directly solve the first wave of the Abyss's offensive, winning precious breathing time, but more importantly, it greatly boosted the confidence of all the people in the Thousand Islands. From Ichiro's excited words, it is not difficult to see the regret on his face, regretting that he could not see the great wizard in person. And Louise, who was next to him, also listened with relish, and nodded and analyzed, well, although I suspect there is an exaggeration. If these are all true, then I am afraid it must be super-level magic, or several super-level magics in a row. Tut-tut. After waking up, the little nerd in the flame domain has grown to this point now. The god of fire really has a good eye. But, Mr. Ichiro, I have another question. I remember that although the distance between Tsushima and Yenyu is very close, the relationship between the two countries should not be so good, right? Faced with Louise's curiosity, Ichiro was even more excited. Just because of the name that would appear next. Yes. So this will mention a very key person. That is our fox-faced priestess. Our Lady Vivian. Vivian? Fox-faced priestess? Louise showed a rare surprised expression. Because of the word fox-faced, which is very directional, Louise can only think of the successor of the little fox of Ye Shrine. But, wait a minute. Mr. Ichiro. Vivian. Isn't this a name from the Thousand Islands? Why does it sound like someone from the Flame Domain? This is what surprised Louise. After all, she was familiar with the little fox back then, and she knew his stubborn and picky personality. He would not tolerate any evil thoughts in his eyes, and he attached great importance to tradition. He must be sincere to the Thousand Islands. But now he actually chose a foreigner to entrust the Ye Shrine to. This can only prove that this foreigner, whether in character or ability, made the little fox spirit find no reason to refuse. Interesting. Louise felt a sense of freshness for the first time in a long time. She went out for the first time after taking a nap for decades. And she met such interesting people and things. This trip to the Thousand Islands was really the right one. Just as Louise was sighing in her heart. The next second, she heard even more shocking news from Ichiro. That's right. Lady Vivian was born in the Flame Domain, and has a very deep network of contacts in the Flame Domain. According to gossip, when the three magistrates asked for help from the Flame Domain earlier, the Flame Domain's attitude was very cold. But later when Vivian came forward and issued a commission, it was still through the unofficial channel of the Civilian Adventurer Association. As a result, the three major forces of the Flame Domain, the Fire God Cult, the Nobles, and the Knights, almost came out in full force, especially the extraordinary wizard I just mentioned to you. In order to reach the Thousand Islands earlier, during the voyage, he almost used wind magic to speed up the fleet throughout the journey. He directly shortened the 1-week voyage to less than 3 days. And when he arrived, he really saw Our Lady Vivian. According to the description of colleagues on the ship at the time, the arrogant wizard was in front of our fox-faced priestess. When Ichiro said this, he subconsciously looked around to see if there was anyone around. And then he leaned closer and whispered, but he has been asking about her well-being and showing his courtesy. He doesn't look like an archbishop at all. He looks like a pursuer. Pursuer. After hearing the warrior's words, Louise covered her mouth as if she had eaten a big melon. The little nerd in Yenyu, who was identified by herself as a pure wooden man, who was thrown into a group of little Lolita and still calmly read books, and who would never open up in this life, actually had a little girl who could make such a blockhead's hard move. No. Judging from the description in the warrior's painting, this is more than just a hard move. Isn't this a pure dog liquor? Phew? Louise couldn't help laughing. She even showed an expression of excitement that was more interesting than the fact that Vivian, a foreigner, was chosen by the Ye Shrine. After all, women, no matter how old they are, love to hear gossip. Really? How can Vivian be so charming? Isn't it? And the charm of our fox-faced priestess is not limited to the opposite sex. I have heard that there is also a young countess who came with the Flame Domain fleet to support this time. She is also a good friend of the priestess. The relationship is very special. They can even walk hand in hand together. Could it be that the countess? Louise thought. Because if she remembered correctly, there were only 3 earls in the Flame Domain, and the one whose heir was a daughter should be the only one left. Was she also in the Thousand Islands? Was she still in contact with the heir chosen by the little fox? Oh! This trip to the Thousand Islands was really full of surprises. Louise's original plan was to take Xiao away, so that he would not be involved in the destruction of the Thousand Islands. But now it seems that the situation in the Thousand Islands is much better and more interesting than she imagined. By the way, Mr. Ichiro, how do you know Vivian so well? Even if you are not there, you can still find out so much detail. It seems that you pay special attention to her? Well, that's just because. Yes, it's all my friend. My friend was a bad supervisor on the astrologist. After being redeemed by Vivian, he not only found his original intention, but also broke through the bottleneck and was promoted to a higher position. He has become a fanatical fan of Lady Vivian. He always tells me about Vivian when we meet. I heard all the above from him. I haven't joined any Fox-Masked Priestess fan club, nor bought any posters of Vivian-sama. And I won't ask for the update of the light novel specifically about Fox-Masked Priestess. It's all my friend. My friend. I have actually talked about him every time. How can a small person like Vivian-sama? He also dreams of contributing his efforts, so that Vivian can remember his name. Who is he? He is not afraid of being laughed at by others. But my friend just doesn't listen. Hey. Ichiro's voice became lower and lower, and his face showed a lonely expression. On the other side. I see. Louise nodded as if she understood. She suddenly smiled, and her agate-like, beautiful red eyes stared at the lost warrior in front of her, raising a white finger in front of Ichiro. Louise said with a smile. But Mr. Ichiro, I think the problem is not your friend, but you. Pursuing beauty is the right of everyone, regardless of whether you are a supernatural wizard or a captain of a small patrol ship. And reminiscence flashed in the depths of Louise's eyes, and she spoke seriously for the first time. Mr. Ichiro, don't think that ordinary people have no power. I have seen many times that even with mortal bodies, they have done things that even gods can't do. Since they can do it, you can do the same. Mr. Ichiro, be confident. Liking others is never a shameful thing. On the contrary, it is because of this emotion that gives mortals power and allows them to do things that are impossible in the eyes of outsiders. Who knows? Mr. Ichiro, you can also rely on this emotion to become a key link in saving the Thousand Islands? Really? Really? I understand that mortals can do this. Ms. Louise, you are the first one to affirm me. My friend. I will definitely convey these words to him and make him confident. Thank you on behalf of my friend. Ah. Louise held her forehead helplessly. Speaking of which, Mr. Ichiro, look at the big crab shell half exposed above the sea. Is it the leader monster of the third wave you mentioned before? Chapter 389. Looking in the direction Louise pointed, Ichiro suddenly woke up from his idle chat. It turned out that while they were chatting, the reconnaissance ship had already sailed to the abyss sea outside the defense line. This made Ichiro, who came to his senses, sweat on his back, and was extremely grateful that he had not encountered any monsters on the way. And it can be seen that not far in the sea area directly in front of him, a huge dark brown crab shell, covered with moss and unknown silt, is so large that if you don't look carefully from a distance, you may mistake it for a floating island. Around their reconnaissance ship, many similar three-commissioned ships also appeared one after another. Their tasks were obviously the same as Ichiro's, responsible for tracking the movements of the devil crab, judging its final landing point based on the opponent's route, and then gathering people in advance, or intercepting it, or setting traps and props at the end. Following the devil king crab, there were a large number of other abyss creatures. Several reconnaissance ships had been forced to distance themselves from the monsters, or had already engaged them. Only the reconnaissance ship led by Ichiro seemed to be invisible, and there was no abyss monster around to interfere. Such a great opportunity made Ichiro nervous and excited. He even forgot that there was Louise next to him. He was concentrating on operating the reconnaissance ship to follow the Devil King crab diagonally, and kept instructing his crew to report the intelligence. Finally, Ichiro suddenly let out a long breath, and his sweaty hand on the joystick finally let go. The shadow of an island appeared right in front of them. If they walked further, they would enter the shallow water area. This island, which was similar to a defense line, was obviously the breakthrough target of the devil crab. At this point, the mission of these reconnaissance ships had been completed. The next step was to hand it over to the devil crab. Whoosh! A thunderous sound of breaking through the air sounded, followed by a purple light that shot out from the island shore at lightning speed. and in the blink of an eye it arrived in front of the group of creatures led by the devil crab. Only here could we vaguely see that it was not real lightning, but an arrow wrapped in thunder. Boom! After the arrow landed accurately at the center of the monster group, it actually exploded directly. The violent thunder on the arrow spread wildly in an instant, as if it was really hit by a thunderbolt. Countless creatures caught off guard were seriously injured and blown away without even time to react, and the weaker ones were directly annihilated in the purple light of thunder. Look, Ms. Louise, it's Lord Luosha who has taken action. Ichiro, who had moored the reconnaissance ship on the sea to watch the battle, couldn't help but applaud and excitedly punched at this scene. On the other side, Louise, who was at the bow, had already set her sights on the figure of a cold female general with purple hair on the opposite island shore without him saying anything. Shoot! Six-Path Luosha shouted fiercely and issued an order. The rows of archers who had been waiting on the shore for a long time and were ready to go all shot their bows. And before the fallen Abyss army led by the Demon King Crab landed on the shore, they launched a round of arrow rain to weaken it. But weakening is only weakening after all, if you want to really stop the monsters of the fallen Abyss. Close combat is the inevitable main battlefield, when the vanguard monsters of the fallen Abyss army, facing the rain of arrows, and various amphibious creatures of the fallen Abyss were about to climb ashore. Lu Dao Luosha ordered the archers to retreat. And then, Brother Ming, let's get started. Now the experience bar is only one section away from level 20. I won't log off until I upgrade today. Everyone, get out. Yesterday, I just brushed out a top-quality double explosion weapon. Today, no one can stop me from killing everyone. Watch my performance. That's it. My evaluation is that it is not as good as our brother Kai's full defense assassin. Do you understand the tank assassin? When an assassin is meaty enough, what is there to be afraid of? Earn activity points. Go! The indigenous soldiers of the Great Purification retreated tacitly, and countless players, like a tide, shouted excitedly and began to emerge from all directions, taking over the main battlefield. For a while, skills flew, and various lights and shadows flickered on the chaotic battlefield. A steady stream of fallen creatures launched attacks from the shore, trying to occupy the coastline. But each offensive was suppressed by the player army that had gathered in advance. The soldiers of the Great Purification were not idle either, and they climbed up the various fortifications built in advance and continued to provide fire support from a long distance. At present, the fallen Abyss army has no advantage at all, and there is even a faint posture of being pushed back into the sea by the player army. If this continues, it is only a matter of time before the opponent is forced to retreat. Ms. Louise, how about it? Now you know why we are not afraid. Ichiro looked at the battle on the shore of the island, feeling a kind of blood boiling, wishing that he could join the battle and fight the monsters. But Louise's focus was on the large number of foreigners on the battlefield. Mr. Ichiro, I'm curious, how can you command and gather so many foreigners? No. Ms. Louise, you overestimate us. The three magistrates don't have this ability. When the foreigners first came, the three magistrates were afraid and rejected and drove them to Sakurajima. It was not until the appearance of the fox-faced priestess that the foreigners were able to gain a foothold on Sakurajima. Then, under the leadership of the fox-faced priestess, the curse on the Thousand Islands, which has been recognized as the island of disaster for hundreds of years, was exorcised. So these foreigners are all from Lady Vivian's army, and they only obey the fox-masked priestess. They are just temporarily loaned to us. Once the disaster is over, we will have to return them to Sakurajima. Looking at the proud look on the face of the samurai opposite, Louise couldn't help but hold her forehead and asked, Mr. Ichiro, do you still remember that you are a member of the three magistrates? Of course. Okay. At the same time, on the other side, also in a place with a wide view overlooking the entire battlefield, a handsome foreign blonde youth and a petite white-haired Lolita girl wearing a Lolita dress beside him were also paying attention to the situation below, seeing that the players were able to fight the monsters of the Abyss on equal terms. The white-haired Lolita couldn't help but say, Doctor, I think we have to reevaluate the strategic value of the foreigners, judging from their current performance. If we can also form a foreigner army of this scale. Well, indeed, the idea is good, but you also mentioned the scale, which is the key point. How can we, Winter, be like that little girl, and make such a large number of foreigners highly obedient, form cohesion, and serve the Ice Queen? This is our next topic to study. Yes, doctor. Looking at the serious look of the white-haired Lolita, the blonde young man waved his hand comfortably. Well, today I was able to see for the first time that the strangers had changed from quantitative to qualitative changes. So it was not in vain. Have you collected all the data records? Whether it is the fallen abyss or the strangers, they have already collected all the data. But according to the current analysis of the combat power of the Thousand Islands, we may not be able to record the complete data of the leader of the fallen abyss like the last wave. Well, the combat power of the high-level forces of the Thousand Islands this time is indeed beyond my imagination. The last giant crocodile did not even last a minute in the hands of that little girl. The blonde young man shook his head with a little regret. But soon when his sight turned to the battle situation again, the blonde young man squinted and smiled and said, "But don't worry this time. This big crab is not ordinary. As long as there is no big accident, we will definitely have enough time to collect the data we want." As the blonde youth was talking, the battle situation below began to change subtly, because the devil crab, which had been staying in the shallow water without moving, finally crawled up. Its huge body almost occupied more than half of the main battlefield on the shore. Players tried to throw skills at the devil crab, but the results were not satisfactory. They could not stop the advance of this land tank, so they were forced to retreat. Once the player army was forced back by the devil crab, the gaps exposed were immediately filled by the fallen creatures following the devil crab. If this continued, although the devil crab carried a heavy shell and did not move fast, if it could not stop its advancement, the defense line would be lost sooner or later. There were also some players who were too eager to fight and did not retreat in time, when they wanted to retreat after their skills were recharged and their supplies were exhausted. They found themselves trapped in the encirclement of the fallen creatures. This was not the worst. The more dangerous situation was that they were stuck in the way of the devil crab. The two pairs of huge claws were raised high and were about to swing down fiercely with the small bodies of the players. It was impossible to block the attack of the boss. Swish! A blood-colored spear was thrown from the back of the battlefield, and it actually knocked away one of the huge claws of the devil crab. Then, following the blood spear, there was a figure of a young man. After he quickly regripped the blood spear, he gave up the great opportunity to break the left claw and chose to defend. He turned the blood spear horizontally to block the right claw of the king crab. And the reason why he chose to do this was, "You, hurry up." The young man blocked the crab claws and struggled with it, while turning his face to the side and urging the players in a cold tone. Although the tone was cold, the players' hearts were warm. "Master Shao came to save me. He really has me in his heart. Woohoo! Don't stay in this barber shop anymore. Retreat quickly." After the players quickly retreated and left the attack range of the king crab and returned to the safe area, Shao made a clever move and stopped struggling with the two king crab's giant claws. He pointed his toes, held the blood spear and pulled away, confronting them. Until here, on the reconnaissance ship watching the whole battle on the sea, Ichiro wiped the sweat from his forehead and took a long breath. Huh? It was so dangerous just now. Fortunately, Lord Owl arrived in time. Ms. Louise, the one holding the blood spear, is Lord Owl, one of the subordinates of the fox-faced priestess, also from Sakurajima. With superb strength, Ichiro was still introducing Louise, but in fact Louise had already paid attention to the figure of the blood spear young man, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. "Oh my! It's been a long time since I last saw him. And this kid owl can actually use his spear with killing ability for defense, and no longer insist on attacking. TSK. This progress is not small. And no wonder. I said that the breathing method used by these foreigners in battle looked a little familiar. Well, now I have the answer." Louise nodded thoughtfully, watching Shao join the battle, commenting to herself like a judge. "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really couldn't imagine that the child who always fought alone and kept people at a distance could actually fight with others, and taught so many foreigners who had comprehended the breath of blood, and even willingly became someone else's subordinate." Louise sighed as she spoke, with a little frustration on her face. So, even a problem kid that even I, a mother, was helpless with, ended up coming to Thousand Islands for less than a month. And his whole personality has improved a little bit? Is that Vivian really that powerful? In this comparison, am I a failure as a mother? But soon, the sad expression on the beautiful woman's face turned into excitement. "Oh, no, that's not right. So, should I throw each child to that little girl in the future? And I won't have to worry about anything in the future? I can sleep in the coffin with peace of mind? Well, this is a good idea. What? Ms. Louise, what did you say? Ichiro didn't know if there was something wrong with his hearing. It was always good and bad. No. Just a little complaint. By the way, Mr. Ichiro, what do you think of the current battle situation? With Lord Owl and Lord Lusha here, of course we will win. Right? Ichiro answered without hesitation. This is indeed the case. The king crab that attacked the players with its heavy claws was not so calm when facing the attacks of Owl and Rokuto Rosa. Because if the king crab wanted to move, it would inevitably expose parts that were not protected by the shell. And Owl and Rokuto Rosa could accurately seize such opportunities and attack the vulnerable parts of the king crab. After just a few rounds, the king crab was covered with wounds, and its breath was almost half as weak as at the beginning. If it worked harder, it would not be a problem to eliminate this wave leader. The giant crocodile in the last wave was almost exactly the same as the current situation. And it was even faster, because Vivian was personally involved. Although Vivian did not show up this time for some reason. Since there was a successful precedent, Ichiro and the players, and the three magistrates of the Tsushima side on the battlefield were full of confidence. But Louise shook her head and said, Mr. Ichiro, I think this leader monster is not that simple. I suggest you notify the three magistrates as soon as possible. Prepare more supplies, and be prepared to fight a protracted war with this big crab here. But Louise's advice was not taken seriously by Ichiro. Protracted war? Don't worry, Ms. Louise. In my opinion, this demon king crab will not be able to hold on for at most a quarter of an hour. Ichiro said with great certainty. Then how about we make a bet? Mr. Ichiro? It won't take a quarter of an hour. If you can't deal with this demon king crab within an hour, you will do what I say. And then, pack up your most treasured set of picture books, posters, and light novels about the fox-masked priestess and give them to me. Louise's eyes sparkled at the end. Of course, it's a bet. Although I don't think I will lose. If you, Tsushima, can really turn this big crab into a braised crab within an hour, then I will fulfill your modest wish. Mr. Ichiro. Chapter 390. This bet is really a bit big for Ichiro, and he feels that he has suffered a great loss. Ichiro especially wants to ask Louise, what is your identity? How can you say such a big thing so casually? But it doesn't matter. Not to mention that it is not an excessive wish. Even if it is excessive, Ichiro does not want it. But any evil thoughts will be a stain on him. A loyal believer of the fox-faced witch. If he really makes a wish, Ichiro only hopes that he can be a hero like the great wizard who came from the flame realm. Even if it is very short. So that at least he will be different from those passers-by in Lady Vivian's heart. And his name can be remembered. That's all. This is Ichiro's biggest wish. But think about it. How is it possible? Although Ichiro was inspired by Louise's words that ordinary people can also achieve great things, he still regarded it as chicken soup for motivation in his heart. And he still didn't believe it deep down. But anyway. Okay, Ms. Louise. I promise you. But this is just to prove to you that we, the people of the Kuril Islands, trust the three Privy Council, Sakurajima, and everyone on the front line. So even if you lose, I don't need you to fulfill any of my wishes. After all, my biggest wish is that the Kuril Islands can survive this disaster safely. After Ichiro's serious words, Louise just smiled, and then continued to focus on the battle without saying much. While the two were talking, the battle situation changed again. The huge body of the devil crab used to force the players back became its biggest disadvantage when facing agile players like Xiao. It has only three ways of attacking, using its limbs to collide and step on, using its pincers to swing and sweep, and finally spraying high-pressure water lines from its mouth. The first two were useless in front of Zhao's agile body movements. It couldn't even touch the edge of the young man's clothes. On the contrary, because of the amplitude of the attack, more of its weaknesses were exposed outside the shell, and Xiao used his blood spear to poke blood holes one after another. With the extremely strong recovery ability of the creatures of the fallen abyss, it is reasonable that as a leader, the wound should be able to heal quickly. But in fact it didn't. On the contrary, the color of the wound was still getting darker. This is the strength of Xiao as a blood clan. Or it can be said to be authority. As long as the attack hits, the enemy will be given a negative buff of bleeding continuously. When the devil crab may also be angry, it finally stops using its bulky body and locks on the figure of the owl, and shoots out a rapid high-pressure water line from its mouth. Whoosh! A purple arrow that seems to have been waiting for a long time arrives in an instant. Although the high-pressure water line is fast and lethal, if it wants to be launched, it will inevitably expose its most vulnerable and soft-mouthed part. And this is the opportunity that Lu Dao Lu Sha wants to seize. Even if the entire spitting process may only take a few fractions of a second, it is more than enough for Lu Dao Lu Sha. The arrow filled with thunder accurately penetrated into the devil crab's mouth, and then a strong purple light burst out from the head of this crab. The explosive power of the surging thunder almost knocked the devil crab down. It retreated several steps with a bang 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 sound. A lightning arrow was forced into its mouth. Now the whole crab seemed to be a little stunned. On the other hand, due to the suppression of the devil crab by Xiao and Lu Dao Lu Sha, the players who were originally forced to retreat by the boss were able to launch an attack again and snatch back the lost beach position from the fallen creatures. Even with the mentality of hitting the drowning dog, the players continued to throw skills at the devil crab, even if most of the damage was offset each time. Even if it was only 1 point of damage, the accumulation of so many players would not be less than adding insult to injury to the devil crab. From the player's perspective, the health of this demon king crab is decreasing rapidly, and the thick tube of blood is about to be halfway down. How is it, Ms. Louise? What did I say? This big crab seems to be not as powerful as the giant crocodile in the previous wave. It doesn't even have a decent means of attack and can only passively take the beating. Now it seems that I probably said too much in the previous quarter of an hour. In a few more rounds, this crab will have to die here. Ichiro on the reconnaissance ship was very relieved when he saw the miserable appearance of the demon king crab, and he spoke more and more confidently. However, Mr. Ichiro, why did the crab suddenly stop moving? Louise pointed over in surprise, when Ichiro quickly turned his head and looked at the battle situation again. What? Not only Ichiro was a little stunned, but most of the players and soldiers on the battlefield were also stunned, because they saw that the scarred devil crab suddenly sank in place. And then before anyone could react, all its exposed parts were retracted into its huge and tough shell. From a distance, it was as if there was a small hill covered with mud and moss on the beach. The previous waves of the monsters that descended from the abyss always attacked crazily and never retreated. Not to mention that they were like this devil crab, shrinking and defending? At first, the players were overjoyed, thinking that this was a living target, and started to throw skills wildly. But when the damage numbers came out, they were dumbfounded. All 0. In the previous active form, even if the players had dealt less damage, they could still deal dozens, and some powerful ones could even deal hundreds. But now it was 0. What happened? The loss of damage was not the most frustrating thing for the players, but the most anxious thing for the players was that the health bar of the Demon King Crab, which they had finally beaten to less than half health, actually started to rise again. Lu Dao Luosha and Xiao could not have failed to notice this. Of course, they couldn't just let the Demon King Crab start to recover and heal itself. However, swish, the same purple arrows, with thunderous sound, shot towards the mouth of the crab shell of the Devil King Crab. But who would have thought that after the explosion of thunder power ended, the crab shell was completely unscathed. Those purple thunders ran wildly on the surface of the crab shell, but could no longer penetrate deeply, and were completely isolated from the outside. After a few breaths, they were completely absorbed by the mud on the crab shell, and there was no trace of them at all. On the other side, Zhao's indestructible blood spear seemed to have encountered a strong shield. He kept trying to find the weakness of the Devil King Crab in its parasitic form, but unfortunately, the opponent did not leave Xiao even a little gap. This completely abandoned the attack and completely turned into a pure defensive form. It can be said that Xiao, a high-frequency player with low single damage, was completely restrained. After finding out that they couldn't do anything to the Devil Crab that was defending desperately, the players were optimistic at first and thought that it was no big deal, and that the opponent had lost a boss-level combat power. But as time went on, everyone realized that something was wrong. If this leader boss could not be killed and it stayed here, then the third wave of the Abyss would never end. They could kill the Abyss creatures that kept coming one after another once, 3 times, and 5 times, but they couldn't bear it anymore. As they were consumed more and more, the defense line became more and more fragile. Over time, the devil crab really didn't have to do anything. It just needed to stay alive. And it could rely on the endless supply of abyss creatures under its command to break through their defense line. Damn it! Everyone gradually realized the serious consequences. But the more anxious they were to kill the demon crab, the more power they put into attacking it. As a result, the demon crab in its parasitic form remained safe and sound. But because its power was dispersed, its power against ordinary creatures of the abyss became weaker, and its defense line became more vulnerable. This led to a vicious cycle. If the demon crab was not attacked, the defense line would be dragged down sooner or later. But if the demon crab was attacked, the defense line would be in danger due to the dispersion of power. Ichiro on the reconnaissance ship was already as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Just when Louise was about to speak and ask Ichiro to admit defeat and report the situation here to the headquarters of the three magistrates as soon as possible, suddenly, from the sky above the distant island, a black dot was approaching quickly. After just a few breaths, all the soldiers and players on the battlefield could see the little girl floating in the air holding a black sickle. It's the fox-faced priestess. Lady Vivian is here. I knew it. How could my Vivian be absent at such an occasion? Okay. Now everyone is relieved. Damn. This stinky crab. Renamed Stinky Turtle. We can't do anything to you. But it won't take a minute for the priestess to deal with you. Well, don't be too optimistic. I think with the tankiness of this crab, even if Vivian comes, it may not be able to break the defense. Not necessarily. Brother, you are a newbie, right? Do you understand the value of the official daughter? Pick up a small stool and watch the CG. What should I say? Seeing is believing. Louise was skeptical when Ichiro praised Vivian to the sky before. But now, just the little girl's figure went to that station, without even saying a word. And the direction of the wind on the battlefield changed. The impatience, tension, and panic brought by the devil crab disappeared, replaced by cheers and excitement. Many foreigners even put away their weapons and watched attentively, as if as long as the little girl came out, they didn't need to do anything, and they could just win without doing anything. Okay. For the first time, Louise was fully alert and began to concentrate on the black sickle girl floating in the sky. She wanted to see what solution you would give to this situation. Feeling the countless expectant eyes were gathered on her, Vivian took a deep breath. At this time, Xiao and Lu Dao Luosha also came to the left and right of the little girl. That guy is very hard. I can't break its defense, the cold young man said concisely. Lu Dao Luosha also shook his head at Vivian, indicating that his arrows were powerless. The little girl didn't say anything first, but rushed directly towards the devil crab. No matter what, she would give this guy a sickle first. Then, as expected, ding! The black sickle was bounced away, and a huge recoil force came from the palm. Looking at the place where the sickle had passed, there was only a very small sickle mark. How could it be? Even Vivian. Some players below showed a disappointed expression. What did I say? Don't be blindly optimistic. Vivian is not Feng Aotian, and it is impossible for her to do everything. So what should we do now? No. Wait. You see the witch sister's appearance. It seems not surprising. I feel that there must be a trump card behind it. Facts have proved that this player's observation is correct. After Vivian symbolically chopped down the sickle, as if to try her hand, she quickly retreated. And in the little girl's mind, another me. You see, what Xiaohei said is right. Brute force won't work. Humph. I just didn't use my full strength. If I am given enough time to prepare, I will definitely be able to break that big guy. Okay. I believe you. After pacifying the second personality, Vivian came to Lu Dao Luosha again. Lord Luosha, can you please give an order for everyone to retreat? What retreat? Lu Dao Luosha repeated in surprise. Yes, Lord Luosha. Please believe me. You must keep everyone away from the devil crab. Otherwise I am afraid that it will affect and hurt everyone next. Affected? Injured? Forget it. I understand. Lu Dao Luosha resisted asking further questions and immediately followed Vivian's instructions. Although the players and the three magistrates on the battlefield were confused, they no longer hesitated after learning that it was Vivian's intention. They retreated and began to voluntarily give up the battlefield. At the same time, Vivian also used magic to transmit the sound, and began to repeat it in this area, asking everyone to leave. Please stay away from this area immediately. Repeat. Please stay away from this area immediately. Listening to the magic sound echoing in my ears, the white-haired lowly on the hillside asked the blonde young man next to her. Doctor, we are also in the area, Vivian warned. Do we need to leave? No need. The blonde young man looked at the little girl in the air with curiosity. Even he was a little confused about what Vivian was doing. Of course, he would not leave. However, just in case, you should activate the defense barrier to the highest level. Yes, Doctor. Please leave this area immediately. Repeat. Please leave this area immediately. The reconnaissance ship near the coast was also within Vivian's warning range. Ichiro was about to leave immediately after seeing this. But, Mr. Ichiro, aren't you curious about what your most respected fox-face priestess is going to do? Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Even if something does happen, I'm here. Let's not leave. It's good to stay here. The view is the best. Under Louise's temptation, Ichiro finally compromised. The other patrol ships began to run out, and only his ship was still parked nearby to watch the battle. But just like the doctor and the lowly on the hillside, Louise also had her own methods to erase their presence, making it difficult for people to notice. So after Vivian shouted for the last time and confirmed that there was no one around, she saw the little girl flying again, above the parasitic form of the devil crab. And this time it was right in the sky. What's more puzzling is that there was no weapon in Vivian's hand. What is she going to do? The only ones left in this area, the doctor and Louise, were wondering. But then, Vivian gave them the answer. A magic circle began to rise under the girl's feet. So she was going to attack with magic? The doctor and Louise in the dark shook their heads. The thunder arrows of the Six Paths Raza had already proved that the mud on the crab shell of the Demon King Crab had extremely high magic resistance. Pure magic, even if it was super level, would probably not have much effect. However, they soon found out that they were wrong. Wait a minute. This is teleportation magic? Yes. The doctor and Louise were not mistaken. It was teleportation magic. Counting the countdown of the teleportation magic silently. At the last second, the little girl raised her arms and began to wave them violently in a distant direction, like a guiding signal. Immediately afterwards, Vivian's shout rang in the ears of the doctor and Louise. Shao hey! Fire! Shao! Even the black characters hadn't reacted yet. Boom! Even if they were far away, they could hear the thunderous sound, as if the sky had been hit by a club. Then, from the edge of the distant sky, a small light spot came, which was rapidly expanding at the speed of a blink of an eye, and finally turned into a meteor-like artillery attack, falling directly to the place where Vivian was just now. That is, right above the devil crab. Buzz! It was no longer a rumble, but a loud sound that only caused tinnitus. After a thousandth of a second, nothing could be seen. Only the daylight from the explosion filled the entire field of vision. Almost 10 seconds later, the vision was clear again. The beach? No. It should be the bay now. A pit several tens of meters deep made the coast of the shallow water area an inlet, and there was no trace of the beach. As for the creatures in the abyss, they had long disappeared, as if they had evaporated under the white light. Only when you look into the deepest center of the pit, you can see wisps of white smoke rising up, and the pungent smell of burning begins to spread. The crab shell of the Devil King Crab, which was absolutely defensive and could not be stopped by the thunder arrows and the blood spear of the owl, now surprisingly had a big hole in it. The white smoke and the smell of burnt wood just now came from here. Of course, the Devil King Crab was not the only one in such a miserable state. In the pile of rubble collapsed by the aftermath, the dusty white-haired lowly struggled to crawl out, and then quickly dug out another lame blonde youth from under the rocks. On a reconnaissance ship on the sea, Ichiro and all the crew members were stunned, as if they were stupid, while Ms. Louise, who was trying her best to maintain her elegance and combing her messy hair, patted her chest proudly. Huh? Fortunately, I reacted. Louise didn't even finish her sigh. She suddenly glared, because she saw the little girl who had just passed through the teleportation array was teleported back again. Then Vivian looked down and saw the devil crab that seemed to be not dead yet and still had half a breath. So, score twice. The light of the teleportation array lit up from under Vivian's feet. Wait a minute. The bombardment of that power could only be from the Annihilation Star. But the Annihilation Star could never be fired continuously, and it had to be cooled down. What do you mean now? Still coming? Vivian answered Ms. Louise's question with the simplest 6 words. Xiao Hei. Another shot. The little girl's voice was fine. But the white-haired lowly, who had just crawled out of the rubble. No. Doctor. She wants more. On the reconnaissance ship, Ms. Louise with messy hair, the third blood clan ancestor, who had persisted in not swearing for 120 years, 4 months and 21 days, finally gave her day 0 to the little girl on this day. Boom. Chapter 391 Breakthrough. Bad girl. And smart doll. Ding. You successfully killed the LV-49 Abyss leader, the Devil King Crab. Ding. You gain 53 W experience points. 1000 Island Reputation plus 1000. Ding. You have been upgraded to level 50. Your natal contracted beast Xiao Hei has been upgraded to level 40 and entered the semi-mature stage. You can no longer upgrade the level and gain experience points before breaking through. Ding. Do you want to break through for your summoned beast Xiao Hei immediately? Warning, the higher the bloodline grade of the monster, the greater the risk of breaking through. Please be sure to prepare before breaking through. If you fail, you may face bloodline damage, grade reduction, or even life-threatening danger, and you will never be able to break through again. Hint 1. Perhaps preparing some solid defenses can significantly increase the success rate of breakthrough. Hint 2. Operating the long and thick black barrel. After firing 2 shots with great pleasure, the little wolf cub felt extremely refreshed all over his body, and every cell in his body seemed to be in joy, making him unable to help stretching his limbs and rubbing his paws, wishing he could do it a few more times. Maybe. This is the most simple and unpretentious happiness of every male. But unfortunately, there are only 2 Annihilator stars in total, and now the muzzles are all smoking. It is impossible to start firing again without cooling for half a day. Besides, whether it is from the signal sent by Vivian or the system prompt, there is really no need for the 3rd shot. Speaking of system prompts, to be a little selfish, Vivian was able to reach level 50 so quickly because of the Abyss descent. There were endless Abyss creatures, and there was no psychological burden to kill. There was an incomparable better place to level up. A girl with no player system can completely regard the Abyss descent as a small event like the current players. As we all know, events are always the least efficient way to improve strength. That is one of the reasons why the Big Wolf Cub supported and encouraged Vivian to stay in the 1000 Islands. Of course, those dark thoughts should be left to the Bad Wolf Cub. As Vivian entered level 70, the Wolf Cub who shared experience also successfully reached level 70. The reason for the difference of 10 levels is that monsters need less experience points than humans, and forbidden monsters need double that. Bloodline brings authority and power, but also brings restraint. As early as the first retreat into the Abyss, this 4-branched snake, which is also a forbidden monster and a younger generation, had warned the Wolf Cub that the forbidden road is definitely not so easy to walk. It may still be obvious in the early stage, but the further you go, the more restricted you will be. The breakthrough prompted by the system now is probably like this. Although the Wolf Cub has not yet learned the specific form and difficulty of that breakthrough. I learned about it from the fire god Alice when I was in the flame domain. There has never been a complete body of the forbidden monster in the world. It is conceivable that the breakthrough is extremely risky. The further you go, the more you risk your life. Many forbidden monsters are stuck at the perfect form level. So after being unsure, the Big Wolf Cub firmly chose no. Suddenly, this last feeling of comfort all over the body finally came in like a tide, and the restless body gradually calmed down. That is the advantage of the player template. If it were a forbidden monster like this, it would probably not have the ability to suppress. Even if it tried hard to suppress it, its strength would always be forced to increase to the critical point by the forbidden bloodline, and then it would be forced to break through weakly. The Big Wolf Cub is the same. If I want, I can stay at level 70 for my whole life. All the power that I don't increase, that is, experience points, will be automatically blocked by the system. At first glance, it seems that it is a loss to have a way to upgrade and gain experience points. But in fact, it is definitely a good thing, because it means that I have unlimited time to prepare for the breakthrough until the success rate of the breakthrough is close to 100%. And the first thing that comes from the system prompt that can help me break through is a defensive thing? Shua. It should be this classic way of being struck by lightning to survive the tribulation? Well, Then I have to find a powerful guy who specializes in defense. After keeping an eye on it, the big wolf boy put the matter aside for the time being. Anyway, time is short, and there is no time to waste. The more important thing at the moment is to meet up with Vivian, and see what the situation is like on the battlefield. He said hello to Sun Yan, who was obviously thinner. Ahem. He had successfully lost weight, and asked the big sparrow to keep an eye on the 2 annihilation stars. Then, the transmission light flashed on the big wolf boy's feet. Buzz! Before the light flashed, the first picture that appeared in front of the big wolf boy was an island with a missing corner. From a close distance, it looked like a round cookie with a bite taken out. This upper mouth place was undoubtedly the location where his annihilation star was bombarded. Well, it's wrong. It's wrong. It's a waste of time and energy. The power is really something. When the big wolf cub's eyes were shining, excited and satisfied, Vivian, the perpetrator at the scene, saw that her accomplice finally came, and she ran over to cuddle with relief, and stopped stroking the big wolf cub. Whenever the big girl was in a state of anxiety, only stroking Dubai could make her feel relieved, and it became a habitual action over time. As for the cause, it was already horrible. Almost no grass was growing, and the coast was scorched and pitted in front of the annihilation star. The aftermath of the bombardment destroyed several nearby hills, causing small pieces of mountain collapse. And it was like an island. Vivian held it in for a long time, and finally leaned close to the big wolf cub's ear and whispered, "Dubai. He said you will be fine, right?" In response, the big wolf cub rolled his eyes at his girl. When he called for the 7th shot, his voice was very low, and he was completely excited. But now that the shot was over, and he was satisfied, he was afraid when he came to his senses. Bah! Scumbag! After scorning the girl, Liao Zishuan waved his claws, not caring at all, and told Vivian that we were firing at public expense, and we just needed compensation. I was going to ask the 8th executive to reimburse in advance. Seeing that Vivian was still embarrassed, the big wolf cub pointed upwards. Yes, just look at the reaction of the little family. Before the devil crab was bombarded into a braised crab, it also announced the beginning of the 8th wave of the abyss. These creatures in the abyss in front of them retreated one after another until they completely disappeared from sight. Afterwards, following Vivian's instructions, the 1,000 island troops that entered the range of the annihilation star cheered and rushed down again. Everyone wanted to see what the white light and the loud bang were. And the old players, who had experienced the battle of the Sakuraji Island Demon Tide, had a vague guess in their hearts. When the players' small army finally returned to the former main battlefield out of curiosity, they saw this tragic scene that was turned from a beach to a bay by the giant cannon. Oh my god! What is that? It should be the Northern Cross. You also saw similar artillery fire on Sakuraji Island. Yes, you just confirmed with your friends on Sakuraji Island that the Northern Cross is still parked in Yixi. It should be. And their power is several times weaker than that of the Northern Cross at that time. Right? Yes. 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 And we clearly heard 2 cannon shots. Even if one of them was the Northern Cross. What was the other one? Don't make blind guesses. You are an official man. A socialite in the flame domain. It is reasonable for Vivian, the bulldozer, to shoot cannons. Right? Fox-face wizard Vivian? Fox-face cannon king Vivian. Where is the person who said that Vivian would definitely be able to deal with the turtle crab? Come out. Vivian wants to treat you to a braised crab meat feast. May the world be nuclear free. Wei Min. A small group of players were talking coldly. And then, they either stood by the cannon pit or jumped out of the pit directly to take pictures with the braised crab and take pictures as a souvenir. The native soldiers of the 8th Purgatory were also a few who breathed a sigh of relief and sat on the ground, looking at the figure of the big girl in the air, with admiration and a little less fear. Indeed, anyone would be afraid. If she makes that lady angry someday, she will come to our Yuyuan Island and do the same. Hiss. The soldiers of the small purgatory were trembling all over, and they were once again certain in their hearts that they would beat anyone to death before, but they would never offend that big lady. On the other side, when Vivian landed and came to the 8 Dao Isha, who had also rushed back to the scene, the big girl apologized in advance with great shame. To be honest, little wolf, you overestimated the power of the bombardment. Now that island. In fact, the first shot had already broken the crab shell defense. At that time, Even the players could have hacked it to death. It was completely necessary to fire the seventh shot. However, Vivian didn't nod her head at that time. She led to by fire another shot to finish off the crab. That was the smallest factor that made the girl feel guilty now. On the other side, Xiaolang waved his hand. What does he think of you? The eighth priest? It was not thanks to his secret weapon that you were able to end that wave of retreat. Come on. The value of an island is far greater than the breach of the defense line. What's more, there is still half of it. Dao Yixia comforted. But slowly you hesitated several times. And finally sighed helplessly. Just saying. If conditions permit, there will be no such little action last time. You hope that Vivian can still say hello to you, so that you can be better prepared and cooperate with his actions. For example, that time, if no one obeyed the command and evacuated the bombardment range in time. I'm afraid. When the little wolf spoke, Vivian nodded like a big chicken pecking at rice. But the big wolf cub in your arms pouted. After firing, the big girl deliberately used magic to transmit the sound, and the small loudspeaker shouted several times in the whole area, and gave enough time to evacuate. She also worriedly scanned the area with range magic to ensure that there would be no accidental injuries before giving the order to fire. Yes, there is really no one. He is stubborn. He listened to the advice and left. He even used disguise to avoid Vivian's detection magic, just to stay where he is. See it for yourself? Right? Yes. Yes. For those who are courting death, the big wolf cub has only one attitude. You deserve it. It's like meow. Doctor? Xia. Yes. The heart-wrenching cry of the gray-haired lowly echoed in the cave. A baby-like tender face, now half covered by mud, revealing a tearful eye. Half of the branch and fallen leaves, stuck under your dusty hair. And you don't care to pick it up again, because now under your knees is a seriously injured young man lying on the ground. If we say that before the first shot, Xia Loli's delayed deployment of the minimum power defense barrier blocked 10% of the aftermath impact. But the landslide in front of the byproduct, the rubble that fell, was not prevented in time and injured the doctor. We were actually not injured. But, just when you were still feeling lucky that the doctor's wit and wisdom, without foresight, the seventh shot came. Who could have thought of it? Who could have thought of it? One time is enough. And there is a seventh time. Xia Loli gritted her teeth. At that time, you could only open a complex barrier at the slowest speed, and then use your body to block the doctor. But unfortunately, we were still directly blown away by the air wave of the bombardment. After a while of spinning, it fell back to the ground, and it looked like it is now. It's hard to imagine that the blonde youth who was injured like that could still breathe, even speak. You were careless that time. Sasha's bombardment just now. Have you recorded the data? It's recorded, Doctor. After analyzing and comparing the database, it can be temporarily determined that it is the prototype of the legendary Annihilator under the Northern Cross. That's good. That's all valuable research data. Be sure to keep it well. The doctor showed a relieved expression on his face, but he was still spitting blood. Seeing this, Luo Xiaololi slowly cried. You are a combat specialized type, and you have no means to heal others. You can only watch the life breath under the doctor slip away rapidly. Sasha, before you left, he also advanced in and out of the 1,000 Islands. Later, he went to Gili to find the warden. I will pick him up. Don't think about continuing to collect data alone. He can be discovered by this girl. 2 executive officers have died at your hands. He must be careful to protect himself. For the dying doctor's last words, Luo Xiaololi has already burst into tears. Don't worry, Doctor. You will definitely hide yourself well. But one day, you will make this girl pay the price. As if he had heard Luo Xiaololi's promise, the blonde young man finally closed his eyes in worry and breathed again. But 28 seconds ago. By the way, remember to destroy Sasha's prosthetic body as well. It's to leave clues. Just like an old father who is always thinking of giving fewer instructions. But unfortunately, the prosthetic body is still infinite after all. Before that sentence, the blonde young man was completely dead. Before Luo Xiaololi burned the doctor's body with fire, she wiped her tearful little face and showed an expression of wanting to work hard. Although the doctor told you to go back to Gili and meet the warden, Luo Xiaololi was unwilling to escape in such a disgrace. Even if she went to collect data again, She would at most integrate the legacy of the next executive apostle in charge of the Thousand Islands project, the smallest legacy left by the apostles. Luo Shaloli recalled the time when she saw the small army of foreigners, which had already shown its strength, and then recalled what the doctor taught you, that we, Winter, must also learn to control foreigners like Vivian. So, Luo Shaloli immediately retrieved the database, and very slowly, a smug smile appeared under your tender face. Sure enough, there are still a group of foreigners who are still using the Eye of the Abyss. Before the death of the apostles, those foreigners who still gave up, betrayed the enemy, and succumbed to Vivian's power. Their loyalty can be seen, and those are the most precious legacy left to you by the apostles. You really have to listen to the doctor and give up the Thousand Islands. But after giving up, you have to take the power of those foreigners with you to return. Why can this girl borrow the power of foreigners? And you can? Luo Shaloli was determined to study the precious group of foreigners who were loyal to the organization, and use them as samples to replicate retrogressively, so that she could also form a small-scale foreigner army like Vivian, who was obedient and docile when there was no foreigner power. Before the warden joined, we, who had failed in Yenyu and Qiandao, would win in Gili's god-killing immortal plan. She clenched her big fist. Luo Shaloli hoped to prove to the doctor that even if the doctor was by her side, you could do nothing. After all, you are the executive doll of the 8 seats of winter. Chapter 392 Mother-Daughter Dialogue. Yuyuan Island. On a reconnaissance ship. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? These are the questions that Captain Ichiro is thinking about now. He remembered that when he was on a mission at the front line, he met a foreign witch on an isolated island and brought her on board. For the other party's safety, they were forced to terminate the mission and return to Yuyuan Island. Yes, that's right. The confused crew members on the ship also recalled what happened like Ichiro. But now they looked around. But they couldn't see Ms. Louise. That should mean that the other party has safely disembarked and returned home? Ichiro subconsciously found an answer that convinced himself. He shook his head, which was a little confused, and hurriedly wanted to sail away to the front line. He didn't know how the third wave of battle went. But before he went out to sea, there was a cheer from the port. After asking, he found out that the victory news from the front line had been received. The Thousand Island Army won a great victory. The leader of the Devil Crab was killed by 2 shots from Vivian. No! As expected of the Fox-Face Witch, Ichiro breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It was good to win. It seemed that he didn't have to go back for the time being. Usually, after the current wave of the Abyss of Destruction ended, the next wave would come back 3 or 4 days later. This gap was just the precious supply time for the front line to return to the rear. After the excitement, a slight sense of loneliness came over me. It seemed that I was of no use. But at least I saved a foreigner. Ichiro comforted himself in that way. By the way, when did the beautiful characters carved on the bow appear? Well, there is a way. I will accept the loss. Sakuraji Island. Cecil Noble Mansion. From the name, it is known that it is an office building built specifically for Liz. Although it has only 8 floors, it is still less luxurious than the real Liz family castle in Yenyu. But if it is placed in the overall desolate environment of Sakuraji Island, the 8-story Yenyu aristocratic-style building can be said to be the most eye-catching scenery. Liz had that plan at first. In the early stage, when Mengqiu Edong needed a lot of manpower and material resources for infrastructure construction, he also specially set aside some workers to build a mansion for himself. It was too extravagant. You are also a person who pays attention to pomp and circumstance. But there is a way. The reason why it has become like this is all due to the weak promotion of a certain wolf. Liz still remembers Bai's original words at that time, saying that you are a foreigner from Yenyu after all. If you want to work better in Sakuraji Island and let the foreigners in Qiandao listen to you, you must establish prestige. And such a grand mansion is undoubtedly the fastest way to increase your status in the hearts of foreigners. Although Bai said it in a beautiful name, it seems that it is all for official business, so that you can work harder for Sakuraji Island. But in fact, how can Liz be vague in her heart? Bai just wants you to live more comfortably. That's all. After all, my original plan was to live in a tent and a thatched house. But from Bai Yu's eyes, Liz could almost read Bai's meaning. I am like a silly girl. I am very selfish. It doesn't matter what others do. But I can bear grievances. He came all the way here. And in the end, he was allowed to live in such a broken place. What a joke. So you who were stubborn at first finally accepted the gift. Although Liz said something, it was too fake to say that it was sweet in your heart. Especially the feeling of being taken care of by the domineering and tyrannical, which made you faintly lose the restlessness of wanting to suck blood in your body. After that, Liz always felt that these men who looked at the domineering royal family were idiots. But when you really became the male protagonist outside, Liz just felt that it was really fragrant. You finally understand why this kind of novel is so popular among all classes, whether civilians or noble men. Putting back her wild thoughts, Liz patted her face with both hands, ready to dive into the documents on the table again. Mengchuedong is now divided into 7 small districts. The public security, land planning, material distribution, facility layout, perimeter defense, etc. of each area constitute Liz's huge daily workload. It is definitely hard. But compared to Vivian and us who are fighting the fallen abyss, Liz feels that what she has is nothing. In order to make herself feel guilty in the NE mansion in front of her, she will only work harder in her heart. However, just after reviewing a few documents, Liz's work was interrupted again. There were cheers of joy in the mansion. Liz walked to the window, lifted a corner of the curtain, and looked up. People were running around on the simple streets paved with stones, holding the latest notice of the 8 envoys in their hands. The 8th wave of defense in the back line was a complete failure. There was no picture under the notice. The fox-faced wizard was floating in the air. And in the deep pit under your feet, there were the remains of the devil crab that was blurred by the bombardment. Well done, Vivian. Duonan at the window cheered and waved his fist. At the same time, Liz's mind was also thinking slowly, taking advantage of the good news now that everyone on the island was in a low mood. It was impossible to waste such a small opportunity. She had to find a way to turn everyone's excitement into work efficiency. Just when Duonan was still pondering by the window, suddenly, in the private office on the top floor of the mansion, the 7th voice sounded from behind Liz. This is the voice of a mature man. It seems he has made a lot of friends. The moment the voice appeared, Liz turned around by the window, and her green eyes turned red in an instant. And the next person who appeared in the man's field of vision, it was also the owner of the sudden voice behind him. Is it a noble woman leaning against the door of the room? Let's not talk about anything else. Just from the clothes under the other person, Liz's pupils suddenly shrank with ease. Because Liz is very sure that this dress is hers. And you had someone in Yenyu specially order it for her. And that dress should have been quietly placed outside the closet in her bedroom. You hung it up yesterday. And because the mansion has unlimited area, Liz's bedroom and office are combined into one, which is equivalent to being under the same roof, with only a door separating them. And since you got up today, you have been working outside the room and have never gone out. So that means that the other party almost changed her clothes nervously under her nose. But you, who are next to her in the bedroom, didn't notice it at all. That almost proved that the opponent's strength was far superior to yours. Yes, there was still time for Liz to relax. Duonan was suddenly stunned. Because when your attention shifted from your clothes under the lady and turned to look at the other person's face, Liz's mind suddenly went blank. It was like being struck by lightning. Tada! The low-heeled shoe stepped calmly on the floor, making a crisp sound. Duonan subconsciously took 2 steps forward. When he wanted to take the 8th step, his back was already against the cold and hot wall. It's possible that you... He is Liz, who was a little confused, stared at the lady opposite, staring at the other person's red eyes, which are exactly the same as yours at this moment, symbolizing the blood clan. The lady smiled and looked back at Duonan, wondering if she had spoken. A long time ago, Liz seemed to have just recovered from her shock. You took a deep breath, and your chest that was rising and falling quickly stabilized. Duonan closed his eyes, and recalled the mysterious male blood shadow in the portrait that you saw in the deepest corner of your blood when you first awakened the dormant blood of the blood clan in your body by sucking Bai's forbidden blood. Before Liz opened her eyes again, the portrait and reality overlapped, allowing Liz to finally confirm the identity of the lady at the door. There is no doubt that this is your mother. On the other side, Liz's expression said it all. Louis, who was leaning against the door, patted his chest as if he had breathed a sigh of relief. Huh? Fortunately, he recognized you. Otherwise, you are still worried about how to introduce yourself to him. Louis Dracula. Let's just say, well, the 8th ancestor of the vampire clan. Can the ugly young lady opposite tell you his name? Liz Cecil. Duonen bit the 8 characters representing the family name. But Louise didn't mind. Instead, she shook her head and sighed. Although you know what a competent mother you are, it's really exciting to ask you what your name is in front of your own son. So, am I okay? His father? It can be seen that Lu Mingxue wanted to find some common topics. But unfortunately, Louise got the cold and hot gazes of the men opposite. I'm already dead? Before I was abandoned by my most beloved, I was taken advantage of by the abyss and eroded my mind, making the youngest Earl, who had a promising future, become a pawn of the abyss, and a puppet of the other party's organization in the calculations of others. In the end, the Earl, who was completely crazy, was killed by my man. Before Liz spoke, the room fell into silence. It was a long time ago that Louise spoke again. Is that so? It sounds like a sad story. But fortunately, it should be said, is there no happy ending in the lucky one? To die at the hands of one's own man. Do you think that is what the Earl in the story hopes for the most? Just as the lady finished speaking, a blood-red chain flew towards Louise, facing your face. Lise had warned herself in her heart that the other party was much weaker than her, and she must be calm. Calmness is impulsive. But when Duonen saw Louise on the opposite side, she could still look fierce before she said these words. And even call that kind of ending a blessing? Lise was still able to hold back after all. The power you had been suppressing exploded at that moment, and was released completely. The blood-colored chain formed by blood went straight to Louise's vitals. Liz had no mercy at all. And you didn't need to. The naked killing intent, with a little cover, dissolved into that angry attack. However, it was unexpected. The lady opposite didn't even raise her hand. The blood chain, which was as fast as an arrow, stopped abruptly when it was only 1 finger away from Louise's face. Then, no matter how Liz gritted her teeth and urged it, the blood chain still didn't move at all. And there was no way to retreat half a point. Well, although the moves are a bit luxurious, that's his fault. After all, he has learned everything. On the contrary, he can dissolve such a low-quality blood chain by himself after he still knows everything. TSK. Is that the potential of awakening the first blood with forbidden blood? Louise treated the blood chain hovering behind you as if she was visiting a piece of art to be entered into a competition. As your slender fingers stroked the surface of the blood chain, the blood chain weapon belonging to Liz actually stopped trembling faintly. Xiaowu wanted to get rid of Liz's control and surrender to Lu Mingxue's palm. But how could Duonen give up? You concentrated your mind and used all your willpower to desperately fight with Lu Mingxue for the control of the blood chain, even though the other party only put his fingers below and drew them heavily. That's wrong. He can hold on for so long. It seems that he should have practiced his control more often. As Louise nodded in appreciation, you no longer just used your fingertips, but put your entire palm down completely and grasped Liz's blood chain. And that was the straw that broke the camel's back. Plop! Liz held on completely, without even the strength to resist. And your blood chain was taken over by Louise. And even you yourself were a little exhausted due to long-term concentration, and almost fell down. When he came to his senses again, Duonen found that his forehead and back were soaked with sweat. But Liz's mouth corners still raised a curve. Because, huh? Louise looked at the blood chain in her hand, which ended the collapse of each section, destroyed itself, until it completely disappeared, and finally showed a surprised expression. It turns out that he has no way to deal with the forbidden power. Liz stood up hastily against the wall, staring at the noblewoman opposite without fear. At first glance, Guidon's blood chain looked different from the special ones. But in fact, as Liz, who had only sucked the forbidden blood of a certain wolf, your every move naturally contained some forbidden power. Therefore, in the previous confrontation, it was true that Liz lost under the surface control of blood, and lost miserably. However, when the blood chain was about to change hands, it stimulated the forbidden power outside, and even the old man opposite, who claimed to be ancestor level, prevented it from collapsing and self-destructing. That was why Liz smiled. At most, you knew that the other party was not an enemy, and your revenge was also a long way off. Before getting an explanation, Louise smiled dumbly and spread her hands helplessly. Even the 4 gods don't understand that kind of power, let alone you. But you really thought that the forbidden blood in his body could be so low in concentration? It should be said that he has sucked any other blood except this forbidden monster. Right? Although Liz snorted and turned her head away without answering, Lu Mingxue followed your inference and became excited as if she had discovered a new Xiaolu. It seems that you are wrong. You thought they were just a one-night stand. But now it seems that their relationship is very real. Oh! When we get home, Liz has to be careful. Don't let his seventh sister know about that. Otherwise you will be jealous of him. Louise is like a mother. Looking forward to it like a happy person. The man opposite you frowned at that sentence. Not because of the seventh sister, but because of the lady's first sentence. Home? Yes. In fact, the main purpose of your coming to Qiandao that time was to take Zhao's silly child back to Qifeng. But since he is here, it's just right. Let's go home together. What does he say? Liz? Chapter 393. After the noblewoman said this, the girl remained silent, just staring coldly at Louise. What Liz expressed was very clear. Home? That's your home. Not hers. When you abandoned us father and daughter, why didn't you think of the word home? Now that her bloodline has awakened in an almost miraculous way, you have come out to recognize her as your daughter and your family? The girl cast a disgusted look at Louise. If this wasn't her room, Liz really wanted to spit on the ground, even if it was very unpresentable. But only this most primitive action could vent her anger. Bah! Disgusting. Don't even think about it. On the other hand, Louise was in a good mood from the beginning when Liz emphasized her surname, then took the initiative to attack her. To the undisguised hatred now, she was not angry. It is hard to believe that this is the ancestor of the blood clan. If we follow normal logic, Louise is already in the wrong. No matter what Liz does, she should not even be qualified to be angry, let alone angry. But in fact, if Louise's other children were at the scene, including Xiao, they would only think that Liz was crazy, and that it was the youngest sister who challenged the bottom line of their mother. This family that Liz looked down on was the dream of many people in Qifeng and even the entire continent. And they wanted to get in even if they were the lowest and lowest servants. There is only one reason. That is, the mistress of this house, the ancestor of the third blood clan, Louise Dracula, is an absolutely powerful person recognized as a demigod. The so-called demigod is the top handful of people on the continent, second only to the 9 gods, and their number is very few. For beings who have risen to this level. Reason? Their existence itself is reason. But on the other hand, maybe it is because they get everything too easily. So they feel precious about those things that even they can't get. For example, family affection? This may explain why Louise is like now. Without any airs of a strong person. Just rubbing her temples as if she has a headache. And sighing at the same time. Although I have prepared for this, it seems to be much worse than the worst I imagined. This is a bit difficult. If you came to me for this matter, can you please leave? I have to work next, Liz said expressionlessly. She proved her words with her actions. After walking back to the desk from the wall by the window and sitting down, the girl ignored Louise at the door and continued writing. But the lady did not leave, but began to look around the room. Speaking of which, when I first arrived at Sakurajima, I was a little worried about how to find you on such a big island. Thanks to this mansion, it really helped me a lot and saved me a lot of effort. Let me guess, from what we just saw, you, Liz, are not such a flamboyant person. And the other girl on this island who is more say, with her personality, probably wouldn't even think of this aspect. So in that case, this magnificent mansion could only have been built by one person. I see. No wonder you don't want to leave. If I could be spoiled by such a man, I wouldn't leave either. Louise seemed to be deliberately provoking. She walked around the room like a visitor, and came to the desk where Liz was. But, Liz, have you ever thought about whether you deserve to be spoiled by others? Seeing that the girl seemed to have devoted herself to the work at hand, and didn't listen to what she said at all, Louise didn't mind at all. Just continued to talk to herself at Liz's desk. It is true that you are smart, beautiful, and have outstanding talents in governing the territory. This is where your value lies. However, this value is based on the gap in strength between you, which has not yet reached a huge disparity. Once the gap in your strength becomes larger and larger, your vision, cognition, and judgment will become greatly different. Differences mean differences, and differences breed conflicts. Every conflict will create a crack between you. Over time, the crack will become larger and larger. And finally, snap. Believe me, Liz, I have seen too many examples like this. Sasha Shaw. Liz did not raise her head, and the speed of the pen tip sliding did not change. She continued to be expressionless. But Louise's mouth was slightly raised. After all, it's not easy to keep the same writing speed when writing. Right? Okay. Let's assume that you can still be in harmony, and have a good relationship by miracle. And a cruise ship is willing to accompany the small wooden boat. But life can't always be smooth sailing. At least there must be some waves. But the waves for the cruise ship may be destructive waves for your small wooden boat. It's like, if I am the enemy of your forbidden monster, now I want to force you to do anything. You have no ability to resist, and can only be held hostage by me. Ah, of course. I always hate this kind of drama. So you can rest assured, Liz, I never take the initiative to force others. But I think, with your proud character, Liz, you won't tolerate yourself becoming someone else's weakness. Or find yourself powerless when your loved ones are in trouble. Right? Louise said as she left the desk and came to the window where Liz had just stood. You may think I'm exaggerating, and feel that although your strength is not growing as fast as your friends, it's not that far behind. After all, you now know that your bloodline is ancestral and has unlimited potential. Well, although you may not like it, right? But I still have to regret to tell you, Liz, you are wrong. For others, indeed, you have the capital to rest assured just by relying on this bloodline. But for them, for that man and beast, by the way, you have also seen the victory report from the front line. Right? The lady said as she cast her eyes down to the street below. To the poster with the fox mast which, and the body of the devil crab king printed on it among the joyful crowd. I was also there at that time. And that's why I saw that incredible scene. After the little girl killed the devil crab, I could clearly feel her power rising. In other words, I now suspect that she can absorb power from the body she killed with her own hands. Liz finally stopped writing until here, turned back and frowned at the lady. What do you mean? Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that she used any evil magic. I can still tell that. Because even if it's evil magic, if you want to absorb power from a corpse, you have to prepare a ritual at least. And it's impossible to do it like her. Almost at the same time as the devil crab fell. Even though I have traveled around the continent many times, I have only seen a scene like this once. And this time it was recently. To be precise, in the past 2 or 3 months. Because that was. Louise put down her hand that was pushing aside the curtains, turned around and looked at the girl. That was when the strangers had just arrived. She said word by word. Liz laughed when she heard this. Oh, so you said so much just to tell me that Vivian is actually a stranger? I didn't say that. She belongs to this world just like you and me. This is absolutely true. But I suspect that she has some special abilities similar to those of strangers, and can improve her strength rapidly without bottlenecks through killing. However, strangers, after my investigation, I can confirm that they have an upper limit. So far, no stranger has ever reached the 4th level. They are all stuck at the early stage of the 3rd level without exception. But that little girl has been promoted to the 5th level on the battlefield today. And Liz, think carefully. When did you meet her? And what was her strength level at that time? Although Liz was trying her best to control her facial expression. But when she heard the news that Vivian had reached the 5th level, her pupils shrank suddenly. When they first met in the Flame Realm, Vivian was indeed very strong. After all, she could hold back the Fallen Abyss army alone. But the little girl at that time was only about the 3rd level at most. However, it has only been a short time, and now Vivian has already risen 2 levels, as Liz is also working hard to practice in secret. How could she not know how incredible this is? Because in comparison, I, who awakened my bloodline in the flame domain and successfully reached the 3rd level, have only just barely touched the threshold of the 4th level. As for the upgrade from the 4th level to the 5th level, Liz felt that it would take at least years to do the unit. Now you understand the horror of your friend, and the forbidden monster next to her. That is, your lover. The little wolf cub seems to have such ability. Otherwise, a forbidden monster that has entered the semi-mature stage less than half a year after birth, and can even suppress breakthroughs on its own and deceive the rules. Tut tut! Louise smacked her lips. And even she didn't know how to describe it with words. Fortunately, he can only cheat the rules, but cannot ignore them. He still needs to break through. Otherwise, I would not have come to you. We can just witness history together. Oh, yes, yes. I almost forgot about your other friend. When I walked into the mansion, I was almost discovered by her. It was a close call. Who would have thought that there was a fifth-level monster that could coexist with the will of the fallen abyss? It was Shirley. Liz immediately realized who Louise was referring to. That guy had been staying in the mansion secretly to protect himself. The girl clenched her fists hidden in her sleeves. Shirley probably did this because of the previous example. Before, when she was in the cabin on the ship, Shirley showed her the bodies of the Blood Clan warriors who were rushing towards her. At that time, Shirley also stopped them in advance. But she was unaware of it. Shirley said at that time that she was worried that there would be a second and third wave. So she should be more careful. This might be the reason why Shirley stayed in the mansion. In short, Liz, you have also seen these friends around you. They are simply more perverted than each other. Even I envy you a little. If only my friends could have. Louise showed a few traces of loneliness on her face. But it was barely noticeable and almost fleeting. Well, forget it. It is precisely because I have experienced similar things that I can understand what it feels like to be surpassed by friends and watch the other party get farther and farther away from me. Although I was the one who surpassed my friends back then. I said everything I need to say. Liz, if you want to catch up with your friends and not be left behind by them, you only have one option, which is to go home with me. Learn how to truly stimulate the potential in your blood. Comprehend the powerful secret techniques in the inheritance. And accept my training. Well, within half a year. I'm not sure I can guarantee that I can surpass your friends. But at least I think it shouldn't be a problem to catch up. After all, although your mother is not a good mother, she is one of the most perverted. Although she is old now and doesn't have the charm of her youth, it should be easy for her to teach a little pervert. By the way, although I have always called your friends perverts, even if they are compared to your mother when she was young, I think they are still a little bit less perverted and crazy. Louise puffed out her chest and proudly compared pervert and crazy with 2 fingers, spreading them up and down a little. We've been talking for so long. The lady yawned a little tiredly. Ah, when people get older, they really like to talk a lot. In the past, I would always do things instead of talking. Louise shook her head, as if she was reflecting on herself. That's about it for today. Because of a bet, I think I will stay in Thousand Islands for a while. So I don't need you to give me an immediate answer. As long as you change your mind before the end of this fallen abyss. You can contact me at any time through this drop of blood. Louise waved her hand, and a crystal clear red crystal floated in front of Liz's desk. After that, the lady turned and left towards the door, and waved to Liz with her back to her. Louise's last words before disappearing in the room echoed in the girl's ears. Everyone has the right to choose their own path, and also the responsibility to bear its consequences. At this critical fork in life, I still hope that you can trust your mother once. After all, to use an old saying of Geely, it is, oh, how come it comes? Oh yes. It's called once you miss this village. There will be no such store. Louise opened the door and walked out. Her figure disappeared at the end. But it was about 5 or 6 seconds later. The door of Liz's room was opened a little, and Louise's head poked out from it, looking at the unsuspecting girl opposite. The old lady was not ashamed and stuck out her tongue playfully. I almost forgot to say. Liz, your taste in picking clothes is impeccable. And it is very much like your mother's taste when she was young. This dress will be lent to your mother for a while. My original set has a little accident, so I have to send it to be washed. That's it. This time I'm really leaving. Remember to contact me at any time. Touch. Louise closed the door and stepped on the elegant steps. Step by step, leaving the mansion. The busy staff around her never looked at such an abrupt lady, as if she didn't exist. When she finally left the mansion, she turned around and took one last look at Liz's room on the top floor. Louise hummed a light tune, because just when she turned around and opened the door, Louise saw that the communication blood crystal floating on the table had been collected by her lovely little daughter. Chapter 394. We are back. We are back. A few hours later, accompanied by the sound of finally being able to relax and come home, the door of Liz's room was opened again. But this time, the one who appeared in front of the door was a little girl who had just experienced a war and looked a little tired, but still looked energetic and full of vitality. Thank you for your hard work, Vivian. Now the news of your great victory on the front line is spreading all over the Thousand Islands. Yes. I even asked someone to buy a promotional poster to hang on the wall. Looking in the direction of Liz's finger, Vivian's face turned red, full of shame. Ah, Why are you also Liz? Take it off quickly. In fact, the little girl has seen many similar things on the way back. The official one of the three magistrates was better, just using the normal framing of the camera. But once it came to the stranger, the style suddenly changed. What? Sitting on the steps of the shrine pond with legs crossed, stepping on the poor little crabs that were only played with and ravaged under the white socks of the shrine maiden costume. What? She turned into a chef, holding a pot of steaming soup, shouting that the crab soup was coming. What? She was wearing sunglasses, a windbreaker, and a cigarette in her mouth, with a daytime aurora of the Annihilation Star explosion behind her, and the slogan next to her read, "A real woman never looks back at the explosion." Who is it? Who gave the stranger the right to print posters? The little girl plans to investigate it thoroughly after the advent of the fallen abyss is over, and put an end to such a corrupt atmosphere. The little wolf cub in her arms also angrily accused these shameless strangers with Vivian. He operated on two lines at the same time, opened the game for him, and continued to write his second creation collection post. He had already collected fan art of the fox-face priestess with a prize, and successfully realized the printing and realization in the game. The next step for the little wolf cub was to enter the field of fan fiction and prepare to dominate the light novel market of Thousand Islands. He promoted the popularity of the fox-face priestess and added bricks and tiles to his own coffers. Why not do it? But the little wolf cub was a little angry. I've said no to post tuts. No to post tuts. Why are there still so many masters posting fan-made tuts of fox-masked priestesses? Where is your morality? Where is your bottom line? Where is the link to view more? Little wolf cub has absolutely zero tolerance for this kind of thing, and will directly enforce justice and throw them all into his own private collection. Ugh! Throw them all into the trash and clear them with one click. As for those masters who really draw good tuts, Little wolf cub has clicked on follow to express his anger. I hope these people can restrain themselves a little after they find that they are being targeted by me. And don't be so ungrateful and update so slowly. By the way, since the fox-face priestess was revealed to be Vivian, the most handsome little wolf, which was originally operated by the little wolf cub to become the leader of Vivian's haters, has successfully transformed into a real fan account, the ones he deliberately posted before, such as on why the fox-face priestess is a god. Vivian? The fox-face priestess teaches you what is a real mainline NPC. Still choose the flame domain at the beginning? Laughing to death. World-famous paintings. Where is your Vivian? Now these are taken out by netizens and made into videos. Because of the contrast of the program effect, they easily became popular and even made into memes and emoticons. Spread all over the internet. And the Bible will be passed on forever. The little wolf cub continued to use the account the most handsome little wolf on the forum, stubbornly playing the victim. While behind the screen, he received the explosive traffic from the entire network, and his mouth was almost smiling. Do you understand what account operation is? Okay. Let's go into the house first. When Liz smiled and welcomed the indignant Vivian into the house, the little girl was still obsessed with the poster. But the little wolf cub in her arms suddenly raised his head slightly at the moment Vivian stepped into the room. After squinting his eyes and looking around, the little wolf cub returned to his original state and lay back. This little action was not noticed by the two women who were still chatting. So, there are only two waves left. Right? Liz and Vivian discussed the follow-up actions after the desks were simply put together as a conference table. Maid Alina came in to make tea for the two of them, and prepared dessert for the little wolf cub. When Alina was about to leave after doing all this, the little wolf cub suddenly grabbed her maid's skirt and whispered a few words to her. The maid nodded and left. After a while, Alina came back with a magic crystal ball in her hand. And there was a woman behind her. Huh? Shirley. Vivian turned her head and looked over. She naturally recognized the white-haired woman who walked into the room. Hello, Lady Vivian. Shirley bowed her head slightly and greeted the little girl respectfully. The little girl waved her hands repeatedly and said, No need to do that. Shirley. Just call me Vivian. Otherwise it sounds weird. Okay. Lady Vivian. Looking at Shirley's awkward look, the little wolf sighed helplessly. Because Shirley, as a monster, has a strong sense of class. Liao Zixuan has tried countless times to get Shirley to change her name. But in the end, she still became Lady Black. And Vivian is at the same level as herself. I'm afraid Shirley's name can't be changed back. However, for another person present, Shirley said good morning, Miss Liz, compared to her previous respect for Vivian. When the woman's eyes moved to a certain noble girl opposite Vivian, she immediately seemed to be more perfunctory. Before she even finished greeting, Shirley moved her eyes away from the girl, as if she didn't want to stay for a second longer. How could Liz tolerate that? She was obviously a little unhappy with such differential treatment. She glared at Shirley fiercely, crossed her arms, and said in a condescending tone, "Remember to call Liz Sama next time." "Okay, Liz." Shirley didn't even bother to glance at the girl, who was pretending to be pretentious. She responded expressionlessly, even omitting the original word miss. "You?" Seeing the two people arguing and bickering in front of her, Vivian covered her mouth and laughed secretly. The little girl shook her head and sighed. "Well, you two really have a good relationship." But the only response to Vivian was Liz's cold snort at the white-haired woman and Shirley's disdain for the noble girl, combined with the maid Alina, who was silently holding the magic crystal ball and guarding on the side. For this scene in front of her, Vivian suddenly felt a very satisfied and happy feeling in her heart. "It's great. I never thought that in Qiandao we could get together again like we did in Yinyu. I really hope this moment will last forever." Happiness for the little girl is actually that simple. The people in the room now are all those who have experienced life and death together when she was still weak and difficult. They are the close friends that Vivian believes can accompany her for life. Now that they can gather together and fight side by side again, the little girl feels full of strength. She is full of confidence, and she is not afraid even if there are more rounds of falling abyss. Ah! That was just a metaphor just now. Please, don't do it again. It's like a whim that found something wrong. Vivian quickly corrected in her heart, not knowing who she was talking to. Let's get back to the topic. Alina closed the curtains in the room, turned off the lights, and pointed the magic crystal ball at a blank wall. This was the precious reconnaissance footage obtained by the players, who desperately went deep into the Abyss Sea in the early days. It recorded the 5-leader level monsters of the Abyss Army, and the theory of 5 waves was derived from here. At present, the monster leaders of the first 3 waves have all been killed. Now they need to study the countermeasures for the next wave of leaders. Speaking of the 4th wave of boss, even the little wolf cub has a headache. Because I don't know if it was the butterfly wings flapped by Vivian that quietly changed something in the place they couldn't see. But at least for now, Liao Zixuan can be sure that in the Abyss Advent plot of Qiandao in the previous life, there was no such big octopus. The recorded video projected on the wall was fast-forwarded. After passing the first 3 leaders, everyone stared at the screen intently, and the players began to pass through the territory of the 4th leader. Unfortunately, no matter which player sent the video, unlike the dangerous first 3 boss territories, this 4C area was calm, and no player's reconnaissance ship was attacked. From the video, the players' surprised and delighted expressions can be seen. However, when the players' reconnaissance ships finally rushed to the edge of the 4C area, they were about to rush into the final boss, the source of the disaster that brought the Abyss snake that controlled the storm and the thunder and lightning. Buzz! The magic image suddenly shook. And then, accompanied by the screams of the players, the picture began to sink rapidly to the bottom of the sea. They saw that at the bottom of their reconnaissance ship, a thick tentacle with a suction cup firmly sucked it. And then the tentacle began to retract rapidly, dragging the players and the reconnaissance ship directly into the deep sea. Because of this, the players could see that the 4C area was not calm at all, but all the fallen army was hiding in the deepest trench, and in the largest dark crack in the deep seabed. A giant octopus with countless tentacles and a white body vaguely revealed its true body from the crack. The magic image stopped here, but the players did not die from injuries. It was a bit funny to say that they died of suffocation. Because the diving time exceeded, the blood bar dropped wildly, and finally turned into white light and disappeared. So, what do you think? Before fighting, you must analyze the enemy's intelligence, especially when you don't even know it yourself. This is why the little wolf cub called Shirley over. But it was Liz who spoke first. I think there are 3 doubts in the video. First, why did the octopus let the strangers pass through its territory safely? Second, why did it attack the strangers when they left its territory? The third is, from the video, it is fully capable of directly wrapping its tentacles around the strangers' ships on the sea surface and crushing them. But why did it just stick to them and then start to pull them back? After Liz said that, the little wolf cub nodded. Indeed, from all aspects, The behavior of this octopus is very strange, and it seems to be completely different from the previous 3 bosses. The most powerful evidence of this is actually the boss panel brought back by the players. Clara. Level 52. Race, Abyss Residue. I suspect it is a creature of the Abyss with preliminary intelligence. Shirley finally spoke. The atmosphere in the room became tense as soon as she spoke. Abyss intelligence. Liz found it difficult to accept that these 2 words could be combined together. Originally, this evil force that came from nowhere was terrifying enough. But how could it also have intelligence? No. How could the Abyss, which only knew killing and bloodthirsty, and did not even aim to survive, but to destroy living beings, like a virus, have intelligence? But Liz couldn't say what she wanted to refute, because there was a living example like Shirley in front of her right now. I suspect it is very likely that it is playing tricks on those strangers. Just like many top predators, they will not rush to kill the prey that has no power to resist. They enjoy the fun of hunting. And then when the prey is about to escape, they will give the final blow and enjoy the prey's despair. This can explain it. I agree with Miss Shirley's opinion. After my comparative analysis with the database, the possibility that this creature has intelligence is as high as 70%. The maid next to him, Alina, raised her hand in agreement. This was a bit tricky. Everyone in the room was silent for a moment, because everyone knew that there was a world of difference between an enemy who only followed instincts and an enemy with wisdom. Just like the last wave of devil crabs. If the other party had wisdom, they could have noticed something was wrong when the Thousand Island army retreated on a large scale, and thus retreated conservatively, instead of staying there stupidly and being a live target. But, at this moment, Vivian raised her little hand. When everyone looked over, the little girl hesitated a little, but finally decided to express her opinion. Do you think there is a possibility that this octopus is not playing tricks on the strangers as Shirley said, but is saving them? Save! Shirley and Liz frowned, suspecting that they had heard wrongly. But Vivian continued to insist. It is precisely because the octopus is not aggressive that the strangers can be so safe in its waters. When the strangers are about to sail out and come to the Fifth Sea area, where the fallen abyss serpent is, the octopus knows that it is very dangerous there. So it chooses to extend its tentacles at this time, hoping to pull the strangers back. It's a bit like, it's dangerous over there. Don't run around? The girl spoke more and more fluently, her eyes glowing. When others in the room heard her words, they felt a little helpless. Liz asked helplessly, according to your explanation, why did the octopus drag the stranger into the deep sea and drown him? Didn't it want to protect us? But, maybe the octopus didn't expect that we humans would be so fragile? We can't breathe underwater? Vivian stuttered at first, but then suddenly a light bulb went off in her head. This time Liz was in the mood to refute again. But if she thought about it again, it seemed that she could force an explanation, and it would make sense. But it was obvious. Liz felt that if she showed this video to 100 people, not even one person would understand it like the girl did. She could only say that she really supported Vivian. After watching it several times, there was no gain. Everyone could only decide to do it for the time being and try to send strangers to get more information during the gap. However, just when everyone was about to leave, Xiao Hei, when Vivian habitually wanted to take the little wolf cub away, the little wolf cub refused with his paw, and then pointed to the study room, indicating that he would stay in the room for a while, and then waved his paw again, indicating Vivian and the others to go first. Just when the little girl was still confused, and Liz, the owner of the room, was stunned and didn't react. Shirley was the first to speak. Miss Vivian, let's go first. Miss Liz must be hungry again. Huh? Hungry? Yes. As an unsatisfied vampire, thirst is common, and she is a picky eater. So, although Shirley had no expression on her face, and her tone was very flat, one could hear a strong sense of sarcasm in her voice. After Shirley's explanation, the little girl suddenly realized something, and recalled that Xiao Hei had indeed mentioned this to her. Originally, Vivian wanted to stay, blinking her curious eyes, wanting to learn more. But unfortunately, she was taken away by the maid and Shirley one by one. No. Wait a minute. What is that? No. I don't have it. Don't listen to Shirley. That bastard. Vi. When Liz came back to her senses with a red face, she wanted to call the little girl to defend herself. But the door was already closed. Bye. Liz wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. She didn't know how to meet Vivian in the future. When the noble girl turned her head with shame and anger, she wanted to question the little wolf cub. But what she got was the little wolf cub's eyes, as if he was examining a prisoner. The claws tapped the table lightly. Look, it seems to mean, do you confess yourself? Or do you have to go through the process on the boat last time? Chapter 395. Your mother knows nothing. What? Liz's eyes wandered, and she was still trying to struggle, pretending that she didn't understand what the little wolf said. But when the little wolf saw this, he circled around the desk and dodged. Before Liz could react, a locked drawer of the desk was violently opened, and a piece of red crystal that was lying quietly inside disappeared in the blink of an eye. Oh no! It reappeared in the little wolf's mouth. This is the gem I bought. Stop making trouble. Give it back quickly. Liz shouted a little nervously and anxiously, still stubborn. But at the next moment, the girl's voice stopped abruptly, and her eyes widened instantly. Because of Gudong. From Liz's perspective, the little wolf cub swallowed the blood crystal that Louise gave her directly into his stomach. After a brief brain blank, the girl quickly rushed to the little wolf cub and began to shake it frantically, shouting anxiously while shaking. You? Spit it out. You can't just eat it. This is an ancestral blood crystal. What if there are any negative effects? How can I tell Wei? Seeing that Liz was about to cry, the little wolf cub softened a little and stopped teasing the girl. Of course, he was not so stupid that he would swallow something like this directly. And even the system panel showed a string of question marks. However, after Liz let go in a hurry, the prop panel that was originally now changed because it received key information. Ancestor blood crystal. Quality, epic. Type, consumable. Effective item, after use. You can summon the third ancestor Louise Dracula to your side. It is recommended to check the target's status before use, unless it is absolutely necessary. Remember not to use it when the target is lying in a coffin in a long sleep state. Otherwise it will cause very bad consequences of coffin gas. Watching the little wolf cub like a magic trick. The blood crystal that he thought he had swallowed into his stomach turned into his claws again. Liz realized that she was deceived. At this point, it was impossible to fool around anymore. So Liz had to tell the little wolf cub that Louise came to her door a few hours ago and wanted to take her back to home. However, the girl still deliberately simplified the details and downplayed the conflict between her and Louise during the whole conversation. Liz did this because she was afraid that the little wolf cub would get angry and go directly to her mother's house. In the eyes of the girl, Bai was really capable of doing such a thing. However, although Liz hated Louise, she had to admit that her mother was absolutely overwhelming. And Liz was afraid that the little wolf cub would suffer. So, what do you think? Of course, I will refuse directly. Liz hurriedly bit it. But the little wolf cub didn't believe it at all, and continued to ask, then why did you accept this contact blood crystal? That's it. The girl began to stammer, and finally fell silent. Liz lowered her head, and clenched her skirt with both hands. In the meeting just now, the girl deliberately maintained a normal performance. But Liz knew it in her heart. When Vivian came back, she quietly sensed that the little girl had indeed reached the 5th level as Louise said. Liz had indescribable complex emotions. And this emotion became even more uncomfortable after Shirley entered the room, and the 4 people from the flame domain gathered together again. Except for the maid Alina who followed her. She had become the weakest among them. And the difference was not a little bit. And it was only a few months since they separated. Liz couldn't imagine that if this continued, in a few months or a few years, this gap might really be like what her mother said. No longer a gap but a chasm. So, bang! Suddenly, a slap on the table startled Liz. And when she looked over, it was a piece of paper that the wolf cub moved towards her on the table with his paws. An employment contract? Liz looked at it quickly with confusion. And it roughly said that she was appointed as the political officer of Sakurajima. The girl didn't understand what this was doing at all. She really didn't have a name. But just based on her relationship with Vivian, basically everyone knew that she had the real power. And the name didn't matter. And weren't they just talking about her mother? However, under the urgent gaze of the little wolf cub, Liz still held back and didn't ask. And signed the employment contract first, as the girl finished writing the last stroke of her name. Ding. You successfully invited Liz Cecil to join your territory Sakurajima and appointed her as a first-level political officer. The rating of your territory Sakurajima has been slightly improved. The system prompt sounded from the mind. For Liz, it really doesn't matter whether she has this title or not. But for the little wolf cub, the operating space is huge. Liz is a normal NPC template. Like all NPCs, she cannot independently gain experience from players. The little wolf cub really can't make Liz take care of the player system at the same time as a certain little girl hanging on the wall. But this doesn't mean that Liz can't also enjoy the experience bonus of the players. The answer is the territory system. Now, players who have just been in public beta for a few months cannot access it. But later, when the player's reputation and strength, plus various additional conditions are met, they can establish their own territory. One of the biggest differences between a territory and a guild is that players can recruit NPCs to settle in, and they can truly reverse the situation. From the original players relying on NPCs to cultivate their own territory NPCs. This kind of setting is common in online games, and Fallen God is no exception. It's just that the territory system should have appeared at least in 3.0. But now Vivian has met the conditions, and she has made a big one right from the start. The Lord of an Island. You know, in the previous life, those who could become lords were all bosses of super guilds. But even so, according to Liao Zixuan's impression, the scale of the player's territory seems to be the largest of a hill on Sakurajima. Therefore, the limit that normal players can do is to use the resources of a hill to feed a territory NPC. This is a restriction of the system on players. Otherwise, if the players really come up with something, not to mention the legendary level, an epic NPC, it would be too disruptive to the balance. However, this restriction is just a decoration for Vivian. Players can only take out the resources of a mountain. But for the little wolf cub, he can take out the resources of an island to feed the NPC in his own territory. The method is also very simple. Just set various territory taxes and add the experience value deduction. It is such a simple operation. However, if there is no player system, even if the NPC has a larger territory than the players, they can only stay at the money level forever. Of course, although the territory tax can be adjusted up and down, the system will give a fixed range. The increase in experience value deduction means that there will be less gold coins in the finance, and the development speed of the territory may slow down. This is also a trade-off that gave the Lord players in the previous life a headache. Increasing the gold coin tax means paying more attention to the development of the territory, and increasing the experience value tax means paying more attention to the cultivation of NPCs. Do you feel anything different? Under the question of the little wolf cub, Liz was confused at first. Did he want her to make a speech about joining the company? In terms of strength, the little wolf cub rolled his eyes with confusion when the girl closed her eyes and tried to experience it carefully. Liz suddenly shouted. She quickly opened her eyes and showed her incredible eyes. Then the girl didn't even bother to speak, and continued to close her eyes and feel it again, fearing that what she had just done was an illusion. But how could it be that my power is growing little by little? The girl's exclamation echoed in the room. After confirming it for the second time, Liz knew that this was not an illusion. This feeling was very strange, as if there were countless lines in the dark, connecting her body, transmitting extremely pure blank power to her, and automatically transforming it into the corresponding original power according to her own situation. What shocked Liz even more was that this power increase was not small at all. Just a few breaths just now. It almost equaled the increase she had after a day of hard training. If she continued at this speed, she might be able to upgrade from the 4th level to the 5th level in less than a month. No, half a month. What on earth is this? Liz was completely dumbfounded. If she had to explain how she got into this state, it seemed to be the employment contract that the wolf cub had asked her to sign just now. That's not right. Liz was very sure that the employment contract was no different from ordinary ones. She had signed many for others. But why this time? It was obvious that the answer to all questions still had to be placed on the wolf cub in front of her, and facing Liz's big eyes full of question marks. The wolf cub naturally couldn't directly explain it with the word experience value. So he slightly changed it, and used a word that the natives could accept, and had a similar meaning. Faith power. Believe in faith power? Well, in short, you should understand that the more people there are in the territory, the more prosperous the territory, the stronger the faith, and the more it can be fed back to you. Of course, not everyone can receive the faith. You need to be qualified. Vivian, well, got this ability through some kind of adventure. So she improved so quickly. The contract just now, which is called employment, is actually a process for you to get the qualification to receive the faith like Vivian. For fear that Liz still didn't believe it, the little wolf cub casually gave an example. The 9 gods know. Think about why they are so keen on peace and stability. Why they no longer kill each other and fight wars like in the old days. And why they have invincible strength. What do you mean? Liz covered her mouth a little. She felt that a secret of God that she should never know at her level was slowly opening a crack for her. And since it had come to this point, the little wolf cub let himself go. He pretended to be deep and mysterious and nodded affirmatively. That's right. The source of their power is the power of faith. As long as their country is not destroyed, they are invincible. Liz sat on the chair panting heavily. After a long while, she barely digested this secret of God. She couldn't help but believe what the little wolf cub said. After all, the power in her body that was increasing every minute and every second was the best proof. And this is just a semi-deserted island that has not yet developed. If this scope is expanded to an entire country, what kind of astronomical figure will the power increase every moment? And what kind of terrifying existence will the people who absorb this astronomical power be? Perhaps there is really only one word to describe it. God. Liz, who realized this, suddenly became nervous. She lowered her voice and asked, What are we doing now? God is absorbing the power of faith. And she is also absorbing it at this moment. Isn't that equivalent to stealing God's job? And what makes Liz even more terrified and a little excited is that doesn't this mean that they also have the qualifications to become gods? Seeing the girl's extremely nervous and panicked look, the little wolf boy waved his hand calmly. After all, Liao Zixuan knew that all the above was nonsense. Just to make the girl understand the concept of experience value. But since it has been made up, the play must be done in full. Otherwise the little wolf boy is sure that Liz will not be able to sleep in the future, for fear that the gods will come to her door. Don't worry. This qualification is also divided into levels. The 9 gods are not of the same level as ours. It's like a water pump. Sorry. It's like a person who uses a water truck to irrigate the fields. Would he mind if someone holds a small broken bowl next to him to collect some water? Is that so? After such a vivid metaphor, although it was clearly describing how inferior their qualifications were to the 9 gods, Liz actually breathed a sigh of relief and felt much more at ease. After all, this way, she was completely at ease. Oh no! There is one more. Wait. Xiao Hei. I will also absorb these now. Faith power. Then it is equal to Vivian. The little wolf still waved his paw at this. First of all, Liao Zixuan's dream is to take Vivian around the world, at least before visiting all the 9 countries. He will not stay in any country for a long time. Secondly, judging from the girl's personality, governing the territory? Forget it. Obviously Liz is more talented in this aspect. And she also likes to be good at this aspect. Even if this didn't happen today, the little wolf cub would do the same thing later. The ready-made employment contract with Liz's name on it that he took out directly was the best proof that he had prepared this path for Liz a long time ago. Otherwise, Liz worked hard to govern the territory, recruit players, manage players, and constantly release various activities and tasks to make the territory prosperous, while he and Vivian went crazy everywhere, traveled around, and then sat back and enjoyed the fruits of their labor, even if they were allowed to collect this experience value. Even a thick-skinned person like him would feel a little guilty, let alone Vivian. So no matter how you look at it, giving it to Liz is the best choice. After all, we are all family, and the fat water should not be taken into the fields of outsiders. Finally, it is also a very critical point. After all, receiving rent is still a fixed salary. Participating in activities everywhere is the real kingly way. The best example is the current 1,000 Islands. Vivian didn't get any territory experience points, but she still relied on the Fallen Abyss to rise to the 5th level. Right? This does not count the experience points of the 2 bigger bosses later. In summary, after the little wolf explained these things in words that Liz could understand and accept, the girl finally felt completely at ease. Originally, she particularly liked the feeling of governing the territory. After all, she was born into a noble family. Now, as long as she governed well, the territory would prosper and her strength would be improved. Liz's eyes lit up, and she wished she could recruit all the strangers in the world to her territory. On the side, seeing that the girl was about to go crazy, The little wolf snorted coldly. At this time, Liz came back to her senses and realized that she was still a prisoner. So she immediately restrained her joyful expression and looked pitiful, and a good girl who knew she was wrong. He even shamelessly picked up the little wolf cub, placed it between his two round and white thighs, and caressed it, asking for forgiveness. The little wolf cub enjoyed the warmth of the absolute domain, while still not forgetting to lecture him. So next time if you have any problems, tell me first. Don't keep it in your heart. Is there anything I can't solve? The ancestor of the blood clan. What's wrong with the ancestor? It's great. Times have changed. Playing. Foreign talents are the primary productive force. Your mother doesn't know a thing. Yeah. Liz nodded obediently. Okay. Put it down. I have something else to do. That. Yeah. It's all because of that bastard Shirley. That's right. It's all Shirley's fault. And I am indeed a little thirsty. Thirsty. Chapter 396. Behind enemy lines. The excitement of successfully defending the third wave is slowly fading. And the people of the Thousand Islands and the players are back to a tense state of preparation, tensing their nerves to welcome the fourth wave. This phenomenon is the same as the previous waves. After all, everyone knows that it is far from the time to celebrate after surviving the disaster. There are two more severe and cruel waves of attacks waiting for them. However, as time goes by, the first day after the third wave, the third day, and the fifth day, the troops who went to the rear for supplies had already quickly reorganized and returned to the front line on the second day. Various defense facilities that were consumed in the third wave of defense battles have also been repaired and redeployed on the third day. Even on the fourth day, the three magistrates urgently recruited and trained a group of temporary recruits from the public, and sent them over via transport ships. Let's not talk about the combat effectiveness, but at least the army has been expanded, which can inspire the morale of the army from the number of battles. On the fifth day, Liz took the lead in Sakurajima to prepare funds and entrusted it to the Jiao Chamber of Commerce for execution. Captain Nan of the Northern Cross served as a guest and provided technical guidance. Finally, with a large number of excited foreigners and a strong labor force working day and night, Sakurajima finally had its own simple shipyard. Unlike the three magistrates, the shipyard of Sakurajima was specially prepared for foreigners, which is why the players are so motivated. A number of sea warships tailor-made for strangers are newly produced from Sakurajima. Compared with ordinary warships, they have simpler operation and more flexible movement speed. At this point, players no longer have to use the ships of the three magistrates all the time, and can also buy their own sea warships from Sakurajima. However, due to technical problems, the maximum specifications that can be provided to players now are only small and medium-sized. But this is enough to attract major guilds. Just imagine. It would be so cool to be able to drive a warship of your own guild on the sea and set sail for a fierce battlefield. It is the best way to make the guild famous. Originally, Sakurajima was tacitly regarded by players as the base camp of their foreigners in the Thousand Islands. And after Liz's ship purchase permit was issued, it can be said that it has directly risen to the Holy Land level. Not to mention the local players of Qiandao. Even the players of Yenyu next door want to make a pilgrimage, shouting wildly on the forum, asking the official not to be ungrateful and quickly open the next batch of support fleets to Qiandao, so that they can also go to Sakuraji Island to buy a sea battleship of their own. Seeing the jealous look of the players of Yenyu next door, the first batch of Qiandao players who have battleships are absolutely very proud in their hearts. They are all eager to try their hands on the Fallen Abyss. But yes, the problem arises here. No, it can't be said to be a problem. In short, it has been the fifth day, but the fourth wave of the Fallen Abyss has not appeared yet. After a full rest and repair, the fully armed and high-spirited frontline defense forces are facing a calm sea. The fifth and sixth days passed. A full week had passed since the third wave of the Abyss came. But the Thousand Islands were still around the defense line, and they didn't even see the shadow of a monster from the Abyss. Not only were the three officials confused, the players who were ready to fight were stunned, and even the little wolf cub was confused by this unprecedented phenomenon. What does it mean? Ended early? However, the fact is that as early as the second day, Vivian had issued many reconnaissance missions to the players. The message from the players was that the Abyss army was still there, and there were still countless monsters in the old nest. But the weird thing was that they stayed in the old nest and didn't move. as if they were confronting the Thousand Islands. Vivian, what do you think? In the military camp on the front line, Lu Dao Luosha looked at the little girl with an inquiring look. In the past few days, the high-ranking generals of the Great Purification have been discussing and analyzing this. By analyzing the video records sent by the strangers before, they also came to the same conclusion as Liz and Shirley at that time. That is, this abyss octopus is likely to be an intelligent creature, and the current abnormal phenomenon looks very strange. But on the other hand, it seems to prove their above speculation. So for now, there is a conclusion that everyone agrees on. The only one who can control those violent, cruel and aggressive abyss creatures is their leader. In other words, the abyss octopus forcibly suppressed the original abyss offensive and deliberately kept its troops in place, which led to the current situation. Then the next question is, why does it do this? What is it planning and plotting? Luosha, I have a suggestion. I want to go there in person. Vivian took a deep breath and finally said the decision in her heart in public. Go there in person? Wait, do you mean you want to go deep into the sea area of the fallen abyss alone? Vivian nodded. No, absolutely not. This is too risky. As expected, Lu Dao Luosha subconsciously objected. Although most of the generals in the military camp did not dare to speak directly, it can be seen from their expressions that they were the same as Lu Dao Luosha. The reason is very simple. Vivian is too important. Whether it is the reputation of the fox-faced priestess among the foreigners, or the pure personal strength of the little girl. And after the third wave, now we have to add the extremely destructive secret weapon. It is no exaggeration to say that the current Thousand Islands cannot be without the fox-faced priestess. So they are of course strongly opposed to Vivian's risky and radical choice. If something happens to the little girl, it will be bad news for the entire Thousand Islands. Vivian, have you ever thought that the purpose of the leader of the fallen abyss may be this? Just to lure the snake out of the hole? Lu Dao Luosha knew the girl's stubbornness, so he was a little anxious to persuade her. And if you are here for reconnaissance, why not let the foreigners go? Vivian still shook her head. The reason why the foreigners were able to go deep and bring video records at the beginning was because the fallen abyss army had not yet spread out at that time. Now the foreigners, let alone reaching the 4C area, can't even break through the 1C area. It is full of dense fallen abyss troops. From the intelligence of these days, it can be seen that they can't bring back any useful information. Don't worry, Luosha. I know what I am doing. I will retreat immediately if I encounter danger. At worst, Shuhei is by my side. Even if the fallen abyss really wants to stop us, it won't be that easy. Besides, this time, in addition to Xiaohei and I, there will be another friend from Yenyu traveling with me. She is as strong as me and is an expert in studying the abyss. What can she say? In short, Luosha, you can understand that she has a way to make us invisible behind the enemy lines of the abyss and sneak in without being noticed. The expert that Vivian mentioned is naturally Shirley. The little wolf cub asked her to come to the front line with the little girl just in case. Now it seems that this decision is very wise. On the other side, seeing that Vivian was determined, Lu Dao Luosha was hesitant to speak. And finally, he could only give many instructions and mobilize the elite troops on the periphery to be ready to meet the little girl at any time. After all, to be honest, the abyss can be delayed indefinitely, but the Thousand Islands cannot. Now all the population is crowded on 4 or 5 refuge islands. They can be supported by spare materials in the short term. But once it goes on, how can the population that was originally supported by 30 or 40 islands be supported by just 4 islands? But if the residents are asked to go back, it is equivalent to the collapse of the entire defense line. If the abyss suddenly attacks again at this time, the previous waves of perfect defense will be in vain. So no matter what, this disaster must be compressed to end within no more than 1 month. Otherwise, even if the Thousand Islands survive, they will be seriously injured and chaos will begin. Lu Dao Luosha knew this. And so did Vivian. Perhaps this was the reason why the little girl chose to take such a risk. 2 hours later, a small warship quietly sailed out from the defense line of the 3 magistrates, crossed the critical sea area, and finally arrived at the dark sea area covered by dark clouds, the territory of the abyss. Surely, I'll leave it to you next. After Vivian on the boat whispered a request, another white-haired woman who was traveling with her nodded and walked out of the cabin. It can be seen that on the sea surface not far away, waves have appeared, and it is obvious that the underwater abyss creatures have discovered them, and are swimming towards them at a high speed. If it were the players and the ordinary Thousand Island army, they would either flee or fight at this time. But Shirley's existence gave Vivian a third option. Shirley came to the highest bow, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. A familiar evil and dark breath emanated from the white-haired woman's body. The void behind the woman began to twist and fluctuate irregularly and violently. Soon, a black crystallized abyss phantom wing gradually condensed. At the same time, Shirley's pupils suddenly vibrated and turned into a dark black like the abyss. In the darkness, the scarlet that best symbolizes the abyss was bred. The only difference might be that it was a little less brutal. Buzz! Shirley's bare feet stepped lightly on the tip of the ship, and the half-wing of the abyss behind her flapped, and the whole person instantly took off into the air and hovered above the warship. This is why Vivian took a boat and chose the smallest one. Shirley easily used the aura of the fallen abyss on her body to cover the boat below, and then went back again. Doing so not only stopped the fallen abyss creatures that were swimming over to attack, but also made them return as if nothing had happened. More importantly, it also packaged them as dead objects. Shirley had the ability to forcibly control these fallen abyss creatures, but she didn't do so in order to prevent alerting the enemy. Having had experience in the flame domain, the fallen abyss is a bit like the neural network of the swarm. Once the subordinates lose control, the leader can immediately detect and discover it. In this way, under the cover of Shirley's breath, Vivian's boat passed through the first 3 seas smoothly as planned. Finally, the 4th sea, which was the territory of the octopus, appeared in front of everyone. They could tell it immediately without even looking at the map. The reason was very simple. In the first 3 seas, their boats almost brushed against the monsters in the abyss. But when they arrived at the 4th sea, nothing. What the images sent by the players looked like at the beginning. It was still the same after almost half a month. The boat continued to sail, but this time it deliberately slowed down. However, when they were about to sail out of the 4th sea, nothing happened. As they were about to enter the 5th sea area, which was the territory of the big snake at the source of the abyss, the players were attacked by the octopus when they were here. But now they were unimpeded. They had no choice but to turn back. It was obviously not a wise choice to rush to the final big snake before they even figured out the 4th leader. But this was not a solution. It was equivalent to nothing. So Vivian gritted her teeth and made another bold suggestion. Shirley, try to take back your breath. But Shirley was still a little hesitant and looked at the little wolf cub. After the little wolf cub nodded in agreement, Shirley finally made up her mind and gritted her teeth. The breath of the abyss that enveloped the boat began to dissipate rapidly. However, it can be seen that Shirley is still very vigilant. She has never exited the state of falling into the abyss, and is ready to fight at any time. Before she finished speaking, a pair of claws of falling into the abyss, which were wrapped in filthy black mist, quickly condensed on Shirley's hands as combat weapons. She had no time to explain, and her red and black eyes stared at the underwater of their ship. It's coming! As soon as the warning sounded, a tentacle shot out from the depths of the seabed at a high speed, bringing a strong current and heading straight towards the boat where everyone was. It can be clearly felt that it is different from the players at the beginning, because the tentacles at that time were attached to the bottom of the ship, and then began to drag into the deep sea, and the whole process did not even scratch the hull. But this time, bang, with the sound of the bottom of the ship exploding, wood chips flew everywhere, and a big hole was pierced through the whole small warship from the bottom. The ship disintegrated directly under the huge force, and was split in 2 by the tentacles from the middle. And Vivian and Shirley happened to be at the 2 ends of the ship. In order to avoid the attack, they were forced to float in the air on the left and right. Why? Vivian clenched her fists, and her face showed disappointment and gloom, because the octopus's aggressive behavior almost proved that the goodwill guess she had been expecting in her heart was wrong. She didn't dare to say it from Lu Dao Lu Sha. In fact, what she really wanted to do was to try to negotiate and communicate with a leader of the fallen abyss, which was even more naive and ridiculous. There was no time to blame herself and regret. Vivian had to hurry to support Shirley, because she saw that after the initial attack, the tentacles did not stop, and immediately turned around and whipped toward Shirley. Chapter 397 ABA. Faced with a gust of wind that whipped the tentacle in front of her in the blink of an eye, Shirley was not panicked. The dark spear of the abyss quickly condensed and crystallized in her hand, and stabbed the tentacle fiercely. Puff! The sharp spear tip pierced the epidermis of the tentacle, and black juice flowed out of the wound. But that was all. The seemingly soft tentacles were several times tougher than expected. The spear of the abyss stayed on the surface, and could not penetrate any further. Even because of the stimulation, the muscles in the tentacles instantly tightened, and the spear of the abyss was stuck inside, making Shirley unable to pull it out. Very decisively, Shirley gave up the spear directly, stepped on the hardened tentacles, and used the force to kick backwards. Shirley, who was flying in the air and flipping backwards, perfectly avoided the new tentacle that shot out from the water below. If she was a little slower just now, she would probably have been hit hard. On the other side, a sickle appeared in Vivian's hand, and just as she was about to rush to support, she was forced to swing it diagonally downward. As if sensing that the little girl was approaching Shirley, two tentacles appeared from the sea's surface under Vivian's feet and blocked her. For a moment, the scene was deadlocked. The underwater octopus, although fighting 1 against 2, was not at a disadvantage at all. The main reason was its thick tentacles. Even if one was cut off, there would be a steady stream of new tentacles shooting from the bottom of the sea. However, the opponent's shortcomings were also obvious, and the lethality was too weak, which could be seen especially from Shirley's battle situation. The strong and powerful tentacles have no other physical attack methods except whipping and sweeping. After figuring out the way, it is easy to avoid. On the other hand, Vivian sighed. The girl in question may not have noticed it, and is still using the sickle to cut the tentacles blocking the way, trying to reunite with Shirley. But as Vivian gets closer to Shirley, more tentacles emerge from the water and block the little girl. However, as the little wolf cub who has not taken action and is watching the battle, he has discovered some clues. On Shirley's side, although these tentacles are not lethal, they are very aggressive. On Vivian's side, so far, the little wolf cub has never seen a single tentacles whipping or sweeping at the little girl like it did to Shirley. These tentacles seemed to just want to surround Vivian. But the little girl was the one who had been taking the lead in the attack. Even though Vivian cut off one tentacles after another, they still did not make any attacking moves. Although in the eyes of the anxious Vivian, these tentacles approaching her were regarded as attacks by the little girl. If you have to explain such a strange behavior, the speculation about this octopus that Vivian had raised in the meeting room before reappeared in the little wolf cub's mind. Could it be that if you follow Vivian's logic and look at what just happened, it seems that everything can be explained? The only difference between the stranger's ship and Vivian's ship at the moment is Shirley on the ship. Perhaps in the eyes of the octopus, Shirley is a fallen leader monster like it, while Vivian is a weak human like the stranger. It directly destroyed the ship with its tentacles, and the purpose may not be destruction, but to force Shirley, the dangerous monster, away from Vivian through this attack. Is it to save the little girl? So after that, it will continue to attack Shirley with its tentacles, as if to drive Shirley away quickly, and later when Vivian wants to get close to Shirley, the tentacles will also block the little girl, not to attack her, but to stop Vivian, not wanting the little girl to get close to danger. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it made sense. The little wolf cub hurriedly sent a message to Vivian, asking her not to worry, and to try to retreat in the opposite direction of Shirley's position. After the little girl did as she was told. As expected, the tentacles blocking Vivian retreated a lot at once. This, Vivian didn't understand it at all. And it was only after the little wolf cub spoke out his guess that she widened her eyes. Right. Why didn't she think of this? No. It should be said that she was panicked by the sudden attack for a while, so she denied her original guess. Fortunately, there was Xiao He, who was watching the situation clearly. So the next question became how to let this friendly octopus know that Shirley was different from those dangerous leaders of the abyss. Got it. Xiao He, help me hold these tentacles. Vivian quickly determined the idea. After leaving this sentence to the little wolf cub, her figure reunited with Shirley. Seeing Vivian approaching again, the tentacles impatiently approached again, trying to block them like before. But this time, the little girl dodged and the huge black wolf appeared behind Vivian. These tentacles may be big and difficult for Shirley and Vivian, but for high-level monsters, it is a piece of cake. The black wolf's claws can knock these tentacles back into the water with a casual slap. The tough tentacles that Shirley's spear of the abyss could not penetrate. Under the sharp claws of the black wolf, it would take only a few minutes to tear them apart. In terms of hand-to-hand combat, monsters always come first, and forbidden monsters are the kings of all monsters. Fighting against monsters of higher levels is as easy as eating a meal. This is still Liao Zixuan showing mercy. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, he would have directly greeted the opponent with dark flames. And then, he would not be beaten back into the sea, but would have eaten takoyaki directly. With Xiao Hei restraining the tentacles, Vivian's pressure suddenly decreased. Although even so, the octopus still tried its best to spare one or two scattered tentacles to dissuade the little girl from approaching Shirley. But Vivian nimbly dodged them. "Shirley!" After approaching the white-haired woman, the little girl shouted, just when Shirley thought that Vivian was going to work with her to launch a breakout. "Hold my hand." Vivian's anxious voice echoed in Shirley's ears. This made Shirley stunned. "What?" But her brain didn't react. She looked at Vivian rushing over and stretched out a hand to pull her towards herself. Out of trust, Shirley subconsciously gave up other actions and responded to the little girl. Holding hands, Vivian successfully completed the sticking with Shirley. Although the two of them stuck together, from Shirley's perspective, she could see that the tentacle that just came straight at her was about to string them together like a candied hawse. "Master Vivian." "Little?" Shirley immediately spoke anxiously, wanting to fight back and dodge. But Vivian pulled Shirley with one hand and protected Shirley behind her, and then quickly turned around and faced the tentacle that was stabbing at her, without any intention of dodging. To be honest, Shirley was almost scared to death in this scene. She would rather be pierced than see Vivian injured. But fortunately, it was the next moment. As if it had break suddenly, the tentacle finally hovered less than 1 meter away from Vivian, swinging back and forth restlessly, as if hesitating and confused. But there is no doubt that it did not move forward. In this scene, the little wolf cub next to it silently retracted its dark flame. And Vivian, the person involved, went from holding her breath nervously to now showing a happy smile of relief on her face. "Come on, Shirley." Vivian guided Shirley, who was still completely confused about the current situation, to come out from behind her little by little. During this period, it can be seen that the tentacles were restlessly agitated. But perhaps because of Vivian's protective behavior just now, or because Vivian had been holding Shirley's hand tightly from beginning to end. In the end, even if Vivian was not blocking in front, the tentacles did not choose to attack Shirley again. Obviously, the little girl successfully conveyed what she wanted to say to the octopus under the sea with her actions. Shirley is not in danger. They are together. The tentacles dived back under the sea. But before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, they suddenly floated up again. Each tentacle rolled up some water-soaked wooden fragments. If you look carefully, they are the wreckage of the ship that was just destroyed. The tentacles tried their best to piece these wooden boards together and assemble them into the original boat again. But how could it be possible? In the end, the tentacles had to give up and ran away in fear like a child who had done something wrong. "Miss Vivian, it can't be really." Until here, even without Vivian's explanation, Shirley could see clearly. Shirley's face showed a strong disbelief. She, who had merged with the abyss, knew more clearly what kind of evil monsters were born from this filthy power. Shirley had never thought that a Vivian could be born in the abyss. "Shirley, can you try to communicate with it?" It was Vivian's words next to her that brought Shirley back to reality. The woman nodded with bright eyes. Judging from the octopus's performance just now, it at least has the initial level of intelligence of a human child. Shirley thought she could give it a try. After the idea was finalized, Vivian held up the magic barrier, and the two people and the beast immediately began to sink into the sea and dive deep into the seabed. After a while, the deep trench in the player's images appeared in front of them. The monsters of the abyss that had disappeared in the 4C area before now filled the entire field of vision, densely packed in the trench, with no end in sight. Before, Shirley and the little wolf cub might have thought that the other party was plotting something. But now it seems that these monsters of the abyss may really be forced by the octopus to stay in this trench, so that they are not allowed to move anywhere. In this way, there is an answer to why the fourth wave of the abyss has not come yet. However, they did not want to understand the current situation, and solving this problem was the purpose of Vivian's visit this time. Unfortunately, in the largest gully on the seabed, which was the hiding place of the octopus, it seemed to have sensed the arrival of Vivian and Shirley, and actually sealed its door tightly with its tentacles, as if it was afraid that they would come to settle accounts. But it could block the gully with its tentacles, but it could not block Shirley's spiritual will. On the regional network of the abyss, after being bombarded by Shirley, the octopus finally couldn't stand it anymore and emerged from the gully helplessly, and made a vague sound similar to ABA to Shirley from its voice mouth in an unknown place. At this point, Vivian and the little wolf cub could not help much, and could only watch Shirley and Octopus talk in an encrypted conversation on the Abyss channel. Although they could not understand, they could still tell from their auras that one was a bad woman, and the other was like a primary school boy who was being bullied. Basically, before Octopus could even finish a sentence, Shirley slapped him back with 3 sentences. Later, it even became that when Shirley uttered a syllable, Octopus had to tremble and nod desperately. Sir Vivian, the negotiations are over. Clara has agreed to help us defeat the big snake in the deepest part. She also took the initiative to take on the task of controlling other creatures in the abyss to ensure that our army can reach the hinterland unimpeded and fight the big snake. Ah! Is this true? Shirley, you are amazing. How did you do it? Vivian's eyes sparkled. She had never thought that Shirley could do it so well. And Shirley's answer was, nothing. I just told her that the boat was Vivian's heirloom passed down from her ancestors. It is unique in the world, and has great significance to you. Now that she has broken it, she must compensate us. Then she asked me how I was going to compensate her. I gave her the biggest compensation. At first, she was reluctant to agree. But then, I told her that you don't want to see such a cute human girl cry because of you. And then she agreed. Shirley simply recounted their negotiation confrontation in a bland manner. Vivian, the little girl, suddenly understood why Xiao He always sided her. It seems that she can live until now without being deceived. Thank you, Xiao He. When they returned to the sea again, there was a white and soft little octopus lying on Vivian's shoulder. This was the miniaturized leader of the 4th wave of the abyss. Shirley learned her name, which was the same as the one detected by the players. Clara. Vivian, ABA. Clara, ABA. 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 Watching the little girl and Clara chatting enthusiastically. The two seemed to get along very well. And the little wolf cub couldn't help but twitch his mouth and looked up to ask his temporary wolf climbing frame Shirley. Are they really chatting? Shirley shook her head with certainty. No. The subtext is that they are all talking nonsense and are not on the same channel. But watching the little girl giggling nonstop, and the little octopus waving its tentacles in the air excitedly, it really seems like they are having a good chat. Okay. Chapter 398, Clara and the eve of the final battle. I have to admit again that Vivian did a great job this time. Although it seems that Shirley was the one who communicated, the most important thing was that the decision to negotiate with the octopus was made by Vivian. If Vivian had not proposed the novel saving people perspective at the beginning, it would have left such a mark in the little wolf cub's mind. Then when the octopus attacked their ship, the little wolf cub would never realize this and see that it was a misunderstanding. It is very likely that it would turn into a fight in the end. As for the ending of this fighting world line, the little wolf cub does not know. But it is certain that they will never get such strong foreign aid as they do now. Without any effort, they solved the 4th wave of the abyss, and even fast-forwarded to the final battle with the snake. Now they have far achieved the purpose of this trip. Vivian did not forget the instructions of Lu Dao Lu Sha. So she did not get arrogant, and gave up the idea of continuing to go deep into the final sea area. However, looking at the dark clouds covering the sun in the distance, the looming shadow of the snake dancing wildly in the thunderstorm, the little girl secretly clenched her fists. Please, be patient. Vivian believed that they would come back again soon. And at that time, it would no longer be like now, with only a few of them. But behind her, there would be countless thousand island fleets. This big snake that has guarded the 1,000 islands for hundreds of years. This time it is up to the people it protects to free it from the corrosive pain of the abyss, and let its imprisoned and polluted soul rest in peace. The group chose to go home and bring this news back to the 3 magistrates, bringing it back to the time for the counterattack of the 1,000 islands. The ship they came on was destroyed, and they could only fly back with great effort. But when the mini octopus on Vivian's shoulder saw this, it actually volunteered to jump from the little girl's shoulder into the sea, accompanied by a plop splash of small waves. But then, there was a splash of huge waves rolling. Clara poked her big head out of the sea, then waved her tentacles and rolled Vivian onto her head, meaning that she would be the little girl's tool on the sea. If Shirley had deceived and frightened the ignorant octopus to sign the black-hearted contract. Then through the communication with Vivian's Abba, it can be seen that the octopus was willing to help this beautiful and sweet human lady she just met. Next, while sailing out of the abyss sea on the octopus, Clara showed them that although she didn't seem to have a high IQ, she had unexpectedly great power over the Abyss. Especially when the first 3 Abyss leaders were killed. She almost took over 90% of the control of the Abyss army, not to mention her own territory, the 4th sea area. When she came to the 3rd sea area, the octopus waved its tentacles, just like a conductor, and all the creatures in the Abyss made way. This is not over yet. Shirley can do this, but the range of control is not so large. But then, Clara, Abba? Vivian tilted her head. Clara, Abba. After a brief cross-server exchange between the octopus and Vivian, the little girl exclaimed, and was lifted high by Clara's tentacles into the air. In this field of vision, Vivian could see that many creatures that were originally floating on the sea or in the shallow waters began to dive. After a while, the 3rd sea area seemed to be purified and became the same as Clara's original territory. Calm and peaceful, without any trace of the monsters of the Abyss. Suddenly, another black shadow jumped from the sea. It was a creature infected by the Abyss, like a killer whale. Although its skin was ulcerated, and its originally smooth epidermis was now bumpy and covered with filth. It struggled violently at first after being caught by one of Clara's tentacles, but soon became more and more stable. And then a scene that shocked everyone appeared in front of them. I saw that the abyssization on this killer whale was slowly fading, and the rotten appearance was repaired bit by bit, and the skin on its body was bright and smooth again. No, it's not right to describe it as fading. Shirley narrowed her eyes and observed the scene in front of her seriously. She could feel that the breath of the Abyss on the killer whale had not weakened, but it had become more stable from the original extremely active, rather than fading. It was better to say that it was evolving. Speaking of which, Clara, as the leader of the Abyss, had no trace of decay or filth on her body. She even looked a bit crystal clear because of her extremely special milky white skin. If she were placed in the octopus group, she would be a princess. Right? Just like after demonstrating her skills to Vivian. Clara quickly continued to communicate with the surprised little girl across servers without any hesitation. But Shirley was feeling a bit heavy, because it was not difficult to upgrade the Abyss creatures. Shirley only needed to transfer her Abyss energy to the target, just like the Rotten Rat King under the Flame Domain City. But what Clara did in front of her, she did not make the killer whale's power grow at all. But whether it was the other party's appearance or stability, or even some signs of regaining consciousness, the difference was obvious when the two were compared. Clara could actually influence the Abyss creatures and make them evolve and perfect from the root. Just based on this, Shirley knew that the other party's power in the Abyss domain was higher than hers. If she had to make a metaphor, it was as if she was a wild person, while the other party was a legitimate one with a true inheritance. Shirley was in a complicated mood, and the little wolf cub in his arms was also a little lost in thought. It seems that the Abyss is far from being as simple as a group of brainless crazy monsters. Clara seems to have revealed that the Abyss is about to show a corner of its true race. After all, there is still too little information. But it doesn't matter. With Clara as a seed, there will be plenty of time to dig deep into the secrets of the Abyss in the future. The ability shown by Clara completely dispelled the little wolf cub's concerns, and also explained how the octopus dared to agree to Shirley's request at that time. The 2nd and 1st sea areas that followed were exactly the same, sinking all the monsters of the Abyss to the deepest part of the seabed. In this way, it can really be done, allowing the fleet of Qiandao to attack Huanglong unimpeded and start the final battle with the fallen Abyss snake. When the 6th-path Luo Sha and the 3 magistrates at the edge of the fallen Abyss, who were still nervously ready to rush in to save Vivian at any time, saw the little girl riding a big octopus, they were all stunned when they found out that this big octopus was the leader of the 4th wave of the fallen Abyss, and was tamed by the little girl, and even brought all the fallen Abyss monsters to defect. Several generals did not believe it at first. When they sailed to the 1st sea area, they really found that the dark mass of monsters that filled the sea surface before had disappeared at this moment. After that, they made a slapping gesture on themselves, thinking they were dreaming. Of course, some people also raised the question of whether this was a trap. The octopus was pretending to be friendly and deliberately dispersing the Abyss army. The purpose was to trick the Thousand Island army into taking the initiative to attack, and then wait until their main force was deep enough, and then suddenly rise up, so that the Abyss monsters that had previously dived to the bottom of the sea would resurface and encircle them. Such voices were not uncommon in the combat meeting room at this moment, and a large number of officers put forward new suggestions. They believed that the safest way at this moment should be to directly kill this fourth leader, who took the initiative to deliver himself. Facing the sight shot at him one after another, many people pointed their fingers at themselves, shrinking back into a mini form. Clara, who was lying on Vivian's shoulder, couldn't help but feel a little confused. Like a curious baby who saw the outside world for the first time. She didn't know what these humans were doing. So she subconsciously asked the first friend she made. Abba? Abba? Are they talking about me? The mini octopus whimpered softly in Vivian's ear. The little girl ignored the gazes of the audience and nodded softly in response. Abba. Abba. They are thanking you for being willing to stand on the side of humans. And saying that you have made a great contribution to peace. Abba. Abba, actually, I can feel that the big snake is in pain and wants to sleep. It didn't fight with me for control and gave everything to me. But my power is still insufficient. I can't help it. So I also want to thank you for letting it rest in peace. ABA. Let's work together to stop hurting each other. Yeah. After Vivian nodded heavily, she didn't understand what Clara was saying. And she didn't know if Clara could understand her. But the little girl believed that in many cases, language didn't need to be communicated, and only the emotions inside could communicate each other's thoughts. After finishing comforting the little octopus, Vivian faced the officers in the combat meeting room again. She could understand the three magistrates' distrust of Clara very well, but also showed that if the fourth leader was really killed, it was very likely that the control of all the monsters in the abyss would return to the hands of the final snake. At that time, she and Dao will have to bear the most terrifying coming of the abyss. And this time it is the great snake that takes the initiative to attack. Even if they can finally win with difficulty, the damage to Qiandao will definitely be huge. So it is better to keep Clara and bet on this time, so that they can transfer the final battlefield from the mainland to the sea, and directly avoid the need to fight with the vast army of the abyss. I have to admit that this temptation is indeed very strong. But none of the generals present dared to speak. The reason is very simple. They can't bear the responsibility of failure. But after a brief silence, the purple-haired commander, Lu Dao Luosha, who had not spoken since the meeting, raised his hand to express his agreement. She looked at Clara first, and then at Vivian. I don't believe in any monsters in the abyss, but I believe in you, Vivian. So I agree with this battle plan. Within 3 days, we will gather all the forces that can be mobilized in the 1,000 Islands and sail the troops into the abyss for the final battle. After being beaten passively for so many days, this time, it's our turn to take the initiative. Of course, after the passionate speech, Lu Dao Luosha did not forget anything. If there are any accidents in this operation, I will take full responsibility. Luosha. The little girl was very grateful. Although Vivian didn't say it, she secretly swore in her heart that if something really happened, she would be the only one responsible. With the support of the great purification minister Lu Dao Luosha, the generals under him naturally did not hesitate to follow the order. At this point, when the news spread throughout the 1,000 Islands, the people of the 1,000 Islands were shocked at first, and some of them had not yet reacted to such a rapid transition from offense to defense. But soon, a wave of excitement swept across the country. The 3-day mobilization was completely launched. On the other side, on the night of the meeting, the mini squid Clara, who had been sticking to Vivian, was finally taken away by Shirley, because Shirley hoped to learn more about the abyss from Clara. Of course, Vivian had no reason to refuse. And the wolf cub, who returned to the little girl's arms, just glanced at Shirley and said nothing. Liao Zishu had understood what Shirley was going to do, but he also acquiesced to Shirley's approach. Although Clara was a little reluctant to leave her human friend, Shirley ranked higher in Clara's heart than Vivian, because she could feel a sense of intimacy from Shirley, which was something only same tribe could have. Although she was a little afraid of this fierce same tribe, at least Shirley's existence made Clara know that she was not alone. The next day, Clara ran back to chat with Vivian. The little girl could clearly see that the little octopus seemed to be in a state of depression, and even the frequency of waving its tentacles when talking had decreased a lot. Vivian thought that Clara had not adapted to the environment and did not sleep well. But in fact, Shirley looked at the little wolf cub and quickly took it back. Last night, Shirley had temporarily taken out part of Clara's abyss core. The abyss core is as important as the heart for the abyss creatures. Handing the core to others is equivalent to handing over one's life. This is an insurance, or a test, And fortunately, the result did not disappoint. Only here did the little wolf cub think that he had filled in the last piece of the puzzle of taking the initiative. At the same time on the astrologist, the lady stood on the deck, looking at the new sunrise in the distance. And the morning sea breeze blew the strands of hair under her sun hat. Floka, is this your plan? As expected of the god of water. As expected of the god of destiny. Your methods are indeed much more experienced and bold than your sister, the god of fire. The lady shook her head and murmured. Ms. Louise, what did you say? A warrior behind him asked in confusion. It was Ichiro, who was on the reconnaissance ship. Nothing. I just said that the direction of the wind has changed. Louise raised her arm gracefully. Her white palm seemed to be caressing the sea breeze. Let's get back to the topic. Mr. Ichiro, the astrologist will soon go to the battlefield. Since you have been appointed as one of the adjutants of this ship, I have heard some rumors about this ship. It is said that there are actually some unknown and extremely hidden extra functions on the astrologist. I wonder if you are interested in this extra function. Mr. Ichiro? Chapter 399, the end of the 1,000 Islands. The final battle. 3 days passed in a flash. The dark clouds that enveloped the 1,000 Islands due to the arrival of the abyss seemed to have a premonition that today was special and would be the end of everything. And they seemed much thicker than usual. The dark and depressing sky was accompanied by thunder from time to time, like a dying dragon, trying to scare away the brave warriors who came to attack it with its roar. But this was just a useless struggle. One after another, the 1,000 Island ships crossed the defense line and sailed into the sea of the abyss without fear, the leading warship at the forefront, with the flag of the witch hanging high, and a phoenix emitting dazzling flames, illuminated the darkness and flew with it. Therefore, the brave warriors who come to fight the evil dragon will not be scared away by the roar, nor will they be blinded by the dark clouds. They have the best guidance, and everyone firmly believes. After today, the dark clouds that block the sun will dissipate. The warm sunshine will cover the 1,000 Islands again, and the dark sea will return to the blue again. Vivian is in the front, and Lu Dao Luosha is responsible for the rear. At this moment, the purple-haired general stood at the bow, looking around with vigilance, from her slightly trembling fingers holding the bow and arrow. It can be seen that Lu Dao Luosha is nervous, because if the octopus is deliberately luring the enemy deep, then now is the best time to ambush. However, when the warships of the 1,000 Islands safely passed the first 4 seas and successfully arrived at the entrance of the 5th sea, which was the place where the Yamata no Orochi was located under the corruption of the abyss, Lu Dao Luosha finally breathed a sigh of relief. No accidents occurred. They really did it, and came to the front of the big snake, and came to the source of all disasters. After a slight sigh of relief, Lu Dao Luosha continued to tense up, because the real battle has only begun here. Accompanied by a clear and loud phoenix cry, the decisive battle officially kicked off. The divine phoenix flying on the left and right of the warship disappeared, replaced by the witch of fire holding a flaming sword. Vivian took the lead. The blazing light of the flames cut through the dim darkness, and the fire wings of the phoenix appeared behind her. The little girl who took off from the warship faced the Yamata no Orochi in the center of the vortex, raised the big sword, and fiercely chopped off one of the snake heads. For the attacker, Yaki-da. No, the current snake is no longer worthy of this name. As early as on the astrologist, Vivian and the little wolf cub had fought with this snake and had seen the true appearance of Yaki. However, the snake at this moment only had 5 snake heads, and its body was festering and corrupted. Those snake armor scales that could emit deep and dark light, rich in beauty and lines, no longer existed. Instead, like the devil crab at the beginning, the body was covered with filthy mud and became its new scales. The closer Vivian got, the more she could feel the pain of this snake. A soul that had long died in old age was still being manipulated by others like a puppet. But even though Yaki's mind had dissipated, the body of the forbidden monster was still holding on to this pride and constantly fighting against the will of the fallen abyss. One of the heads of the fallen abyss snake suddenly sprayed a torrent at Vivian. The little girl on the astrologist could only dodge it. But now, Yaki is no longer Yaki, and the little girl is no longer that little girl. Vivian did not flinch. The flames on the flaming sword won a great victory, and it continued to accelerate straightly. The flames hit the torrent, but this time the flames were not extinguished. Instead, the torrent could not withstand the high temperature and turned into white mist and steam. In the end, it could only set off the great sword girl who rushed out of the air wave with an invincible momentum. Roar! The move did not work, and the fallen abyss snake roared, as if it knew that it could not fully exert its power. The original Yaki snake had the authority over the water system of the ocean, so it simply gave up and turned to simply and roughly bit Vivian with its snake head. The body of the controlled forbidden monster is also a forbidden body. When the little girl's flaming sword hit the snake head, it can be seen that the sword was forced to stop after cutting into the snake's neck about 30% deep, and it could not go deeper. The remaining 4 heads of the snake danced wildly in the rainstorm, as if they were mocking Vivian's weakness. They could not hurt its vital parts at all. They took advantage of the little girl's sword being stuck in the neck and launched a surprise attack, forcing Vivian to either abandon the sword and escape, or become a living target for its 4 snake heads with bloody mouths. The little girl seemed to be hesitating at first, and did not react for a long time. However, when the other 4 heads were at the limit distance where they could not stop, Vivian immediately let go of the sword, stepped on the snake's neck and kicked back hard, and her whole body was in a perfect arc, just dodging through the gap between the 4 heads. When did Vivian also have such exquisite body movements? This is all thanks to the Xiaobu inherited from the real fox-faced priestess. Dodging is only the first step. I don't know who she learned it from. During the beautiful somersault, a crisp snap of fingers from Vivian sounded. This seemed to be a signal. The fire-flaming sword half inserted into the flesh of the snake's neck began to burst out with bright red light. The heat energy in the sword body rose steadily at a speed of the blink of an eye, and reached a terrifying extreme value in an instant. And then bang! The flame sword turned into a big fireball like the sun, and the hot flames of the explosion scattered in all directions. Even if the 4 snake heads that attacked before wanted to avoid the explosion, it was too late. They could only watch as they collided head-on with the oncoming heat wave due to inertia. Ugh! A painful wail came out of the snake's mouth. It turned out that the explosion caused by the flames was not the main point. It was nothing to the body of the forbidden monster, but the firewood flames that followed the explosion and began to spread all over the body were the reason why the fallen abyss snake was roaring now. As a forbidden monster, although the firewood flames were not as lethal as the little wolf cub, don't forget that the little phoenix has the power of life and death. The phoenix flames can heal all the wounds in the world, and can also turn into deadly poisonous fire to prohibit the enemy from healing and seal the recovery ability that the fallen abyss is best at. When the abyss snake finally put out the phoenix flames on its body, its originally ugly body was now even more horrible. The filthy mud that served as the protective layer of the abyss was burned to ashes in the flames, revealing the dried and shrunken body of the snake. And this was Vivian's real purpose. And it was also the strategy that the little wolf cub had planned the night before. Although the level of the abyss snake was greatly reduced compared to the previous life, only level 59, its rank as a forbidden monster destined it to have a terrifying amount of blood. If Vivian alone killed it now, it might not be able to kill it even after a day of hacking, and it would be a waste of their biggest advantage. The number of people. A large number of ants can kill an elephant, but the prerequisite is that they must first break the elephant's skin. What Vivian did just now was to burn the surface of the abyss snake's abyss shell. Now the little wolf cub threw it over to investigate, and from the panel of the abyss snake, it can be seen that the double resistance has been greatly reduced. However, even at this level, for players who are generally only level 20, they are still powerless. Therefore, the little sparrow, with a tired face, took off the witch's dress and lay in Vivian's palm. The flames just now were also very strenuous for the firewood flame, and the load was very heavy. After Vivian carefully handed the firewood flame to the little wolf cub to take care of, she took off again. And this time, circles of pattern similar to magic circles began to rise from the void under her feet. Some 1,000 island players still don't know what the fox-faced witch is doing, but a small number of old players in Yenyu who have experienced the internal test, such as Luochen at this moment, Changlaman, Iko Daxigwa and others, all showed a familiar look. Because that is the halo. May your sword cut through everything and be indestructible. May your shield be as solid as a rock and unbreakable. May you be favored by the elements and your magic power never run dry. May you be surrounded by the seawater and heal all your wounds. May you be embraced by beauty. The pure and clean voice of the little girl echoed on the battlefield and resounded in the ears of everyone in the 1,000 Island fleet. As the indigenous 1,000 Island warriors, they felt an unspeakable power surging from their bodies. And the players. Ding! You are inspired by the sword chapter halo from Vivian. attack power plus 500%, and gain 50% armor penetration. Ding! You are inspired by Vivian's Stone Shield Chapter Aura. Defense plus 500%, and 40% damage offset. Ding! You are inspired by Vivian's Element Chapter and Healing Chapter Aura. Mana recovery speed plus 500%. Health recovery speed plus 500%. Ding! You are blessed by Vivian. Your luck value temporarily increased by 8 points. Fuck. What's going on? Why don't I use mana when I cast skills? Everyone, look at the status bar. The Qiandao players haven't reacted yet. They are still calling up their own panels to see what's going on. But the old players of Yenyu next to them, the real old Vivian fans, have already started killing. They had enjoyed this feeling of being strengthened during the internal test. But they didn't expect to still be able to savor it now. And it was obvious that as Vivian's strength increased, the strength of this aura strengthening became more and more outrageous. The attack and defense increased fivefold, and the mana and health were automatically restored. It was almost as if the words "you are strengthened, hurry up" were written on it. If you are not happy now, when will you be happy? The Qiandao players also reacted this time, especially when they saw the old players of Yenyu starting to use skills crazily at the Fallen Abyss Snake and crazy boss damage points. They didn't have time to curse, and quickly joined the ranks of throwing skills. And they soon discovered it. Is there something wrong with this critical hit rate? Haha. I've already had 6 consecutive critical hits. This time, I'll definitely be in the top 20% of the damage list. The last halo seems to increase the luck value. It should be related to this. But it only adds 8 points. Why do I feel like I'm getting a critical hit every time? 8 points? Idiot. Can't you turn this number sideways? The case is solved. Fuck. The official daughter has revealed her chicken feet now. And she still says you didn't cheat. The players blessed by the halo are fully fired. Even the most ordinary players can jump out of the head of the Fallen Abyss Snake with 4-digit damage. The real big guys were so happy. 3W, 3W, 9W. A player who pursues extreme critical damage and has a very low critical rate now looks at the terrifying numbers that pop up one by one. And his mouth is almost crooked with laughter. He quickly took a screenshot. And he will be invincible in the forum PvP in the future. When ants can really start to bite elephants, the flesh and blood of an elephant disappear very quickly. The Fallen Abyss Snake obviously felt its blood bar falling rapidly, and finally realized that it could not let these ants attack at will. At least, they should not be so comfortable. One of the heads of the Fallen Abyss Snake began to chant a ritual. And soon, bubbles began to gurgle from under the sea surface. And then, the descendants of the Yamata no Orochi, who were once the most loyal guards of the Water God Palace, were now enslaved by the Fallen Abyss along with the corruption of the snake. Even though they knew it was wrong, they still obeyed the order of the snake and climbed onto the players' ships from the sea to fight with them. For a while, the players' energy was indeed drawn away a lot, and the pressure on the Abyss Snake was obviously reduced. But oh, the loud wolf howl sounded from the front of the fleet. The Abyss Snake could summon its offspring. So could it be that he didn't have any? The little wolf cub had long noticed the summoner profession among the players in the flame domain. Obviously, this group of players are old players in the internal test, and only they can have summoned beasts like Earth's Silver Wolf, which they opened from the summoning stone of the little wolf cub. The summoners who were only in the single digits at the beginning have now become independent. Although the internal test is a deleted file test, the little wolf still found a small bug in the system and resealed the souls of these Earth Silver Wolves and handed them over to Shirley. After the public test is launched, if these players are really persistent and have not forgotten, they can get their partners back from Shirley through a series of tasks. I didn't expect that the seeds planted at the beginning would bloom and bear fruit here. Revenge. Be careful. On a battleship, Chunlu Manman was nervously looking at his summoned beast, which was fighting with 4 or 5 giant snake offspring. It is good for a normal summoned beast to block 1 offspring, and even a purple level monster like the Earth Silver Wolf can only block 1 more at most. But Chunlu Manman was different. He relied on his own faith and money to become the king of the tribe, the Earth Silver Wolf King. However, even the Wolf King was still struggling under the siege of 4 or 5 descendants. Chunlu Manman could only watch his Wolf King's health bar continue to drop. But he did not say to take it back by force, because Chunlu Manman understood that this was the obsession of revenge. The Earth Silver Wolf tribe was exterminated because of the Fallen Abyss. Eliminating the Fallen Abyss was their biggest obsession. And it was also the origin of why he named the Wolf King Revenge. Now from the looks of these descendants, the Wolf King obviously saw their past shadows. So he would rather die than fight to the end. But if this continues, just when Changlemaman was anxiously thinking about what to do, the wolf howl in the distance finally reached here. Ding! Your summoned Be Silver Wolf King of the Earth has received the royal encouragement from Xiaohe, and all attributes have been greatly improved. Before Changlemaman could react, he saw that the Wolf King, who was at a disadvantage just now, suddenly moved more than twice as fast as if he had been injected with chicken blood. With one claw, one bite, and the last flick of the wolf tail, the 4 difficult snake offspring were killed in minutes. After doing all this, the Wolf King seemed to finally have time to spare. He was not in a hurry to continue chasing, but seemed to respond to the initial wolf howl, and stood up and howled to the sky. Ah! As if relaying, more and more wolf howls began to sound on the battlefield. Not only the Earth's silver wolf, but also other wolf monsters were all boiling, and their combat power was rising. Originally, I was still envious of those summoner players of other professions. Now they can turn over and sing. They can't attack the big snake for the time being, but they can deal with the offspring and make room for other long-range professions to output. They are definitely the best. Hiss. Roar. The fallen abyss snake, which was focused on by the players again, finally couldn't stand it. It actually began to choose to escape shamelessly. The huge 5 heads were about to plunge into the depths of the sea. And at this time, a ship that must be described as a monster began to raise huge waves at an incredible speed and slammed into the big snake that was about to dive. Compared with this ship, the other warships around were like small wooden boats. Its huge hull could withstand half of the other's body even if it was compared with the fallen abyss snake. There is only one ship in the Kuril Islands that can do this. The Astrologus. Chapter 400. Swish. The blade flashed, and the body of the offspring fell on its back, revealing Ichiro, who was panting behind him. Because of its huge size, the Astrologus naturally became the target of the offspring summoned by the snake. The deck of dozens of meters was now in a mess. However, thanks to the blessing from the fox-faced priestess, even in the face of these terrifying monsters of the abyss, not only the players, but also the indigenous warriors were able to fight. This was the 5th offspring Ichiro had killed. Although his body was almost at its limit, he saw that victory was just around the corner. The snake in the distance was obviously in a worse condition than him, and had been wounded for a long time. He could not hold on for long. Therefore, Ichiro gritted his teeth and continued to raise his sword to go to the next offspring, who jumped onto the ship from the sea, buying time for the stranger to attack. But at this moment, what's going on? Is it my illusion? Why does the snake feel smaller and smaller? It's not getting smaller. It's diving. It's starting to drill into the water. Diving down? No. The big snake is going to run away. Due to distance and visual problems, the people on the Astrologus will notice this a little later. Upon hearing the news, the captain's deputy was a little stunned and said happily, "Win? We won." But he was soon shouted back by the captain. "When a fart. Once it returns to its nest, we can't dive. And all the efforts to seriously injure it in this battle will be in vain. Once it recovers from its wounds, it will soon come back again. This will never end, and we must never let it go back." Some people who reacted quickly, like the captain, immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. And Adjutant Ichiro was one of them. Stop it. It must be stopped from diving and escaping. But the question is how to do it. Such a 100-year-old forbidden monster, twice as large as their Astrologus, would require the most elite fleet firepower of the 1,000 islands just to injure it. And if the opponent was determined to escape, they would have no way to stop it. The fox-faced priestess in the main battlefield obviously realized this, and tried desperately to stop the snake. But it only slowed down its diving speed. The snake has a total of 5 heads, and one of them can always take advantage of the gap to continue chanting and casting spells, continuously reducing the buoyancy of the body. Are we really just going to watch the abyss snake disappearing bit by bit on the sea level? No. That's not right. There's one more. Send someone to the control room immediately and ask the priestess of the society to turn up the power of the heart of the sea to the maximum. Faced with the captain's order, his deputy was obviously a little confused. What? Turn up the power of the ship to the maximum, and we'll rush over. Now we're the only ones who can stop the snake. Only the Astrologus. But? Don't make me say it again. Yes. Yes. Amid the captain's roar, the deputy's eyes did show hesitation. But it was soon replaced by determination, and he rushed to the control room at the fastest speed. Soon, with the shock of the astrologist, everyone could clearly feel that the ship was accelerating. The astrologist, which was originally located in the center of the fleet, began to shift its position little by little and move towards the snake. However, it was too slow. Although the astrologist was 1 or 2 times smaller than the snake, it was also a behemoth measured in tens of thousands of tons. Even if it was driven by the heart of the sea made by imitating the heart of God, it was difficult to increase the acceleration in a short period of time. If the speed could not be increased, even if they arrived in front of the snake, the power of the collision would be greatly reduced. This was like a large truck starting and a speeding truck. Obviously, the latter had several times higher destructive power. What was even more desperate was that after accelerating for less than 5 seconds, the speed of the ship stopped increasing, as if it had reached its limit. Obviously, when the heart of the sea was designed, for safety reasons, the astrologist was not allowed to accelerate without limit, and there was a limit on the maximum speed. But, bang! The captain knocked on the guardrail unwillingly, because at the current speed, let alone dreaming of dying with the snake, it was a question whether he could knock it unconscious and paralyzed. At this moment, suddenly an adjutant ran towards him, shouting something while running. When the distance was close, the captain heard the other party's words. "I have a way to increase the speed of the ship." Ichiro ran to the captain nervously, and took out a booklet from his arms. At first, the captain was very excited, thinking that Ichiro was really a technician. But when he quickly took Ichiro's booklet and looked at it, he frowned at the name alone. Operation Manual of Astrologist Power Enhanced Edition. When he opened the thin booklet again and saw the contents above, the captain almost kicked Ichiro into the sea out of anger. The entire booklet has only 3 pages, and all the operating instructions end on the first page, with only 4 sentences. How to activate the ultimate mode of astrologist. 1. Turn off the heart of the sea. 2. Gather people to go to the magic furnace room and try their best to break the maximum speed limit of the heart of the sea to trigger the limit seal. 3. Successfully remove the seal in the order shown in the picture: snake, fox, Sakuraji, witch. 4. Restart the heart of the sea and release all the reserve energy. The second page after that is the author's signature. Louise Dracula, one of the greatest engineers at the end of the century, has participated in many major projects and provided improvement suggestions. She has received rave reviews and is well known. And the third page at the end of the booklet. The captain didn't have the patience to read it anymore. He resisted the urge to throw the booklet into the sea, although the information on it was extremely unreliable, and the name of the foreign author was in the end. At least the booklet did remind the captain a little. Magic Furnace Room. The astrologist also has such a power room. A system that can burn magic power and convert it into power. But it has been almost forgotten by everyone. Because with the heart of the sea, there is no need for a magic furnace room at all. Moreover, if you want to drive such a giant ship, relying on the magic furnace room is too inefficient. And it is a drop in the bucket. But now we have to try this. And the captain dares to take this gamble because the ship now has the largest number of people ever. There are hundreds of strangers who can provide combustion materials for the magic furnace. And many of them are fire mages from the flame realm, which can greatly improve efficiency. The captain immediately ordered Ichiro to be the captain of this temporary operation, to gather strangers, close the heart of the sea, and try to switch to the magic furnace to drive the ship. But Ichiro hesitated again, because if too many people were dispatched to maintain the magic furnace, it would inevitably mean that the combat effectiveness on the deck would decline a lot. However, the captain did not give Ichiro a chance to speak. After returning the booklet to Ichiro, the captain had already led the guards to fill this gap in combat power. If they only guarded the cabin entrance and dragged the heirs on the deck, they could still do it. Ichiro also understood the captain's meaning at this time. From the moment he decided to crash into the snake, the fate of all the people on the ship was doomed. It was only a matter of sooner or later. What he had to do now was to try his best to reach that destination. Use their destined fate to change the future of the 1,000 Islands. Soon, the speed of the astrologist began to slow down. This was because the heart of the sea was closed. In the magic furnace room, a large number of players who received the go-all-in mission from Ichiro were constantly throwing skills at a floating core in the center of the furnace. They were certainly not destroying the core, by using this method to charge the core furnace. When the player's skills hit it, a halo would flash across the surface of the core, absorbing all the magic power in the skills and providing it as power to the combustion furnace. This was definitely not the normal working principle of the magic furnace. Ichiro was 100% sure of this. He had never seen a core that could absorb magic power from attacks like this. The magic furnace of the astrologist must have been modified by someone. But now Ichiro can't care so much, because he has to admit that compared to delivering magic power one by one, this charging method of attacking without limit on the number of people is obviously much more efficient. But it's still a little bit short. Just a little bit short. The core that absorbed a lot of player skill magic power was shining brightly, and the power furnace made a roaring sound that it couldn't bear the weight, as if it would explode at any time. But every time Ichiro thought it was going to fail, the power furnace that was already overheated and highly overloaded was still working firmly. I don't know if its original quality was so strong, or if it was also modified like the core. Sir, let's help too. Not only the players were working hard, but the sailors of the astrologists also pushed carts of extremely high-quality magic crystal ore to the magic furnace room. When Ichiro asked where these rare and precious magic crystal ore came from, the sailors replied that they found them in the warehouse, and they were piled there at some point. If you think about it carefully, you will find too many suspicious points. But now Ichiro is only overjoyed. He and the sailors began to fill the magic crystals into the power furnace, and then fill them again, desperately. Just like that, the crazy running power furnace prompted the astrologist to finally reach the maximum speed of the heart of the sea limit. The heart of the sea, which had been closed, began to flash blue light, and another team of players, who had been waiting there for a long time, really saw the pattern seal that appeared on the heart of the sea. When they found the order of the instruction manual and unlocked it, buzz! A blue halo burst out from the heart of the sea, covering the entire astrologist. The priestess in the control room had never seen the heart of the sea so violent. It was as if the shackles were removed, and the magic power in the heart of the sea was rising steadily, driving the entire astrologist to speed up. Success? No need to say more. The huge inertia of the ship that suddenly sped up on the sea was the best explanation. At this time, the people on the deck, let alone fighting, could not stand firm. At this moment, everyone on the astrologist had only one belief. Charge. Hiss. Roar. The big commotion on the astrologist had already become the focus of the whole scene. Even the abyssal snake, who was held by Vivian, had to pay attention to it. This human ship, which was 1/3 of its size, was rushing at a terrifying speed. If it really got hit by this, the snake began to show a look of fear. It even gave up diving and gave up fighting with Vivian. It tried its best to force out the forbidden power of the Yamata no Orochi, the power of the sea. The huge waves surged, and the direction of the seawater, under the control of the abyssal snake, began to flow in the opposite direction of it. In an instant, the astrologist was equivalent to going upstream, fighting against the entire sea and competing with the current in the opposite direction. Even the heart of the sea, which was fully fired, seemed to be a little exhausted. This is the horror of the forbidden power. This won't work. How can we fail here? Is there anything else? Is there anything that can increase the speed of the ship? Can it compete with the power of the taboo? Ichiro was extremely anxious. Coincidentally, at this moment, the operating manual given to him by Ms. Louise fell out of his pocket, and the third page of the manual that had not been read by the captain before was now opened. If the requirements are still not met after all the above steps are correctly operated, then the last method can only be used. Please pour a bottle of fine wine into the air. This time, not only the captain, but also Ichiro himself wanted to curse. What the hell is this? But now that every second counts, they have no time to think. And there is no other option to think. Every captain carries a small bottle of treasured liquor with him, which is a custom of the Thousand Islands. The captain unscrewed the bottle without hesitation. In the rush of wind and lightning, no one noticed whether the liquor in the bottle was spilled into the sea or disappeared strangely in the air. But what they could notice was wind. The wind is blowing. The sailor on the mast waved his hands desperately, trying to shout out this exciting news. It can be clearly felt that this is not the wind brought by the astrologist's sprint, but the natural wind from the environment. It was very weak at first, but it was as if it was assisted by God. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a howling gale. What excited everyone was that the direction of the wind was towards the snake. This was a tailwind. The imperfect forbidden authority seemed unable to hold up under the strong wind, and the upstream waves began to turn into downstream turbulent waves. This time, no one could stop the astrologist, and the abyss snake could only watch as the giant ship grew bigger and bigger in its pupils, under the combined efforts of the heart of the sea and the strong wind. This legendary giant ship, which had witnessed the rise and fall of the entire water kingdom for the 1,000 islands, and the people on it now, with the determination to die, crashed into the body of the snake. It was not until this last moment that Ichiro, the captain, and all the sailors closed their eyes with peace of mind. Ichiro couldn't help but recall Louise's words. It turned out that the other party really didn't lie to him. The mortals did do something. Although the price was very high, Ichiro thought it was worth it. He believed that if they were given another chance, everyone on the astrologist would still choose this ending. It has always been the fox-faced priestess and the strangers who have become the main force to protect the 1,000 islands. And this time, they can be regarded as bringing honor to the people of the 1,000 islands. Right? If I must say, Ichiro still has some regrets. I really want to watch the fireworks on the Sakuraji Island of the fox-faced priestess. Chapter 401. The huge crash sound echoed in my ears, and even with my eyes closed, I could feel it. The dazzling white light enveloped the surroundings at this moment. Ichiro's brain seemed to be blank at this moment, just like the white light. However, after 2 or 3 seconds, the tinnitus in my mind finally disappeared gradually. Ichiro, who was in a daze, subconsciously touched his limbs and found that his body was intact. And then he looked around blankly. One by one, familiar figures appeared beside him. They were everyone on the astrologist. But at this moment, almost everyone had the same expression as Ichiro, and had not yet recovered from the collision. This is here. The shock wave of the tragic collision did not happen, nor did they sink into the sea with the deformed wreckage of the astrologist. They were on the back of a huge black wolf, and in the air above their heads. Huh? The little girl in a shrine maiden's costume and a fox mask on her waist patted her flat chest as if she was relieved. Fortunately, we made it. Looking at everyone on the astrologist, who was caught steadily by Xiaohei and was safe and sound below, Vivian smiled with gratitude from the bottom of her heart. It was not until this time that Ichiro realized that the white light that filled his vision at the end was not a big explosion, but the magic of the fox-masked shrine maiden. At the last moment, when the astrologist collided with the snake, Vivian successfully completed her large teleportation array and transferred everyone on the ship to a safe place. This also explains why the fox-faced priestess did not seem to appear during the entire process of the astrologist rushing towards the snake. Even when the snake used the power of the sea to push the astrologist out, it seemed that Vivian did nothing but watched. The little girl really had no ability to do anything else, because from the moment she discovered this dying ship, Vivian put all her energy into forcing a way out for the people on the ship who were going to die heroically. Being brave is fine, but dying is not that simple for Vivian without her permission. Although the little girl was arrogant. In fact, if Vivian hesitated a little, or wanted to interrupt the snake from using its power, she would never be able to complete the teleportation array at the last second and transfer everyone on the ship. Vivian even had to thank the abyss snake, because if it hadn't struggled to death and delayed for a few seconds, causing the astrologist to pause, the little girl might not have been able to catch up. After all, there were hundreds of people on the astrologist, and even Demir didn't dare to say that he could successfully complete the teleportation under such a tight time and scene. But anyway, she did it. And, among these hundreds of people, there are not only natives, but also players who are strangers. Although they were a little later, and were saved by Vivian's teleportation, at least it can still be seen that in the little girl's heart, she did not take the lives of strangers less seriously just because they can be resurrected. Vivian knows that death is painful, so the less such experience, the better. Compared with the natives of the 1,000 islands like Ichiro, who have not yet recovered from the disaster, the players who are strangers have returned to normal first. Well, it can't be said that way. One after another, the shouts that seemed to be atavism rose, and fell on the back of the black wolf. I am not dead. Oh! Who am I? Where am I? What did I do? Exciting. So fucking exciting. It was Vivian who saved me. She really did it. I cried my ass off. Who just complained about how the fox-faced priestess went offline in a critical situation. Stand up for me. If the priestess doesn't go offline temporarily to read the skills, who will save us? The noise of the foreigners around made the natives such as the captain and Ichiro calm down a little. They finally confirmed that they did survive. It was the fox-faced priestess who saved them from the ship at the last moment. The emotions in their hearts are indescribable and cannot be added. Now they envy these foreigners around them very much. They can speak their minds so frankly and shout out their true thoughts without any concealment. Woo woo woo. I know Vivian has me in her heart. Bullshit. She has me in her heart. Don't scream. Sister, which is my old. Ugh. Before the last crazy player finished shouting, Black Wolf's body shook slightly. And with very precise force, he threw all those who were thinking about farts off his back, letting them embrace the sea again. Plop. 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 After the players plunged into the sea with screams, they splashed a perfect splash. This distance would not kill them, but it might scare them to death. Gudong Ichiro swallowed his saliva in fear. Now it seems that he is not so envious of strangers. But it's still okay to raise your hands and shout long live the fox-faced priestess. On the other side, the players who were watching the show with glee on the back of the Black Wolf applauded. First of all, it's a crime of disrespect. I forgot what happened later. But anyway, I support the justice of God. My evaluation is that it's like a meow. Waymin. At the same time, after this, the players' attention shifted from Vivian to the Black Wolf. Wow! Could this be the little wolf cub next to Miss Vivian? It looks cute on weekdays, but I didn't expect it to grow so big. It must be at least extraordinary level. Right? Extraordinary? Can you be bolder? I'll just ban the monster. So he pretends to be cute and adorable on weekdays, but is actually a dark and domineering Taiwei fan. What kind of godlike wolf setting is this? I see the picture. I love it. We are all summoners. Why is the difference so big? It's okay. Brother, don't be depressed. Not only you summoners, but also our warrior and mage professional players feel the same way. After such a short episode, everyone finally withdrew from the aftermath of escaping death. Then, of course, they immediately began to care about the astrologist and the fallen serpent. With their unremitting efforts, did the collision that sacrificed their lives work? Ichiro was the first to climb up from the wolf's back and ran to a suitable angle to look down. The waves caused by the collision still remained on the sea surface. Judging from the surging aftermath, the power of the collision was definitely not small. The continuous white waves were several hundred meters long, almost recreating the scene when the abyss snake was knocked away by the astrologist. When I squinted my eyes and tried to look far away, I could vaguely see a large black shadow floating on the sea surface. That should be the abyss snake. Judging from the outline of the shadow, the whole body of the snake was almost completely turned upside down and was crushed by the astrologist. The snake should have tried to dive down to hide, but it was too late, which led to the current situation, and it was just crushed under the giant ship. The 5 snake heads that were roaring and dancing wildly on the sea before now looked like wilted mushrooms, half floating on the sea and half submerged in the sea. No matter which one of them was, there was no movement at all. When the Black Wolf sent the crew on its back to the nearest ship, Ichiro quickly drove the boat to the location of the snake. And then, he could see it clearly. Cracks after cracks crawled all over the surface of the snake, and black mist continued to spread out from these cracks. The most terrifying wound was the torso that was hit head-on by the astrologist. It was completely deformed and concave inward. Large pieces of black mist flowed out from the shocking blood hole and turned into smoke and dust after touching the air. The entire body of the snake shrank as the filthy black mist passed away, just like a leaking balloon. In this scene, Ichiro hugged and high-fived the captain next to him, with tears of excitement and joy in his eyes. Because at least from the picture in front of him, they did it. They successfully killed the abyss snake and ended the source of the disaster. Shirley, who had been observing the snake for a long time, nodded to Vivian and the little wolf cub who came. Shirley could feel the abyss breath in the snake's body, which was rapidly declining. All signs showed that they had successfully eliminated it. However, soon after the excitement passed, everyone found that something was still wrong. Because if the abyss snake was really dead, then why? Vivian raised her head, like many people did, looking up at the sky above her head, which was still covered by dark clouds. The little girl frowned. The big snake died, but the abyss descent was not over yet. There seemed to be only one explanation that Vivian could think of. Because if you really count, there is indeed a leader who is still alive. Clara. Now this mini octopus, the fourth leader in the Thousand Islands Abyss descent, second only to the big snake, is lying on Shirley's shoulder because Vivian has to go to the battle. It does not realize that it has become the focus of many people's attention, because Clara at this moment is focusing on the body of the big snake. From the whimpering sound it tried to make, Vivian felt the sadness and reluctance in it. But this was not for the Abyss big snake, but for the soul of the Yamada no Orochi, who finally got rid of the shackles of the Abyss and truly disappeared from the world. Shirley, give me Clara. But Shirley hesitated a little. But Vivian said nothing more, just interrupted Shirley with a shake of her head, and did not retract her outstretched hand. Shirley sighed and handed the mini squid to Vivian. Clara was a little confused, not knowing what she was doing, and her tentacles scratched her head in a very human way. The little wolf cub next to him seemed a little helpless, but he still took the initiative to jump out of Vivian's arms. Half hanging in the air, he glanced around coldly, and blocked all the unfriendly eyes that followed Clara and moved to Vivian. Although the unfriendly here is definitely not towards Vivian, but towards the mini octopus protected by the little girl. After all, judging from the current situation, if you want to truly end the advent of the Abyss, it seems that you must eliminate all the leaders. This is why Shirley hesitated when Vivian asked Shirley for Clara. The little girl's action undoubtedly conveyed a meaning to everyone. She wanted to protect this little octopus. Abba, even Clara seemed to be aware of the subtle situation. It suddenly spoke, and then used its tentacles to point down to the sea surface. Shirley, who understood, immediately showed a look of enlightenment. Just as she was about to translate, Vivian took the lead, as if she really understood it. Below. What do you mean? I understand. It's the Abyss Sea, the well of the fallen Abyss suppressed by the Water God Palace. That's the real source. We must find something to seal it up again. ABA. The little octopus also nodded his head along with the excited Vivian. Although he didn't know what Vivian said, he knew that Vivian knew what he said. Vivian found a solution to the problem, and the next step was how to implement it. What should be used to block the well of the Abyss Sea? With the successful experience of the Water God Palace, they only need to find a similar one, which must be large enough and must have the power of the Water God. Only with divine things can the Abyss Sea be suppressed. As luck would have it, they just happen to have a ready-made blockage like this. The Astrologus. No. To be more precise, it should be the wreckage of the Astrologus. The former sea overlord, the luxurious ship, has now been completely destroyed in the collision. The impact is mutual. From the miserable appearance of the snake, we can more or less judge the situation of the Astrologus. The keel of the hull was undoubtedly broken, and various parts of the ship had been torn into pieces, either floating on the sea or falling into the deep sea. The damage rate of the entire ship reached at least 70%. The reason why it could barely maintain its outline and did not disintegrate directly was thanks to the last defense barrier of the heart of the sea. However, it was obvious that a faint blue light could still be seen flashing from the innermost part of the ship, which was a symbol that the heart of the sea was still running, as if telling everyone that it could still exert its last remaining energy. When the trunk of the big snake finally turned into dust and dissipated like all the monsters in the abyss, the wreckage of the Astrologus lost its buoyancy and finally fell to the bottom of the sea. At this time, Vivian propped up the magic barrier and plunged into the sea, trying to control the wreckage of the giant ship and block it at the mouth of the abyss below. Vivian originally wanted to ask the little wolf cub to do this kind of hard work, but after entering the sea, Clara's body swelled up first. In the blink of an eye, a giant octopus used all its tentacles to wrap around the heavy wreckage of the Astrologus and sent it towards a deep well with black mist below. Hula-dong. All of Clara's tentacles exerted their strength at the same time, and the huge ship, which had become a wreck, launched what might be the last sprint in its life. When it reached the mouth of the abyss, it made a heavy muffled sound. The Astrologus blocked the hole perfectly, and then a strange scene appeared. A faint blue light flashed from Clara's body, and a similar light burst out from the huge ship at the mouth of the well. A blue barrier quickly spread from the heart of the sea in the hull until it surrounded the entire well. The black fog that had been trying to continue to flow out from the gap of the wreckage of the Astrologus was completely dissipated. And it was not just the black fog under the sea that disappeared. When Vivian immediately returned to the sea to check the situation, what greeted her was a long-lost bright sunshine after the dark clouds in the sky dissipated. The fall of the abyss that had enveloped the Thousand Islands for half a month was completely ended at this moment. Chapter 402, Dialogue with the Water God. Sakurajima. The top of Ye Shrine. The sun shines on the pink petals of the sacred cherry blossoms, and the gentle breeze scatters them to the ground. A beautiful woman sits quietly under the tree, raising her hand to try to keep the rain of flowers. But the floating cherry blossoms eventually slip from her fingertips. Every cherry blossom that once danced in the wind, after blooming its beauty to the world, will eventually return to the mud and sand under her feet. However, although each cherry blossom only has a short stage of a few seconds in the air, they are endless, one after another, and when they come to their senses, they look down at their feet. The mud and sand in the past have been completely covered by pink petals at some point, and the brown muddy path has been paved into a refreshing cherry blossom avenue. Those cherry blossoms that left the sky stage were able to shine with a second beauty. So far, the fox statue next to the sacred cherry. The faint purple light in the eye is completely dim, symbolizing that the self-sealed forbidden soul inside was completely dissipated. Next to the beautiful woman under the sacred cherry tree, there was also a silent young man standing. Originally, he was taciturn, but after seeing that the fox statue had completely lost its spirituality and turned into an ordinary statue, the young man couldn't help but clenched his fists. Sister. Xiao pursed his lips. His voice was sad. But even without Louise's explanation, Xiao understood, or rather, had anticipated his sister's choice. The choice of the former lord of the shrine. The forbidden monster of the real fox demon clan. The Ye Shrine no longer needs a second fox-masked priestess. In this case, it is better to return the power to the earth and become the nutrients to nourish the sacred cherry blossoms, so that more new cherry blossoms can bloom. After all, some petals have willingly chosen to be the bottom layer in order to pave the beautiful cherry blossom avenue, bordering the mud and sand, and enduring being stained by filth and dust. So what does her point mean? Louise sighed. She said nothing, but took out a similar little fox statue from her arms and placed it next to the big fox statue. This travel souvenir that was forgotten and silent in the storage room has finally returned to its original hometown. But just when Louise was about to turn around and leave, from the stone steps of the shrine opposite, a hazy figure of a shrine maiden appeared. Xiao stepped forward nervously at the first moment, wanting to protect his mother, because although he didn't recognize the other person's appearance, he would not mistake this aura in the entire 1,000 Islands. It was a god. Don't be so nervous. It's just a reunion between old friends. You go back first. Louise patted the young man's shoulder and told Xiao to relax. Seeing that his mother said so, the phantom of the water god opposite seemed to be waiting for him to leave. Xiao nodded, and after a deep look, he quickly left the top of the shrine. Finally, only the beautiful woman and the witch were left beside the sacred cherry. Louise was the first to shake her head, half-handed on her waist, and said, "Oh, you came so suddenly. I couldn't even prepare any gifts. It was such a mistake. Such a mistake. You shouldn't mind this little thing. Right? Froka?" "Of course not." The witch's shadow shook her head. The water goddess Froka certainly heard the true meaning of Louise's words. After all, if you really want to count, the sinking and crashing of the Astrologus, one of the few precious wonders in the 1,000 Islands, was caused by Louise. I'm not here to blame you. On the contrary, I am very grateful to you for using the Astrologus to exchange for the end of the advent of the Abyss. This is the best gift I have received from you since we have known each other for so many years. I thought the gifts I gave before were all good. How could this happen? Louise muttered in dissatisfaction. So, why did you come to me? You're not really here to reminisce about the past, are you? Even the owl knows that this is not something you, Froka, would do as their cold water god. The witch didn't care about Louise's ridicule, but continued calmly, I'm here to give you a piece of advice. Advice? I won't interfere with your own daughter's affairs. But if you involve that little girl, Louise, I hope you can stop. It's said to be advice, but Louise narrowed her eyes. From Froka's words, it looked more like a warning. However, the beautiful woman looked at the water god, who could only appear as a blurry shadow, and she raised her lips and asked arrogantly, You are not convincing now. If I am not mistaken, that cute little octopus has taken away most of your power. Right? You forcibly created another world line and created your own shadow of destiny. To be honest, Froka, I admire your courage and bravery. But I am curious, haven't you always believed in fate? Then why don't you accept your fate of being corrupted by the abyss and becoming that octopus monster? Instead, You bet on a little girl? Louise looked into the eyes of the water god. And the beautiful woman put away her playful look and asked seriously, how can you be so sure that she won't deal with the insider you put into the abyss with all your divine heart power? Once Vivian really kills your fate phantom and other abyss leaders indiscriminately, not only will you waste your divine power in vain, but the abyss of Thousand Islands will continue endlessly because you no longer have the ability to seal the wellhead. To be honest, this gamble is too big. If it were me, I would rather let the abyss come for another half a month than choose such a risky gamble. It is precisely because Clara has the ability to control other creatures of the abyss that the Thousand Island army can come to the Great Snake without any hindrance and directly engage in the final battle. Without Clara, it might really be like what Louis said, and the final battle with the Great Snake would be delayed for half a month. On the other hand, if the water god did not create Clara, her own fate phantom, Froka would have 100% ability to successfully seal the mouth of the abyss sea well after the Thousand Island army defeated the Great Snake. Of course, the price is that the abyss will come and wreak havoc for another half a month. You must know that this kind of shelter often has a threshold. The loss before the threshold may be small, but once this limit is exceeded, the subsequent loss rate will increase exponentially. So don't look at it as only half a month more. This half a month may be the difference between a cold and a serious injury to the Thousand Island. No wonder Louise would accuse the water god here. But Froka shook her head. You got it wrong, Louise. It's not that I bet that Vivian can find the difference in Clara. But, because she is Vivian, I dare to create the Fate Shadow with confidence. She has already handed in a perfect answer sheet in the last Fate Shadow. So I believe she will do the same this time. Can a bet with a predetermined outcome still be called a bet? On the other side, the water god Queen Louise showed a surprised expression. First, she didn't expect that Froka would have such a high evaluation of the little girl. And second, she didn't expect that the water god would use the Fate Shadow once. A Fate Shadow that only targeted Vivian. Fate is the authority of the water god. And the future, past and parallel fate, or people, or things, are directly materialized in the present world, which is the so-called Fate Shadow, which is an extremely powerful and extremely consuming power. Louise now understands a little bit. No wonder the water god is so weak. So, you have been preparing for this game from the beginning? It was not until the beautiful woman here that she understood the full picture of the Thousand Islands this time. And Froka did not answer directly, but turned and looked into the distance, which was the direction of the flame domain. After all, she was sent here by my sister. Louise smacked her lips, showing an envious expression, and sighed with a little sigh. If the other two twin gods in the western continent could have such friendship as you, the fallen abyss might appear a few hundred years later. It seems that the topic has gone a bit off topic. Let's get back to the main topic. The beautiful woman waved her hand at Froka, and said lightly as if there was no need to worry, don't worry. I want to curry favor with such a proud girl. How can I be her enemy? Besides, we are all experienced people. When I was still very weak, there were also old guys who tried to bully me. But in the end, I paid for their coffins. According to Gili, now the situation has changed, and it is our turn to become the old guys. I don't want to be a stepping stone for others, and I don't want to sleep in a coffin bought for me by others. If the quality is really good, then we can discuss it separately. At this point, Louise began to blame the water god. Look at it this way. Froka, do you think I am too vicious? How could I attack my daughter's friend? But the water god just glanced at her coldly. From the moment you induced your little daughter to recognize her ancestors, you have been the most vicious and shameless mother. Louise tried to refute but failed. Indeed, she was very inexperienced in being a mother. Could it be that she had become the old thing she hated the most when she was young without realizing it? The beautiful woman was still reflecting on herself. But Froka walked to the statue of a big and a small fox next to Shining first. When the water god's phantom placed his hand on the little fox statue, a light blue light bloomed from the water god's fingertips, covering the entire sculpture. This move naturally attracted Louise's attention. She could feel that the already fragile water god's phantom was becoming more and more blurred. Finally, when the blue light faded, a miracle appeared. There were cracks on the little fox statue, and soon these cracks began to spread rapidly to the entire statue like a spider web. And in the next second, a crisp sound of click sounded at the top of the shrine. The little fox statue completely cracked, and in its place, a real little fox emerged from the statue. although it was still young. It was opening its hazy eyes and looking at the new world curiously, without the restraint of the statue. The pink fur on its surface could stretch out, making the little fox look chubby, like an oversized pink ball of string. But it was from this little fox that Louise felt the familiar taboo aura. There was no doubt that this was a taboo monster. The water god stroked the little fox, and a look of reminiscence appeared on his face, as if this scene was familiar. The little fox also enjoyed the touch very much, making a comfortable sound. Unfortunately, the little fox soon felt something was wrong, because the force from the touch became weaker and weaker. When it opened its squinting eyes and looked at the water god, it found that the shadow of the water god had disappeared little by little. The little fox was so anxious that it kept shouting and tried to hold the opponent's hand with its claws. But unfortunately its claws went straight through the phantom, and after a few seconds, even the last bit of the phantom disappeared in front of it. The lost little fox looked at the place where the phantom of the water god disappeared, and stared blankly under the sacred cherry tree for a long time, unwilling to leave. Louise next to him saw this scene and chose to turn around and leave silently without disturbing him. This may be the fate of the forbidden monster, since the nine-tailed demon fox has reappeared. The Yamata no Orochi must not be far away. Right? Not long after Louise left, a group of people appeared from the steps at the top of the shrine. The little fox, who was still beside the divine cherry blossom, woke up and ran over to see. It found that the leader was a witch with a fox mask on her waist. And strangely, there was a little wolf and a little sparrow beside the witch. The little fox felt an indescribable sense of familiarity with the fox mask of the witch, as if it had just lost a loved one, but suddenly found another one. But it finally hid after hesitation, and hid its young body behind the divine cherry blossom. Because the little fox was shy, it was very timid about the wolf and sparrow behind the witch. Although they were different species, the little fox always felt that they were very similar. But the other two were obviously good friends, and it was just an outsider. And the following facts made the little fox more certain that his hiding was absolutely correct. I saw that after the human witch went into the house to handle work and left, the little wolf cub and the little sparrow began to whisper and plot something. Soon, under the puzzled eyes of the little fox, I saw the little wolf cub dragging a large vat over. And then, the little sparrow brought a lot of branches and firewood from all around. Next, I saw the wolf and the sparrow began to pour water into the large vat. When it was almost full, the little sparrow actually spit out flames from its mouth, instantly burning the firewood under the large vat. And soon the water in the vat began to boil. What are they doing? The answer was revealed soon, in a way that shocked the little fox. As the little fox peeped in, he saw that the little wolf cub had produced an oval snake egg from somewhere like a magic trick, and then plopped the dark green snake egg directly into the boiling vat. Chapter 403 Brother Shohei is the best. Chirp! The excited little sparrow flapped its wings, as if applauding the little wolf cub. Sinyen flew around the big vat excitedly, and finally landed on the edge of the vat, looking at the snake egg sinking into the boiling water below. He swallowed hard. The little wolf cub next to him, who had done all this, clapped his paws as if he had accomplished his mission, and yelled at the little sparrow above, as if to say, "See, I didn't lie to you, did I? Follow me, and you'll have enough food and drink." Hearing this, Sinyan immediately flew back to the little wolf cub from the big vat, and began to rub his chubby body against the little wolf cub affectionately. While rubbing, he made a gentle and obedient sound. "Shiji brother is so good to me. I like him the most." But soon, after the joy passed, Sinyan still showed a little worry, like a naughty child who stole money from his parents and ran away. The little sparrow looked a little guilty, and whispered to the little wolf cub's ear, "Shiji? Shiji? But brother, if we do this, Sister Vivian will find out. Won't she be angry?" Sinyan has been craving for snake eggs for a long time. But the little sparrow also knows that Sister Vivian attaches great importance to this snake egg. So even if she is greedy, Sinyan dare not really do anything to the snake egg. After all, although Sister is usually gentle and considerate, she is super scary when she gets angry. Sinyan still vaguely remembered the miserable night when she was dominated by more than a dozen math problems and supervised by a serious little girl. She was not allowed to go to bed until she finished the math problems. The little sparrow shuddered when she thought of this. The delicious snake egg custard was right in front of her, and the little bird claws under her feet wanted to retreat. However, fortunately, The little wolf cub snorted disdainfully at Sun Yan's cowardice of running away from the battlefield. He waved his little claws, showing an expression that there was no need to worry, and yelled twice, saying to the scared little sparrow, "Vivian, don't worry. I'm here to protect you. Your sister won't dare to say a word. You have bled and sweated for the Annihilation Star. What's wrong with eating some snake egg custard to replenish your body? So feel free to eat as much as you want. If your sister dares to interfere, come to me, and I'll support you." Looking at the little wolf cub with his hands on his hips, his head held high, and a domineering look, Xian seemed to be encouraged, especially when he heard the last sentence. This kind of self-confidence, that he was not at all inferior to his sister and did not take his sister seriously, made Xian's eyes full of admiration when he looked at the little wolf cub. What is family status? This is family status. With Xiaohei brother, the head of the family, looking after her. What else does she have to be afraid of? Xian's last bit of worry also disappeared. Chirp! The little sparrow nodded happily. While enjoying the admiration from Sun Yan, the little wolf cub did not forget to continue asking for some benefits. Well, cough cough Sun Yan, you see I've been so good to you. The feathers you gave me last time can revive my health and replenish my body. Do you think you can give me another feather? The little wolf cub rubbed his paws. Sun Yan was a little hesitant at first, but soon, thinking of how good the little wolf cub had just been to her, not only was he willing to take risks and keep his promise to make snake egg custard for her, but he was also willing to protect himself if something happened. So Sun Yan no longer hesitated. The little sparrow gritted his teeth and pulled it off again, and handed the 3 fiery feathers that he had finally saved to the little wolf cub. He looked generous, saying, "Brother Xiaohei, take it. If it's not enough, I'll ask you for it later." The little wolf cub took the 3 feathers with a smile on his face. He hadn't discovered the benefits of this thing before, and thought it was just a special healing medicine. But with his forbidden monster's recovery ability, why would he need this? However, since he was almost drained dry by Liz and Shirley on the boat last time, he was able to survive thanks to Sun Yan's feathers. So after that time, the little wolf cub realized the true use of this thing. Now that he has been deceived, cough cough, after being given 3 feathers by the cutest and smartest little cotton-padded jacket sister, Sun Yan, at least in the short term, he is no longer afraid of overdrawing his body. Hee hee, cough cough. The little wolf cub restrained his expression, pretended to cough, and prepared to leave. Then I'll leave first. Sun Yan, you take your time eating? Chirp? Huh? Brother Xiaohei won't come with you. Facing Sun Yan's entreaty, the little wolf cub quickly waved his paws. No. I promise to leave it for you. How can I take advantage of it? That's it. I have something urgent to do. I'm leaving first. The little wolf cub looked at the system prompts, and the heat temperature required for hatching has been met. The egg of the devouring world in the greenhouse is less than 5 minutes away from successful hatching. If he doesn't run, it will be too late. He immediately waved his paws to say goodbye to Sun Yan, and then swished away, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Beside the gurgling vat, Sun Yan watched the little wolf cub leave quickly without hesitation, and the little sparrow was even more moved. Brother Xiaohei walked so decisively and quickly in order not to compete with him for food. He really made me cry. The little sparrow secretly made up his mind. Sun Yan, you must work harder and evolve into a real phoenix as soon as possible. Only in this way can you be worthy of Brother Xiaohei. So for this grand goal, she has to replenish nutrition as soon as possible. Then she won't be polite. Sun Yan flew to the edge of the big jar again, looking greedily at the snake egg that seemed to have changed color, was steaming, and was about to be cooked. The little sparrow suddenly had an idea and felt that such a good high-end ingredient would be too wasteful if it was cooked in such a simple way. At least some seasoning should be added. Right. As soon as he said it, the little sparrow immediately flew away from the big jar and went to the nearby woods to find some leaves, fruits, spices, etc. As luck would have it, during the time when Sun Yan was away temporarily, the snake eggs in the boiling water in the vat suddenly shook, and then shook again. Tiny cracks began to appear from the bottom of the snake eggs, and then quickly spread upwards until they reached the top of the eggshell. Chi. At this time, Sun Yan, who had brought back a wing of cooking seasonings from the forest, just came back. She hummed a cheerful little song and did not notice the abnormality of the snake eggs in the water in the vat. The little sparrow stood on the edge of the vat, waved its wings, and threw all the wild seasoning materials into the vat, then flapped its wings in satisfaction and prepared to officially start. However, just when Sun Yan was about to start scooping out the cooked snake eggs, the little sparrow suddenly tilted its head, because she didn't know if it was her illusion. She always felt that something in the water had moved just now. When Sun Yan looked closer in confusion, a dark green snake head pushed aside the pile of condiments floating on the water and poked out of the water. So, just like that, the little snake in the tank and the little sparrow at the mouth of the tank happened to look at each other. Chapter 404, Bird Soup, must be very nutritious. Xianyan screamed. Her feet slipped, and she almost fell off the big vat. Fortunately, she flapped her wings quickly and stabilized her body in the air. After falling back to the ground, the little sparrow fell into doubt about her life. What was that just now? She must have seen it wrong. Comforting herself like this, Xianyan flew back to the mouth of the big vat again. And then, the snake and the sparrow looked at each other again. This lasted for 4 or 5 seconds. Chirp! Xianyan completely confirmed that it was not her hallucination, but the snake egg she cooked, the ingredients she got. It has become a spirit. On the other side, looking at the little sparrow jumping up and down outside the vat, the dark green snake soaked in boiling water tilted its head. It was just born into this world and seemed very confused. It didn't understand what the current situation was, and why the little sparrow outside looked so panicked. Keep calm, Sun Yan. After flying around the water tank for several weeks, Sun Yan landed on the tank again. She encouraged herself in her heart. Now that Xiuhei was not around, she could only rely on herself in this emergency. First of all, one thing is certain, her delicious snake egg custard was ruined. In the worldview of monsters, eggs are not considered life. Only those that can really break out of the shell will be recognized as real life by monsters. So it was just a snake egg before. Sun Yan ate it without any guilt, just afraid of being punished by Sister Vivian. But now that it is hatched, the nature is completely different. One is food, the other is life. Even if Sun Yan had 10,000 guts, she would not dare to continue to force the change to stewed snake soup. There was no chance of eating it. So Sun Yan faced a serious problem. She must not let Shishi know that she wanted to eat it. Otherwise, when Shishi reported it to Sister Vivian, she would be finished. Although Brother Xiaohei said that he would protect her, Sun Yan still tried to avoid letting Sister Vivian know. The little sparrow made up her mind and immediately flew over the mouth of the tank, stretched out her claws, and no matter what, she would first destroy the evidence and pull Shishi out of the soup. But who would have thought that when the little snake in the jar saw Xianyan pounce on it? It might have been out of instinct or something else. But in any case, the snake actually plunged back into the soup and dived back to the bottom of the jar. This embarrassed Xianyan. As a bird, she couldn't dive, so she could only fly back to the jar and kept shouting into the jar, trying to communicate with the snake inside. Chi. Why are you going back in again? Chi. Hey. Can you understand me? Sister doesn't want to eat you, and she doesn't want to make snake egg custard. Sister is a good bird. Be good. Be obedient. Come out quickly. Maybe Xianyan's sincere words touched the snake. A dark green little snake head resurfaced from the soup. But it was obvious that the snake still hadn't let down its guard. Only a small part of its body was exposed, ready to dive again at any time. It opened its mouth slightly awkwardly and made a sound towards the anxious little sparrow beside the tank. Hiss, really? Seeing that the snake could actually speak right after it was born, and could understand her words and communicate, Sun Yan was so happy that she nodded her head immediately. Chirp. Of course it's true. Hiss, then why? Am I in the pot? What? It even knows about pot. The little sparrow was shocked. She thought that from its performance just now, this little snake was not very smart. But now it seems that this is not the case. Plus, the other party can still speak. This is bad. This is going to be a big problem. People say that people are forced to do things, and birds are the same. At this critical moment, when the conversation could not continue, Sun Yan actually had a flash of inspiration in his little head, and came up with a perfect reason in a hurry. Chijijiji. You misunderstood. This is not a pot. This is a water tank. Sister is actually giving you a bath. Hiss. Bath? Hiss, but what are these tea leaves? Peppers? Ginger and garlic floating on the water? Shiji. These? Oh, right. This is called a medicinal bath. It is more advanced than an ordinary bath. Add these to the soup, cough. Add these to the water, and it will be more comfortable to soak. The effect is better. After listening to Sun Yan's explanation, the little snake nodded as if it had suddenly realized something. Just when the little sparrow breathed a sigh of relief, secretly delighted with her own wit, and realized that with her intelligence, it was easy to catch a newborn cub. Plop! The little snake actually plunged into the water again. Xi and Yin was furious. What happened? We were just chatting well. Why did it run away again? But this time the little snake explained. Hiss. Such a precious bath should be soaked for a while. No. At other times, and Yin doesn't care how long you want to soak. But now it can't. Because and Yin knows that as the contractor of Shishi, Sister Vivian must have sensed it when Shishi was born. And she believes that she will come to check it out soon. Then when Vivian comes and sees the scene, she can use this kind of rhetoric to deceive a newborn little sister. But Sister Weiwei certainly can't. On the other side, it seems that she also noticed Sun Yan's impatience. And Shishi suddenly asked again. His sister is so anxious because Meiwu is occupying the seat. So sister can't come in and take a bath? After Shishi said this, the little sparrow's eyes lit up. Yes. Why didn't she think of this reason to let this little snake come out? Sun Yan nodded quickly and said, Shiji. That's right. Meiwu. Sister also wants to take a bath. You come out first. Let sister go in and take a bath for a while. This time, Shishi was very obedient. I saw that it immediately swam to the edge of the tank and climbed up by itself. But it didn't rush to land, but lay on the edge of the tank mouth, staring at the little sparrow with innocent vertical snake pupils. It was as if to say, Meiwu has come up. Sister, why don't you go down? Seeing this, Sun Yan gritted his teeth. There was no other way. The words had already been said, so he could only continue to act. So the little sparrow plopped into the soup under the gaze of Shishi, while his little claws were puffing under the water, trying to keep himself from sinking. Sun Yan pretended to enjoy it very much and chirped. It's so comfortable. Thank you. Sister Meiwu? She? Huh? Meiwu? Where are you going? Chirp. You? What are you doing with the lid of the tank? Wait a minute. You? Bang. After covering the lid of the water tank tightly, Meiwu pressed her snake body on the lid, listening to the vague woo-woo-woo bird calls coming from below. Shishi stretched out her pink tongue and shook happily in the air. Boiling bird soup. It must be very nutritious. Chapter 405, Who Can Refuse a Green-Haired Loli? Wow! The screaming cries echoed at the top of the shrine. A little loli with cheese-colored hair and red dress was throwing herself into Vivian's arms and crying loudly. Okay. It's okay. Sun Yan. Vivian stroked the head of the little loli in red and comforted her softly. But it can be seen that the little loli was hurt a lot. Especially mentally. I'm going to be eaten. I was kind enough to let her. She actually lied to me. She even held the lid down to prevent me from going out. Wow. The little loli wiped her tearful face with one hand and pointed at a dark green snake next to her with the other hand, crying and complaining to Vivian. But who would have thought that the little snake not only did not show any sign of knowing its fault, but also pretended to be ignorant and aggrieved to Sister Vivian. This really pissed off the little Lolita. Do you know how much damage a big pot cover can do to a little sparrow? Sun Yan was furious, as if she recalled the tragic scene of her being boiled in a pot a few minutes ago. The little Lolita in red couldn't help but hug Vivian again. Only her sister's flat and firm chest could give her a sense of security. Vivian. Sun Yan. If this is true, then I will definitely help you teach Meiwu a lesson. But, originally, after hearing the first half of Vivian's sentence, the little Lolita in red finally felt a little revenged. But as the little girl changed her tone, Sun Yan's heart also skipped a beat. I have a few strange things. I wonder if you can help me take a look. First, pretending not to see the panic and guilty expression of the little Lolita in red, Vivian blinked curiously and asked Sun Yan, how did this big water tank appear here? It's me. Sun Yan gritted his teeth and hesitated for a moment, but did not give up the little wolf cub, but chose to take it alone. Who filled it with water? Vivian continued to ask curiously. But the little Lolita in red next to her had stopped crying. And her fingers on both sides were touching. "It's me." Vivian's expression did not change. And she continued to ask knowingly, "How did the water in the water tank boil?" "It's me." Sinyan's voice became weaker and weaker. "The last question. Who added these seasonings to the water?" "Yes. Yes." The little Lolita lowered her head and couldn't help crying again. But this time she didn't cry to the snake, but took the initiative to admit her mistakes. Woo, Sister Vivian. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Woo. Sinyan couldn't bear this pressure and chose to surrender. Not only the dark green little snake watched the whole process, but also a little wolf cub. Now Liao Zixuan began to doubt whether this Vivian, who could use a gentle expression on her face and push such a lovable crying little Lolita to the edge of the cliff step by step, was still the little girl he knew. This may be what people often say. No matter what a woman looked like before, once she becomes a mother or sister, she will become extremely terrifying and oppressive. But a real man should take responsibility for his actions. Little Wolf sticks to his word. He had taken the opportunity to cheat a lot of benefits from Xian Yin. But now, he was bullied by his new sister. As a brother, he promised to protect Xian Yin. If he didn't come forward at this time, when would he wait? But just when the little wolf was about to step forward to rescue the little Lolita, suddenly, there was a movement beside him. When he turned around, the dark green snake on the ground disappeared, replaced by another new little Lolita. Unlike Xian Yin, who was a cute little Lolita like a ceramic doll, the one in front of him now can be seen to be obviously different just from the hairstyle. Long dark green hair falls behind her head like a waterfall, and the ends of her hair are slightly curled up. With her young figure, she looks like a miniature version of big wavy hair. Her facial features are delicate, but more angular, coupled with the oppressive brown vertical pupils, long and slightly trembling eyelashes, and dark green eyeliner. Although she is still a young Lolita face, she can already vaguely see the prototype of a royal sister. If she doesn't become a demon who harms the country when she grows up, she will be a bad woman. But of course, when she moves down to her short legs like Sinyan, she has regained some of the cuteness of a normal Lolita. This stark contrast in temperament and figure gives her a feeling of little adult. Without a doubt, this is the disappeared snake, Mei Wu, who imitated Sinyan and transformed into a human form. Sister Weiwei. Actually, you have wronged Sister Sinyan. The little loli with dark green hair did not take advantage of the victory to accuse Sinyan, but instead helped the little loli in red to speak. Sinyan and Weiwei were stunned, and even the little wolf cub wanted to see what this new sister was going to do with interest. Sister Weiwei, as a human, doesn't know that for our monster eggs to hatch successfully, generally speaking, we must have a suitable greenhouse environment. I think Sister Sinyan must know this. So she found a large vat and boiled water to create a good hatching condition for me. Huh? Vivian really didn't expect this, and she cast a surprised look at Sinyan. Is that so? Yes. Yes. Sister Mei Wu is right. I did all this to help her be born smoothly. No matter how stupid Sinyan was, she knew to continue talking at this time. What's more, when Sinyan looked at the green-haired little loli with incredible eyes, Mei Wu secretly winked at her. After helping Sinyan explain, Mei Wu did not stop, and even went a step further, continuing, Sister Sinyan, I was wrong just now. You were so kind to help me, but I did such an excessive thing just because I wanted to play with you. So, sister, can you forgive me? Mei Wu sincerely apologized to Sinyan. In fact, there was no need to say much. Just the sweet sister voice with respect was enough to be a sugar-coated bullet, which made Sinyan dizzy and felt like eating honey. After all, this is a sister. When will Sinyan become a sister? As an ignorant sister, isn't it normal to make some mistakes? Doesn't she often cause trouble for Sister Vivian? When Sinyan thought of this, she immediately threw all the bad memories behind her and nodded her head vigorously. Of course. And it's not that excessive. I was just a little scared. Don't worry, Mei Wu. Sister is not afraid of heat, no matter how high the temperature is. Huh? Really? So my sister is not afraid of heat? The green-haired little girl said in surprise, with a surprised expression on her face, and then nodded thoughtfully. Sinyan was still immersed in the pride of showing off in front of her sister, and even a little bit overwhelmed. In order to continue to show her sister style, the red-dressed little girl waved her hand and said generously to her sister Mei Wu, Hee hee, Next time you have anything you want to play, just come to me. At Sinyan's words, the green-haired little girl's eyes brightened a little. This time it was really from the heart. And she said happily, Sister Sinyan is so nice. I like you the most. Although it always feels weird. However, seeing the two little lowly holding hands and being close to each other, Vivian finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was really worried that Sinyan would have conflicts with the new member. Of course, Vivian did not forget to glare at the little wolf cub eating melons next to her with a resentful look. After all, she did not believe that the little sparrow could do such a thing with its courage. There must be a mastermind behind the scenes. Compared with the old mother Vivian, the little wolf cub is more concerned and curious about Meiwu's panel. As the offspring of the Yamata no Orochi, and an alien species, Liao Zixuan once gave himself a mysterious there was a snake first, and then an egg. He is full of expectations for the current snake. He immediately called up Snake's panel to take a look. Meiwu. Level 15 Childhood. Attributes, Strength 5. Agility 5. Endurance 5. Constitution 5. Elemental Affinity 0 currently biased towards element, none race, 8-branched alienated branch devouring world snake. Skills. Evolution by devouring passive Maya cannot increase his level by natural growth, and instead uses everything to devour to increase his basic attributes. The increase depends on the rarity and quantity of the devoured things, as well as the level difference compared to his current self. Infinite body passive Maya is a possibility of being born from infinity. All attacks on Maya will enter the calculation of infinity. Any probabilistic attack will fail on Maya. Any skill judgment will definitely point to the side that is beneficial to Maya. The moment when the world-devouring phantom ascends to godhood, Meiwu uses his authority to devour time and space, forcibly opening a channel between the future and the past, and descends to the designated target as a temporary phantom of its strongest form. The duration and search span depend on Meiwu's level. Note 1. The determination of the strongest form does not necessarily depend on the size of the combat power, but on the peak period of the target's field. Note 2. Meiwu searches for the strongest form of the target from the long river of time. The greater the difference between the target's level and Meiwu, the larger the search span and range, and vice versa. Note 3. This skill cannot be used on Meiwu himself. Dark Pupil's Gaze. Erosion of Bone Evil Scales. Talents and Specialties. Supernatural Bloodline. Fear Aura Snakes. Shelter of the Sea. Yaki Alienation when Meiwu receives fatal damage. He is exempt from this death, and his body is transformed into a dying state, and he continues to fight in the future form. When he receives fatal damage again, he repeats the above passive state and continues to fight in the past form until all three forms are dying, and the passive state becomes invalid. Liao Zixuan, good guy. Although he had expected it in his heart, and he had seen Sinyan's panel before, he couldn't help but shout two words after reading Shesh's panel word by word. Hanging on the wall. Originally, Liao Zixuan was still worried. Now the little girl has one more forbidden monster, which means one more mouth to feed experience points. But now, the snake does not follow the experience point system, but only relies on eating to increase its strength. It is so much easier to feed it. Why do I say that? At first glance, it doesn't seem that easy to feed it. After all, according to the skill description, if you want to maximize efficiency, you must feed it with natural treasures. But are natural treasures really that easy to find? It is really easy to find. Liao Zixuan has verified this point once from the creation of Annihilation Star. As long as you can make good use of players, the largest organization spread all over the world. How many natural treasures are there? Aren't they all easy to get? As for the skills and expertise of Infinite Body and Yaki Alienation, I won't say much. This is the value of being a member of the Taboo Club. What really made the little wolf cub cry out in despair was the active skill, the Devouring World Shadow Ascension to God of Snake. The literal skill description seems complicated, but after actually understanding it, you will find that it is actually very simple. It is like allowing a retired veteran to temporarily borrow his peak body when he was young, or allowing a monster that has not yet fully developed to fast forward and temporarily borrow its future adulthood or even mature powerful beast body. The following skill notes are probably about. For example, a wise scholar. His strongest form may not be judged when he is young and strong, but when he has experienced vicissitudes and read poetry and books. As for the search span limit, it refers to the gap between the target and Meiwu. For example, for a supernatural monster cub, Maywu can search up to 200 years before and after it. While for a forbidden monster cub, I am afraid that he can only search the timeline of 100 years before and after it. Of course, this 100 years and 200 years are just an example given by Liao Zixuan. The real range will depend on Maywu himself. However, even for forbidden monsters, Maywu can only search for a span of 1 year. No, even half a year. Liao Zixuan thinks it is enough. For ordinary forbidden monsters, let alone half a year. A year may be nothing, and the strength will not change too much. After all, the cycle of forbidden monsters is in units of 10 years, and the later it is in units of hundreds of years. But that is just an ordinary forbidden monster. A real forbidden monster traveled from level 15 infant to level 50 mature in less than half a year. Liao Zixuan felt that at his speed. If Maywu could really summon his body half a year later, he would be invincible. Chapter 406 The Three of Us. Speaking of which, there has been a peeping gaze since the beginning, which has kept the little wolf cub on the lookout for a long time. He dodged, and the next second, from behind the sacred cherry tree, a cry of a frightened small animal was heard. When Xinyan and Maywu looked over in the direction of the cry, they saw a pink and fluffy little fox, which was taken out from behind the tree by the little wolf cub. It can be seen that the little fox is still trying to struggle, and its 4 short legs are constantly flapping in the air. It is a pity that the back of its neck has been firmly grasped by the vicious big gray wolf, and no matter how it resists, it is in vain. Plop! After coming back and releasing the little fox to the ground, the little fox who got free was about to escape, but what stood in front of it were 2 curious little Lolas. The one in red was fine. The look she gave it was pure curiosity. But the other one with green hair, the vertical snake pupil alone made the little fox tremble. Not to mention that it always felt the other party, licked its lips at itself, and moved its throat several times. The little fox, who had no way to escape, could only curl up in place, cover its eyes with its tail, and make a whimpering sound that was about to cry. Fortunately, justice will be late but not absent. You guys. Vivian picked up the 2 little Lolas from behind, one in each hand, and took them away from the little fox. The last remaining black wolf also moved aside helplessly under the eyes of the little girl. After doing all this, the little girl half knelt beside the curled up little fox. Vivian gently stroked and comforted it, saying apologetically, "Little guy, it's okay now. They were just a little rough just now, but they didn't mean any harm. Don't be afraid." With a comfortable caress and soft voice, the little fox finally slowly raised its head and looked at the human who rescued it. The first thing it noticed was the fox mask that Vivian pinned on its waist. As if it had found its relatives, the little fox dived directly into Vivian's arms and drilled hard into it, as if to vent all the fright it had just received. Although Vivian was also startled by the little fox's actions at first, she soon accompanied the little fox and let it cling to her as much as possible. After a long while, the little fox finally recovered and began to communicate with the little girl under Vivian's guidance. "Huh? So you are from the A clan. But the original Sakura is like this. I understand." When the little fox said that he was a fox demon from the A clan, his face was full of pride. But when Vivian asked about another original forbidden monster, the expression on the little fox's face became dim and lost. It seemed to be alone since its birth. Suddenly, the little fox seemed to have thought of a good idea. After it excitedly ran around Vivian, a light burst out from the little fox's body, and a jade-shaped brand appeared in front of Vivian. Vivian didn't understand yet, but the little wolf cub next to her had heard a system prompt. Ding! The forbidden monster Nine-Tailed Fox has sent you a link contract. Do you accept it? Liao Zixuan? Chow! Now Feng Aodian is cheating and doesn't even want to act. Right? Where's the water god? There are only 2 forbidden monsters in your 1,000 islands, and they are about to be abducted. Think of a way to save them. The little wolf cub hadn't finished his crazy complaints in his heart, but the next moment, something even more outrageous happened. Ding! You have chosen to refuse? Facing the little fox's expectant and hopeful eyes, Vivian shook her head after understanding it, and did not accept the magatama symbolizing the contract, but returned it to the little fox. After the light faded, and the natal magatama returned to its body, the little fox lowered its ears and drooped its head, looking extremely disappointed and aggrieved, because Vivian rejected it. But soon, the little fox cried out in confusion. because it saw that the human girl who made it particularly close to it, after rejecting it, made a strange move, took off the fox mask on her waist, and then hung it on herself. The mask will also transform into different forms depending on the holder. When it is on the little fox, it becomes a small bell hanging in front of her neck. Well, now it is returned to its original owner. Vivian looked at the little fox, who was attracted by the little bell, and started to fiddle with it, and clapped her hands in satisfaction. When the little fox came closer, Vivian rubbed the little fox's head. You are just being swayed by your emotions now. I think that no matter when you have to make a major decision, you should not be impulsive. This is the same for me. So little guy, try not to rely on others, and use your own eyes to see the world. If you feel lonely, try to make new friends. You know, your ancestors once became partners with humans and built this island with their own hands. In order to commemorate them, humans built a shrine for them and worshipped and believed in them for generations. Now the responsibility of protecting the island and everyone has been passed on to you. Come on, little guy. We still have a long way to go. The little fox was confused when it was first born, and because of the confusion, it was born timid. However, after Vivian's words, when it understood its mission and responsibility, it had a goal to move forward, and also had courage and strength. The fox wind chime tied around its neck seemed to be happy for the little fox's transformation. The breeze blew, and the crisp bell sounded like a whisper. The old poem has been turned over, and a new ballad is being written. Yeah. The little fox nodded heavily, and was also ashamed of himself for being so careless just now, and thinking about relying on others. It means that no matter how much, it is better to take action. It does what it says. Since it wants to take the first step to make friends, humans are still a little ahead of it. So it starts with making friends with monsters. And right now, aren't there exactly 3? Watching the little fox take the initiative to walk towards the little wolf cub and Sinyan and Shishi who have turned back into monsters, Vivian chose to quietly leave here and leave the venue to the monsters themselves. The little girl believes that whether it is Xiaohe or Sinyan, as well as the newly joined Meiwu, they are all very good and kind friends. They will definitely teach the little fox a lot of things and help it grow quickly. Little wolf cub, little sister, do you know why they can all transform, but you can't? The little fox shook his head and showed his expectation. Little wolf cub, look. You take out the natal magatama that you just gave to that human sister and let me play with it. And uncle will, cough. Brother will teach you how to transform. Okay? Sinyan, can you lay eggs? Little fox. Meiwu, are you afraid of heat? Little fox? Chapter 407 The Prisoner. The little fox on Sakuraji Island is trying to learn survival knowledge from its 3 new friends. Meanwhile, on the other side, another group of players, who are considered outliers, have also found the organization. Gulp. K's president Hey Yu quietly swallowed his saliva. He looked at the monster corpses scattered around, and then looked ahead, causing the current bloody scene. A bigger monster. It looked like a huge humanoid doll, except that the doll's hands had become claws dripping with blood, and the jagged sharp knife formed the doll's zipper-like mouth. The doll did not look bright and beautiful, and on the doll's body, you could still see a lot of worn-out patches and stitches. Hey Yu felt that it was more like a giant horror doll than a doll. Just by looking at it, it felt like the kind that would appear in tonight's nightmare. But who could have thought? This shabby doll in front of him, full of weirdness, easily tore apart the monsters in the valley with its claws, and smiled at them with its jagged mouth. Was a white-haired Lolita who claimed to be an executive a second ago. As if it felt the trembling of the players, the doll nodded with satisfaction, and its body began to shrink rapidly, like a deflated inflatable doll. After 2 or 3 seconds, it returned from the original giant horror doll to the original white-haired little girl. Winter Central 3 seats executive doll. Now, do I need to prove my identity to you again? Doll looked at the strangers, who possessed the power of Demon Abyss across from them. Since the 3rd wave of Demon King Crabs, Vivian suddenly used the Annihilator Star, which caused them to suffer heavy losses. The doctor's prosthesis in Thousand Islands died, so they had to stop collecting data on the Abyss in advance. Doll was very obedient, and did not try to provoke Vivian again. Facts proved that this was very right. According to her original calculation, the Abyss of Thousand Islands would last at least 3 to 6 months. But Vivian's answer was half a month. The speed was so fast that the doll was dumbfounded. From this point of view, Even if the doctor had not died, the time was far from enough to collect the data of the abyss they wanted. There is no doubt that their plan in Thousand Island this time, even at the cost of the sacrifice of 2 executives, only got a very small return. These have further strengthened her determination to integrate the legacy left by the apostles and recover some losses for the organization. And she must not leave Thousand Island in disgrace. So with the unremitting efforts of the doll in the past few days, she finally locked on these foreign remnants of the previous executive apostles. This valuable legacy that can be recovered. When she immediately came to the door, the current scene happened. At that time, the doll found that these strangers were fighting a group of monsters. This was a chance for her to show herself. So she used her ability to easily help the strangers resolve the crisis. In the eyes of the doll, this was not only a good appearance to establish prestige, but also a favor to the strangers, so that they could be more loyal. In fact, it seems to be true. Well, of course, Doll Master, from the first time we saw you, I could feel the similar power flowing between us. Sure enough, the organization did not abandon us, and our persistence was right. Hey, you immediately followed the words of the doll, seeing that the white-haired girl on the opposite side seemed a little dissatisfied. Hey, you paused, and then quickly complimented again. Also, thank you for your help just now, Master Doll. You are indeed very powerful. We are willing to follow you. I hope Master Doll can take us in so that we, the loyal people, can continue to serve the organization. The doll nodded with satisfaction until here. Seeing the strangers being sensible and obedient, the doll couldn't help but feel a little proud. Before, the headquarters had been talking about how difficult it was to control the strangers and how uncertain they were. But in her opinion, it was just like that. What's so difficult? But what she didn't know was that hey, you had already cursed in her heart. Their KA guild finally found such a good place to level up and kill monsters. But before they started, all the monsters were killed by the dolls. Isn't this making them starve? But it's still the same word. Endure. The disappearance of the monster spawning site is a small matter. They actually waited for the new executive to appear. And the other party even took the initiative to come to them. Heiyu's hands hidden in his sleeves are now trembling with excitement. So no matter what the doll says, they will naturally try their best to improve the other party's favorability. And there is only one purpose. Okay. The demon abyss that still exists in you now has proved your loyalty to the Ice Queen. So I, in the name of the executive doll, accept your allegiance. Acknowledge that you join the locked. After the white-haired girl said this, the mysterious winter camp that KA players had always represented with finally revealed the true name of the organization to the players. The imprisoned, noticing that many foreigners were curious about the name of the organization. The puppet's voice sounded at the right time while repeating it. The fearful one betrayed his oath. The night watcher left his post. And no one can stop the coming winter. The ice will become the imprisonment of desire and sin. And the frost will turn into the closure of love and hate. Only imprisonment can bring salvation. This is the shelter. This is absolute tranquility. This is the gift of the queen. It seems to be unfathomable. Although the puppet as an executive is extremely solemn and serious, as if reciting a doctrine, the players of KA are more concerned about the next reward link after just complaining about the old riddle man. Although they are traitors, no, spies, it does not prevent them from taking advantage of the imprisoned. It should be said that the more benefits they take, the more the organization is weakened. Then it turns out that not every NPC is called a fox-faced priestess. And not every NPC will be as selfless as a certain little girl to them. From the perspective of the doll, being able to take in these players and let them officially join the imprisoned is already the greatest gift. Reward? Overthinking. However, it seems that the doll does not want to dampen the enthusiasm of the strangers. So it still symbolically encourages them. Don't worry. As long as you perform well in the future, the queen will not treat you unfairly. Then may I ask Mr. Doll, what is our next mission? If we can't get the reward, at least we must get the information. Heiyu asked immediately. The doll was very satisfied with Heiyu's positive performance. She looked into the distance and whispered, the 1,000 islands are no longer valuable to us. I have arranged the ship for the long voyage. Next, we will leave immediately to support the organization's next planned location. Return. Chapter 408 Xiao Hei vs. Louise. The journey to the 1,000 islands has come to an end for the time being. The next step for the little wolf cub is to return to the flame territory first, to see how the fire god is doing after getting the water god chain. and to ask the fire god about his breakthrough information. It would be even better if he could get some defense items that are helpful for breakthroughs from the system prompts. But of course, before leaving the Thousand Islands, he had something that had been delayed. Now that the Fallen Abyss has ended, he can finally free up his hands to deal with it. Bang! 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 The quiet night was broken by a rumble, and beams of fire burst into the clear night sky. Under the exquisite design, they formed dazzling and colorful fireworks, blooming everywhere in Sakuraji Island. The fireworks of Nagano are really as good as their reputation. Not only are they beautiful, but they can also be customized. After the largest beam of fire exploded in the air, it turned into a fox-faced witch-shaped firework in the night sky, which attracted cheers from the people below. Fireworks festival is a traditional custom of the people of Thousand Islands. As the saying goes, there is nothing better than gathering with friends on the hillside at night after all the hardships and looking up at the bright fireworks blooming in the starry night. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night for Thousand Islands, for the players and aborigines on Sakuraji Island. And from another perspective, tonight will indeed not be peaceful. The night of the fireworks show was specially chosen because the celebration and the roar of the fireworks were the best means of covering up. The little wolf cub did not want the noise that might happen next to cause panic among ordinary people. Came to an uninhabited mountain near the coast. Under the night sky, the little wolf cub flipped his paw, and a crystal clear ruby crystal emitted a faint blood light in the darkness. Mysterious and beautiful. Liao Zixuan certainly did not come here to appreciate the gems. After taking a deep breath, he exerted a little force with his paw. After hearing a crisp click sound, the blood-colored crystal cracked from it, turned into dots of red light, and disappeared into the air. 1 second. 5 seconds. At the end of the 10th second, the click sound of high heels rang out on this barren peak, along with a lazy female voice with a rather unexpected tone. Oh! It's rare. I was secretly looking forward to it. I thought Liz wanted to invite her mother to watch such beautiful fireworks together. After all, such a good atmosphere should be the best time to bring mother and daughter closer. But now it seems. Am I being sentimental? The hostess with a lazy voice walked out of the darkness, and the plump and slender lady stood in the moonlight. Her rose-red eyes stared straight at the rock not far away, and a black wolf was also staring at her. Since this piece of my ancestral crystal has appeared in your hands, it seems that the result of Liz's choice should also have an answer. Louise muttered to herself, and then shook her head with a little regret. Although I don't hold out hope, I still ask one more question. So that child chose to stay, right? Liao Zixuan did not answer directly, but asked back, you want to take her back to Qifeng to teach her the knowledge of the blood clan? You can understand it that way. Do you do the same with your other children? Cast a wide net, and then bring home the one who can miraculously awaken your bloodline? Louise pointed her finger at her chin, as if she was thinking about whether to answer this question. But she nodded soon. Generally speaking, I won't tell outsiders about such private matters. But for you, you can't be considered an outsider in the strict sense. So I'll just keep it simple. Liz is a special case that I didn't even expect. And for my other children, although I may be a very irresponsible bastard mother in your impression, they have all been taken care of by me since birth. But at least, I have paid full attention and protection to them. After a period of silence, Black Wolf asked his last question. If Liz really goes to Qifeng with you to learn knowledge, what identity will she be in? Liz Cecil, or Liz Dracula? Louis smiled at this question and did not answer. Or rather, she felt that there was no need to answer. Give up the original surname and join the real family. This is the most basic and bottom line requirement. Alas, this time it was the Black Wolf on the rock who sighed. Liao Zixuan shook his head in his heart. Sure enough, it is not so easy to resolve peacefully. Why did he come to Louise today? In fact, he had a little fluke and fantasy in his heart, and wanted to see if he could get some blood clan secrets for Liz through negotiation with Louise. After all, he could rely on fleecing the players to improve Liz's level. But the level is important. But it is definitely not enough to have a blank level. As a vampire, Liz can learn other skill systems. But this is undoubtedly a case of throwing away the big picture. And sooner or later, she will have to embark on the vampire practice system. In this regard, Liao Zixuan is really helpless. At least at this stage. He cannot get access to secret techniques and special race skill books like this. So after thinking about it, Louise is the only way. That is why there is this interview tonight. But obviously, Louise's last condition has touched Liao Zixuan's bottom line, because he knows that for Liz, the surname symbolizes the girl's memories from childhood to adulthood. If it is forcibly changed, it is equivalent to completely severing the relationship between Liz and her former self. This is absolutely impossible. Liz is Liz. Liao Zixuan firmly believes that others may use Dracula, the top surname of the blood clan, as a lifetime honor, but for that stubborn noble girl, this will only be shame and pain. At this point, the remaining options are very clear. Since talking is no longer possible, then we can only rely on hands to increase the bargaining chips. The black wolf on the rock. The outline of the wolf body in the hazy night began to expand rapidly, and the shadow of the black wolf reflected by the moonlight became so large that it could cover the mountain in the blink of an eye. When I came to my senses, the huge rock that was several meters wide before has now become a small stone under the claws of the black wolf. Looking down at the noblewoman below from a high position, the huge wolf eyes, against the backdrop of the night, emit a dark green light that seems to go straight into the netherworld. And in the deepest part of the eyes, one can see a burning fighting spirit. Since entering the growth period, Liao Zixuan has not used his full strength for a long time. After all, for forbidden monsters, there are very few who can be called opponents. Before, when he was on the astrologist, the fight with Yaki was one of them. Now that he has already stepped into the mature stage, Liao Zixuan is eager to find a practice partner who can let him feel the change of power. So, to be precise, today is not only to seek justice for Liz. Louise, the ancestor of the blood clan, is called a demigod. Liao Zixuan feels that if he lets this woman go, it will not be easy to find such a good free combat partner who can let him not worry and just use all his strength. Chapter 409. Feeling the taboo atmosphere coming towards her, and the naked challenging look that was directed at her without any concealment, Louise was stunned at first. She admitted that she had thought of many possibilities tonight, but she had never thought that her daughter's lover would actually fight with her. Young people nowadays. Louise shook her head with a dumb smile. But she did not feel provoked. On the contrary, in the heart of the noble lady, she only felt that a nerve that had been sleeping and forgotten was suddenly touched at this moment. After all, since she became the third ancestor, she couldn't remember how many hundreds of years had passed, and no one had ever appeared to contradict her, let alone wanted to challenge her head-on. Apart from the last time he met Liz, the black wolf opposite was the first one, and it was different from Liz. Liz's strength was too poor, so for Louise, it was more like a daughter's temper, and it was far from a fight. But at this moment, Louise couldn't help licking the corners of her mouth at this black wolf. The burning heat waves swept over, but there was still no shadow of fire on the barren mountain. The lady narrowed her eyes and looked up at the night background that began to distort after the black wolf's true body appeared. It was not a strange phenomenon in space, but the dark flames on the black wolf overlapped with the night, and the swaying dark flames merged into the night, as if they were one with the darkness. Logically speaking, with her current ancestral body, the temperature that can make her feel burning should have melted the barren mountain long ago. However, when Louise saw the black flame surging on the black wolf, she suddenly realized. No wonder. Because some flames burn the flesh, but some can burn the soul. Obviously the black wolf opposite is the latter, and the burning she felt is not from the flesh, but from the soul level. What is a taboo breath? This is a taboo breath. Louise can feel that her body instinctively sends her a danger signal. Although it is very weak, it is enough to make her feel excited. After all, for a person with a dry mouth, even a few raindrops from the sky can feel like nectar. Little guy, don't blame me for not reminding you. Once I take action, I will not show mercy. I advise you to think about it carefully. And Louise got the answer. No need. After a few seconds of pause, Black Wolf added, Auntie. Liao Zixu had admitted that he actually wanted to call Auntie, but it felt a bit bad, so he reluctantly changed it to the more polite Auntie. But obviously, Louise on the opposite side did not appreciate it. Hee hee, a bit creepy low laughter echoed in the barren mountain. Although the lady was smiling, the upward curve of Louise's mouth had clearly disappeared. On the contrary, a few faint black lines appeared on her fair forehead. You know what, Auntie? When I get angry, I'm very scary. Swish. As soon as the voice fell, Louise's figure disappeared from Liao Zixuan's sight. Liao Zixuan's consciousness hadn't caught up yet, but fortunately, as a taboo monster, His instinct had already made his body move first. Black Wolf subconsciously tilted his head. And the next moment, a slender leg wrapped in black stockings, with a fierce gust of wind, swept towards his previous position at a high speed. The bright red high heels on the toes almost brushed the edge of his head and passed in front of Black Wolf. Although from a visual point of view, Louise's human body is less than a quarter of the Black Wolf's head. And to the Black Wolf, she feels like a mini toy. But in reality, bang! This is the sound of the air being compressed and exploding. When a mini toy can kick the air and create a sonic boom. A terrifying sonic boom that is more than 10 square meters in size. And even the shock wave of the after effect continues to shoot far away without stopping. At this time, the size of the body has already lost its judgment. Liao Zixuan, who dodged this kick, did not hesitate at all, and took advantage of the stiffness of Louise's leg swinging action, and opened his bloody mouth to bite the lady. The sharp wolf teeth shone coldly under the moonlight, like a huge meat grinder, ruthlessly devouring Louise. Snap! Liao Zixuan was not happy in his heart at the sound of biting, because there was no touch at all. Countless bats flew away from the gaps between his teeth, and finally gathered on the top of the Black Wolf's head, forming a slender and beautiful woman. Auntie, it will hurt if you step on it. Now the Black Wolf was in a stiff state after the bite, and could only let Louise, with her mouth raised, raise her rose-red high heels, and tap his head. Boom! The huge force from above directly made the Black Wolf lose his balance and fall to the ground, splashing a large amount of sand and dust in the night. But soon after the smoke and dust faded, the Black Wolf shook off the dirt on his body and stood up again, just like nothing happened. Apart from other things, the forbidden monsters are second to none in terms of resistance to beating. The Black Wolf exerted force on his hind legs, and was not discouraged. He even took the initiative to attack and flew towards the figure of the noble lady in the air. In this way, on the barren mountain, the continuous sonic booms and the loud sounds of the huge body being hammered to the ground echoed for a long time. Fortunately, Sakurajima was full of similar fireworks at this moment. Otherwise the huge movement here would definitely cause a lot of commotion. At first, the Black Wolf was basically at a disadvantage. Most of Liao Zixuan's attacks could be easily avoided by Louise. But Liao Zixuan could dodge 50% of the noble lady's punches and kicks by instinct. And the remaining 50% had to be beaten honestly. But as time went by, the number of times the Black Wolf was kicked down from the air began to decrease. On the contrary, Louise's frequency of using the skill of transforming into a bat to dodge increased significantly. The fundamental reason is that Liao Zixuan became more and more familiar with his body after being beaten and counterattacked again and again, and became more coordinated and free. Both sides tacitly did not use any authority or skills, just pure melee. For Liao Zixuan, this was simply the most valuable experience, allowing him to digest and absorb the instinct of the forbidden monster bit by bit and turn it into his own thing. And this is why he hopes to fight with Louise. Finally, he secretly calculated the CD of Louise's bat skill, and after tricking her out in a feint, Liao Zixuan's increasing control over his body allowed him to accurately attack the spot where Louise would definitely appear. Whoosh! The whistling wolf claws came down from top to bottom, just at the time when Louise's bat recondensed into a human form, and slapped the place where she stood up. And this time, Liao Zixuan clearly felt the impact from the claws. For the first time, it was no longer the huge body of the Black Wolf that fell from the night sky at high speed. Liao Zixuan successfully slapped the lady away and fell. After a loud bang, when the smoke and dust cleared, Louise, who was covered in dust, climbed out of a big pit on the barren mountain. However, compared with the noble lady at the beginning, Louise's beautiful evening dress was torn apart, revealing her fair and smooth back. And in the middle, a pair of blood-red wings slowly spread out. Not bad as an appetizer. Little guy, now is your last chance to call a pause. If you go any further, even your sister can't control herself. In the night sky, the Black Wolf, who had just warmed up and stretched his lazy muscles, naturally answered without thinking, and even in a somewhat urging tone. Auntie, you talk a lot. If you want to fight, just fight. Why are you acting like an old lady? Louise. Good. Very good. Chapter 410. It turns out that it is still very scary to make a woman angry, especially when this woman is still an old woman. Blood-colored chains burst out from the ground and shot straight at the vital points of the Black Wolf. Even though Liao Zixuan dodged at the first time, his limbs were still entangled by the chains, and he could not move. These blood-colored chains are many times tougher than Liz's at the beginning. Even with the physical strength of the forbidden monster, it is difficult to break free. However, since Louise used her ability first, Liao Zixuan would not hide it at this time. If brute force cannot solve it, then try another way. The black flames all over the black wolf's body suddenly became stronger, and the activated dark flames immediately climbed up the foreign chains wrapped around its body. Even though these tough blood chains could withstand the most powerful force, they began to melt like the first snow under the scorching sun when they came into contact with the dark flames. Unfortunately, the black wolf, which was still in its growth stage, could only mobilize a limited amount of dark flames and could not cover its entire body at once. Even if it took 2 or 3 more seconds, it was enough for Louise, who was trying to delay time. Blood brand, the third blood defeat. While the black wolf was struggling to break free from the chains, a complex and obscure scarlet magic circle was completed under the feet of the noblewoman. The long and exquisite ruby cane appeared in Louise's hand at some point. After the noblewoman finished chanting, she snorted at the black wolf in the distance from her nose, and waved her cane to point at the black wolf. The bloody mark that was originally carved on the magic circle under Louise's feet immediately flew out, then quickly grew in the air, and finally formed a net, covering the entire body of the black wolf and integrating it. Liao Zixuan, who finally broke free from the shackles, immediately felt the abnormality of his body. The temperature of his whole body was dropping suddenly, as if he fell into an ice cave. This feeling did not appear because of the change in the external temperature, but because the blood flow rate in the body began to slow down, causing the ability of all parts of the body to begin to decline sharply. Septic mark, all attributes minus 30%. This value will continue to increase as you move, without giving the black wolf too much time to react. The next moment a sound of breaking through the air sounded, and the cane in the palm of the lady's hand not far away turned into a scarlet whip covered with thorns. The black wolf was affected by blood poisoning, and its reaction rate dropped significantly. It also did not dare to move much because of the skill description. It was already short of blood supply. If it moved violently, it would only aggravate the lack of blood. But this was exactly what Louise wanted. The thorny blood whip she swung was not hindered too much and hit the black wolf's body, as the attack of the ancestor of the blood clan, the taboo monster, which was still in the growth stage, obviously could not completely defend. The blood whip broke the black wolf's skin and left blood marks on Liao Zixuan's body. However, this was not the end. If you look closely, you will find that the thorns on the blood whip are not ordinary barbs. With each whip, they will steal nutrients from the flesh and blood of the black wolf that was whipped by the whip, absorb the black wolf's strength, and then transport it back to Louise, the holder at the other end, along the blood whip. If this continues, the black wolf's momentum will become weaker and weaker, while Louise will become stronger and stronger. However, even though the battle situation is at a disadvantage, Liao Zixuan is still not too panicked. It's because of his super thick blood bar that can't be seen at a glance as a taboo monster, which is Liao Zixuan's confidence. Although Louise whipped him like a mess with whip marks and blood all over his body. In fact, Liao Zixuan's blood bar has only dropped a very small amount. To put it bluntly, these are harmless skin injuries. However, you can't just keep passively taking the beating like this. The first thing you have to solve is the negative effect of this blood loss. The biggest difference between being an aboriginal and a player is that Liao Zixuan's abilities are not necessarily limited to the skill column. Take a deep breath. While Black Wolf silently endured Louise's blood whip and the stinging pain all over his body, Liao Zixuan concentrated his mind and continued to try to control his dark flames. This time, he no longer spilled out of his body, but took the dark flames back into his body, trying to let the dark flames flow and burn inside his body. The black flames galloping on Black Wolf's surface suddenly became much less powerful. But on the contrary, the internal organs that were originally like sealed shackles began to become more active under the stimulation of the dark flames. Liao Zixuan couldn't eliminate the negative effects of septicemia on his body, but after trying to let the dark flames burn the inside, the originally slow blood flow rate finally warmed up a little bit. Although it is not in the normal state yet, at least it is no longer as slow and stagnant as it was at the beginning. On the corresponding panel, the reduction of all attributes has also been reduced from 30% to 19%, and this number continues to decrease. The most important thing is that there is no effect of worsening after moving. It works. It turns out that dark flame can be used in this way. In fact, this is the so-called abnormal state resistance hidden attribute, which is now gradually mastered by Liao Zixuan. From the outside, the black wolf is still in a mess. But the excitement in his wolf eyes is not reduced at all. After all, it is more like Louise, as a teacher, throwing questions to the black wolf one after another, rather than saying that the man and the wolf are fighting. Although the process of solving the problem was a little painful. When the problem was solved, Liao Zixuan felt that he had learned a little more and made a little more progress, which made him unable to stop. Where can you find such a good mother? It's just a pity. Just when Black Wolf was eager to try and was ready to turn the offensive and launch a counterattack, an accident happened. It was a very, very, very serious accident. A fiery red meteor streaked across the night sky. Was it a firework? Obviously not, because this sky fire meteor had a clear destination. Under the guidance of the fiery red, the place where the meteor fell pointed directly to the mountain where Black Wolf and Louise were fighting at the moment. Boom! Finally, the meteor fell, making a loud noise. Even though the smoke and dust had not yet dissipated, a burning red sword could be seen, slanting into the ground. This was the meteor that fell from the sky. Louise, holding the blood whip, did not recognize it at first. But the Black Wolf on the opposite side was shocked. And finally, after seeing the Skyfire sword, he shouted in his heart that he was finished. That's right. When the vision gradually became clearer, the figure of a little girl could be seen behind the swaying fire of the sword. A small, but powerful hand tightly grasped the hilt from behind. After a loud clang sound, Vivian lifted the flaming sword straight up from the ground. The sword tip, burning with angry flames, was pointed forward by its owner, facing the old woman opposite. It's you. Here. The familiar young and tender voice disappeared completely, replaced by a low and cold word that echoed on the top of the barren mountain with an unforgivable feeling. The little black who bullied me? Chapter 411 Horror Like Vi. The blood-colored wings fluttered slightly behind her, and Louise looked at the little girl in front of her with interest, holding up the flaming sword and protecting the Black Wolf behind her. Although it seemed a bit inconsistent from the perspective of the huge difference in size between the other party and the Black Wolf, the murderous face of the little girl under the light of the sword was undoubtedly telling Louise that she was serious. TSK. At this time, the lady also reacted to the identity of this little girl. She smacked her lips. Louise didn't expect that her first meeting with the legendary Vivian would be in this form. Until this time, the lady finally understood why the water god, who was absolutely an icy lump under the sacred cherry tree of Ye's shrine at that time, would be so active and proactive to come to her door and see her. It turned out that he was waiting for her here. With the divination ability of the water god, he might have anticipated the scene tonight at that time. So he came to warn me and stop in time. But Louise licked her lips. This is her habitual action every time she is excited. How could she stop? If she really listened to what the god said, there would be no great adventurer who made the 9 countries in chaos. Therefore, Louise ignored the Black Wolf behind Vivian, who was winking at her frantically, and instead stepped on the ground. And the blood wings behind her lifted her up into the air. A provocative laugh from the lady reverberated in the venue. Huh. Then, Louise raised her lips and replied to the little girl below in an arrogant tone. Yes. It's me. So what? Take your little black away obediently. Or do you want to stay and be bullied by me? The answer to Louise was the figure of the little girl rising from the ground and Vivian's cold voice. There is a third option. Knock you down. And then, admit your mistake and apologize. The flaming sword slashed at Louise fiercely. But the lady did not dodge, but advanced instead, swinging the thorny blood whip to wrap around the sword. When the burning blade was only a few centimeters away from the tip of her nose, it was stopped just in time. The blood whip was wrapped around the sword like a vine, preventing it from moving forward any further. Louise looked at the little girl with an expression of "that's it," and her provocative words never stopped. The momentum is good, but if it's just this little bit of power, it's far from enough. Is that so? The strange voice that suddenly came out of Vivian's mouth made Louise alert. Even before she could react, the little girl opposite made an unexpected move. Vivian tilted her body, and then exerted force on her toes, and the whole person actually completed an incredible high-speed spiral in the air. It was this spiral that caused the sword in her hand to rotate. The force of the spiral twisted the thorny blood whip wrapped around the sword into a knot. And in the next second, it was crushed and broken without being able to bear the weight. What? Before the surprised Louise could come to her senses, the sword of the girl on the opposite side swept across her face again. The lady instinctively dodged. But when she noticed that Vivian had changed to holding the hilt with her left hand, Louise secretly said in her heart that it was not good. The sweep was obviously just a feint. The real force was hidden behind the sweep, coming from the girl's tightly clenched pink fist in her right hand. It was too late to dodge, so Louise could only cross her arms and resist. What made the noble lady curse in her heart was that the girl's punch was completely unethical and was heading straight for her face. Bang! Louise's body flew backwards from midair like a cannonball. But she couldn't breathe at all, because Louise keenly felt that the attack from the girl was not over yet. All the magic power around the barren mountain rioted. And then, like a flush toilet, a large amount of magic power rushed towards the center of a vortex. And that center point was Vivian. 1 ring, 3 rings, 7 rings, 16 rings. The girl was now performing the most basic magic. Arcane missiles. Each ring of magic shining with azure blue represented a magic enhancement of the missile. The perfect standard for arcane missiles in textbooks is 3 rings of enhancement. But in reality, it is good for beginners and apprentices to be able to use 2 rings. But at this moment, the number of arcane rings in Vivian's hand was as high as 25. If the time was not too short, I believe the little girl could easily break this number by 100. The arcane missile, which was blessed by 25 layers of magic rings, had long been beyond the scope of the most basic magic. Its dazzling white light even illuminated the night sky. When Vivian did not hesitate, aimed at Louise's falling point, and finally launched it. It was like a meteor in the daytime. Who the hell told me that she was a summoner? Louise decided that after returning, she must beat up the foreigner from the Flame Domain who claimed to be a true fan of Vivian. In a hurry, she tried to stabilize her falling body while quickly propping up a blood-red defensive barrier. However, even so, Louise was still smashed into a pit several meters deep by the meteor missile. Of course, the lady would not be beaten all the time. The blood mark similar to the one used against Liao Zixuan was quietly condensed by Louise during the fight and thrown directly at Vivian. But who would have thought that the figure of the little girl only paused for a moment, and then rushed towards her as if nothing had happened? How is it possible? Louise thought that even if it was only the 3rd blood mark, ordinary power would never be immune to it, unless it was a forbidden power. Wait, could it be the sword in her hand? Until this time, Louise shifted her attention from Vivian to the flaming sword in her hand. After a careful feeling, it was indeed different from the Black Wolf just now. Although the offensiveness was much weaker, the flame on the sword was full of the taste of life, and could easily remove all negative effects. As far as Louise knew, this ability could only be achieved by the Forbidden Phoenix in the legend of the Flame Domain. So, not only is there a Forbidden Black Wolf, but there is also a Phoenix. Vulcan, you are such a shameless bastard. Back then, I didn't care if you asked for a little benefit. But now you are so eager to give away all your assets. Right? You are such a bastard. Although Vivian's harm was not that great to Louise, it was really insulting. When she saw the little girl dare to stand in front of her companions and bravely draw her sword towards her, the evil villain, Louise seemed to see the shadow of her youth in Vivian. But now it seems, bah! When she was young, she didn't enjoy the personal care of the god of water, nor was she so generous to the god of fire. The broken defense lady cursed in her heart. I thought this was the end, until Vivian saw that the attack seemed to have little effect on the lady. She took out a card from her arms. The sharp-eyed Louise noticed it at a glance. It was a travel card. Or a very unusual travel card. Chapter 412. Girl carrying RPG on her shoulder. Liao Zixuan thought it was a scene that only appeared in novels and comics. But he never expected that one day he would be able to eat the melon himself. At the beginning, 2 annihilation stars killed the Devil King Crab in seconds, which was such a big commotion. But why didn't everyone discuss the annihilation stars extensively? The reason is here. After the 2 shots were fired, they quickly put away the annihilation stars in accordance with the Loki principle of not showing off their wealth. However, with the size and specifications of that strategic level heavy artillery, it is definitely impossible to put it away with a travel card. So they had to split it again and put it into mini travel cards in a component way, which is convenient for transportation and can be assembled when used again. The thick black cylinder that Vivian was carrying on her shoulder was one of the barrel parts of the Annihilation Star. Then the little girl took out a card with her other hand, which was a simple core device. After the two were assembled with a click sound, a simple handheld pseudo-Annihilation Star was born. The principle of the Annihilation Star is actually a power amplifier. Through various sophisticated structures inside, the power of the artillery is released 100 times, or even 1,000 times. The simplified version in Vivian's hand at this moment. Although it can't reach the terrifying amplification rate of the original version, it can at least increase it by dozens of times. At that time, the Annihilator Star could blast a whole beach into a bay. If the girl's cannon could really hit the target, this mountaintop would probably become history. What made Liao Zixuan, who had already turned back into a little wolf cub, sweat even more was that from Vivian's expression. The girl was serious. She had already begun to gather all her magic power and injected it into the muzzle. It looked like she was really going to fight Louise to the death. Good guy. Is this still the girl who blamed herself for accidentally stepping on an ant? Now she flattened a mountaintop without even blinking an eye. It's already here. If we don't stop the fight, something big will probably happen. Before the blue light from Vivian's gun was fully filled, the little wolf rushed to the little girl and blocked the gun with his body. Little Black? Seeing the little wolf's figure, the light from the gun quickly faded, and the anger in Vivian's eyes also faded. Louise, who was locked not far away, also breathed a sigh of relief. Now she was in the second form with her wings spread out. But if she really wanted to take Vivian's gun, she had to open the third form, and then she would really be unable to stop. Little Black, your injury. The first thing Vivian noticed was the little wolf's intact appearance. After all, in the eyes of the little girl who rushed over at that time, she almost thought that the black wolf was dying. At this time, Liao Zixuan hurriedly explained to Vivian that those were just scary skin injuries. The whole process of the incident, and Louise's true identity. The expression on the little girl's face was first a long sigh of relief, then shock, and finally she completely understood that Louise was Liz's mother. In fact, the little wolf cub took the initiative to fight with Louise. The two sides were just cutting off. Or to be more precise, Louise was serving as a free sparring partner for Xiao He. Vivian has turned into an octopus mode and began to imitate Clara, making a slurred sound similar to Ababa Ababa. 5 minutes later. Yes. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I was too impulsive. I'm really sorry. Aunt Louise, looking at the little girl in front of her, who kept apologizing to her like a chicken pecking at rice. Louise sighed in her heart. Who would have thought that such a weak little girl was carrying a cannon to kill her a few minutes ago? Sure enough, you can't judge a person by appearance. Also, Louise's mouth twitched when she heard Vivian calling her auntie all the time. But how to say it? When Vivian suddenly turned back into that innocent little girl, Louise felt a little embarrassed. Forget it. Auntie is auntie. Who said she is indeed an old woman? Especially after feeling the vitality from young people today. Louise had to admit that she was indeed old. And compared to this, Louise was obviously more concerned about the card that Vivian had taken out before. Can I take a look? Your travel card? Although the little girl apologized, she was still a little defensive against Louise. But after the little wolf cub quietly tugged at the corner of Vivian's clothes with his claws, indicating that the little girl didn't need to worry, Vivian quickly handed several component cards containing Annihilator Star to the lady. Yeah, it's really a type I haven't seen before. So, travel cards can be used in this way? Interesting. Louise played with these cards, muttering to herself in thought. Blood-colored liquid appeared from Louise's hand, and then flowed into the card. The lady closed her eyes, as if sensing the internal structure of the card. Soon, a turquoise chapter of the Covenant was extracted from the card by Louise. When the lady saw the preface written at the beginning of the Covenant and the last signer, the corner of the lady's mouth twitched again. Louise was sure that this Covenant chapter hidden in the card had a strong divinity, and could almost be regarded as a modified variant of the Heart of God, combined with the place where the travel card was issued. There was no need for Louise to say which god was behind it. Originally, she thought that the traces of two gods on the little girl in front of her were exaggerated enough. But now it seems... Okay. Louise still maintained an elegant smile on the surface. But in fact, she was almost laughing in her heart. When my mother was running around the world, you, a slacker, really slacked off. As a result, now you are taking care of a foreign girl who has nothing to do with you. Right? Where is your slacking off? When I was chased to Qifeng by my enemies and forced to hide in the land, licking blood on the tip of a knife all day long. You, a god, didn't care about anything and didn't care about anything. Louise, civilized Qifeng language. What? What did Aunt Louise say just now? Vivian tilted her head and didn't hear clearly. Nothing. Just a greeting to a certain overly diligent god, Louise explained with a smile. Let's not talk about this for now. Vivian, can I ask about your next plan? Well, we plan to go back to the Flame Realm first, visit Lord Vulcan, and then see if we can get a way to help Xiaohei break through from Lord Vulcan. Is that so? Louise nodded. She suddenly turned her eyes and raised the corners of her mouth. Even if it is as an apology from my aunt, I will provide you with a piece of information for free. Chapter 413, What is a Toolman Ant? After the little wizard in your Yenyu sent the water god chain to Alice, the fire god has fallen into a deep sleep. He is using the power of the necklace to remove the filth of the abyss. So even if you go there, unfortunately, Alice may not be able to see you. Huh? Is that so? Vivian nodded, a little surprised. She did not doubt the accuracy of Louise's information. After all, she could accurately say that it was Demir who sent the necklace. Only a few people should have known this at the beginning. What Vivian is a little worried about now is that without the way of the fire god, where can she help Xiaohei to try to break through? As if she had seen through Vivian's thoughts, Louise laughed again. The information just now was an apology. The following information is to thank you for your care for Liz. You just said that another purpose of looking for the god of fire was to learn how to help the forbidden monsters break through. Although I am not an expert in this area, I know a little bit. The most critical point of the forbidden monsters breakthrough is not the breakthrough itself, but how to protect yourself during the breakthrough. Protect yourself. Vivian listened carefully, not quite understanding. Louise nodded. Yes. I believe this point. Your Xiaohei should have realized it a long time ago. So, if you really have no clue and are confused, I can give you a suggestion. After all, when it comes to protection, the other 8 gods among the 9 combined may not be as good as that one. The lady smiled mysteriously at Vivian, although the words sounded exaggerated. From Louise's expression, she did not exaggerate the god at all. So who is that? Vivian couldn't help but ask actively. This big question about Xiaohei was undoubtedly the first in the girl's heart. Even if the god was far away and difficult to deal with, she must go to see him. Louise read the girl's concerns, and she smiled and waved her hand very easily, saying, Don't be so nervous. Don't worry. The god I'm talking about is not only in our east continent, not far away, but also the old man can be said to be the most reliable one among the 9 gods. And he is easy to talk to. Very easy to talk to. This is definitely good news for Vivian. And Louise's nodding explanation further proved this to the little girl. Yes, compared to those who wanted to chop me with a knife, roast me on the fire, and slice me for experiments, they insisted on making me choose one of the 2. Louise counted her fingers and recalled her experience in detail, and sighed again as if to confirm. The old man just invited me to drink tea and take a walk. If this is not easy to talk to, then what is? Yes, it is true. Listening to Louise's glorious experience, Vivian nodded obediently while feeling ashamed in her heart. So if I were you, my next stop would be Gili, to find the god of rock. Gili, god of rock. Vivian repeated these 2 words with a slightly surprised tone, because if she counted her foreign friends, the first one must be Qiandao, and the second one must be Gili. Both Uncle Zhao Jia and Captain Nan were from Gili, so at least they wouldn't be at a loss when they really got to Gili. From your appearance, you should have a direction. That's good. Yeah. Aunt Louise, thank you very much for this information. It's so useful. Thank you. The little girl thanked him repeatedly. The little wolf cub who had been lying in Vivian's arms secretly thought it was a coincidence, because even if there was no Louise here, Liao Zixuan's next plan for them was to go to Gili after returning from visiting relatives in Yenyu. Although he had never seen it, and didn't know that the rock god could help him break through, he knew that according to the version of his previous life, the 3rd kingdom was Gili. It was a pity that even in his previous life, it was only half of 3.0. The further he went, the less benefits he would get from predicting the future. But Liao Zixuan didn't care about it. Instead, it was better to say that the unknown was the fun. It was enough to earn the first pot of gold based on the experience of the previous life. Sooner or later, He would have to walk the road ahead by himself. Seeing that Louise was about to leave after giving Vivian 2 pieces of information, Liao Zixuan hurriedly stopped her. As the saying goes, make the best use of things. Even the elders must squeeze out the surplus value. After the little wolf cub waved his claws to bring the snake over, he also put a blank travel card in front of Louise. Under the doubtful gaze of the lady, the little wolf cub explained his needs to her. Since the construction plan of the Annihilation Star, Liao Zixuan has once again witnessed the potential of the players, and at the same time discovered a very serious problem. That is, he does not have the ability to communicate with players across borders. Although Vivian inherited his game system, the friend system exclusive to the players was obviously not inherited, which made Liao Zixuan feel very rigid, which undoubtedly limited the scope of his planting leaks. So he has always been thinking about being able to put aside the game system and create an exclusive chat group in this world itself, and then attract various powerful people to join the group chat, and harvest leaks all over the world. Liao Zixuan is very excited every time he thinks about it. And because this group chat is a local world, not only players, but also indigenous people can join. In fact, there is indeed such a large group chat in Fallen God. That is, the Adventurer Association. But it is someone else's after all. If Liao Zixuan wants to build it, of course, he has to build one that belongs to him and serves Vivian exclusively. Originally, after having this idea, Liao Zixuan was troubled about how to realize it. And when the travel card in Meiwu appeared, he finally saw hope. Through the travel card, convenient and efficient dissemination can be achieved. And then through the authority of Meiwu over space and time, the travel card can be turned into something like an invitation or ticket. When the time comes, if you like any leaks, you can send him an entry travel card, and the other party can use this card to enter a virtual group chat space. Everyone can take what they need from it, and the information exchange can be done verbally. If it is a genius treasure, a material required for career or skill advancement, it can also be easily achieved with the storage function of the travel card. As the behind-the-scenes group owner, just sitting there and listening to the elite leaks from all over the world chatting, I am afraid it will be a very awesome and well-informed information network. Now, everything is ready for this chat group plan, except for the East Wind. Liao Zixuan obviously does not have the technical ability to make such a travel card. But by observing Louise playing with the travel card just now, the little wolf cub is very sure that this old woman, who has lived for hundreds of years, will definitely have a way. Aunt Louise, you don't want your daughter to always have conflicts with you, right? After helping this time, I will often say good things about you in your daughter's ear in the future. How about it? The little wolf cub blinked at the lady. Louise, now she has completely seen that from the moment this little wolf cub found her. I am afraid that the subsequent traps one after another are all waiting for her. You're calling it a vent for Liz, right? Bah! You're clearly using the name of my daughter to ask for her sparring partner, to provide information, and finally to take advantage of her skills and knowledge. Isn't it obvious that you're treating her, the ancestor of the blood clan, as a tool? The more you endure, the more you feel the loss, the more you take a step back, the angrier you get. If this gets out, where will she put her face? So all the words came together into one sentence. Louise didn't agree to the little wolf cub directly, but gave Liao Zixuan a look that said she understood everything. You have to pay more. Chapter 414, the night would be better if it were longer. Huh? Done. After a long breath, Louise casually lifted her long hair. A brand new rose-red card was held between the noblewoman's fingers. The corners of the card were bordered with thorny rose thorns, and the overall color was dark red according to Louise's preference. The pattern on the card was a little village girl wearing a nun's uniform, but the upper half of the village girl's face was blocked by the hood and shrouded in shadows, while the exposed lower half of her mouth was raised in a teasing manner, which matched the pure nun's uniform, giving people a feeling of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Tea party invitation. Quality, epic. Type, special item. Effective item, after using it correctly, you will be eligible to participate in the witch tea party. This invitation proves that you have been recognized by the greatest legendary witch Vivian. I don't care about the layout and rules of the space. These permissions originally belonged to the little snake. But remember that we agreed to leave me the most prestigious seat. This is the final result of the additional money discussion. Liao Zixuan agreed to let Louise become the first tea party member. Don't look at the lady pretending to be relaxed now, as if it is a trivial matter. but from the slight sweat on Louise's forehead and her tone, that has become much more normal. It can be seen that making such a card is very exhausting even for Louise. Therefore, the little wolf cub was not dissatisfied with this condition. He nodded his head vigorously as if he was relieved, and quickly took the invitation card back from Louise. With this template, he could easily copy as many similar invitations as he wanted, without having to bother Louise again. Although Vivian, who had been listening, was still confused, she saw that her little wolf cub was so happy and excited, and thought that Louise had helped a lot again. The little girl also thanked her repeatedly. Okay. If you really want to thank me, please help me persuade Liz to come back to Chi-Feng with me and recognize her ancestors. This is her most correct choice. Now every bit of her willfulness is a waste of her talent. It can be seen that Louise still has this matter in mind, especially after fighting with Vivian and the wolf cub. This emotion has become more serious. This may be the anxiety disorder that every mother will have after seeing other people's children. However, the little girl, who was very grateful to Louise just now, still did not give in on this issue, and said to the lady seriously, "Aunt Louise, do you know that in fact, just half a year ago, I was an ordinary village girl. Because I had no money to treat my family, I took the initiative to ask my father to sell me to a big city as a maid. In order to save a few silver coins for medicine, I risked my life alone and went deep into the monster jungle. And I am now, 6 months later, I am probably the same as the little village girl who was still busy making a living. I dare not even dream of it. So even I am like this, let alone someone who is much better than me. What about your daughter? I know that my few words now may not convince you, but I still hope that you can believe in your daughter and believe that she can find her own way. There is also a sentence that Xiaohei often said to me, which inspired me. I think it makes sense. Now I want to give it to you too." Cough, cough. After clearing her throat, Vivian straightened her waist, imitating Xiaohei's tone and demeanor at the time, and said in front of Louise in a very imposing and confident manner, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't look down on a poor girl. Louise, how is it? Aunt Louise? Do you feel excited all of a sudden? Strength is coming out. Vivian's cheeks flushed as she shouted the slogan, and she obviously liked this sentence very much. If you like it, there is more than just this sentence. Xiaohei also taught me a lot. Whenever I feel unconfident about myself, I will recite it in my heart. Although I don't understand what these mean specifically, I feel very inspired just by reciting them. I feel much more confident. For example, a girl rises with the wind one day, soaring up to 90,000 miles. My cannon fodder has the posture of a boss. The 3-year period has arrived. Welcome. Ahem. The wolf cub lying in Vivian's arms coughed violently, interrupting the little girl's homely talk display. And then when Louise looked over with a strange gaze, he immediately looked away, pretending to look at the scenery. Okay. The lady shook her head helplessly. If this is what Liz meant, you really don't want to take a shortcut, and it's not impossible to take a detour. You mean? Vivian and the wolf cub quickly cheered up. There is indeed another way. Without changing the surname, you can get the same blood family inheritance, which even I don't know. If we calculate the time, it will be about half a year before Qingfeng's travel secret realm will be opened. As we all know, Chi-Feng is the kingdom of wind. The wind brings seeds from all over the world to Chi-Feng, and then the seeds take root and sprout here. The travel secret realm is where these seeds are stored after they bloom and bear fruit. It can be said that in the East continent, we are not as good as Gili in terms of population. We are not as good as Linnong in terms of technology. We are not as good as Qiandao in terms of faith. And we are not as good as Yenyu in terms of the diligence of the gods. But in terms of racial diversity, the types and quantity of heritage inheritance, our Chi-Feng is the well-deserved first. So in the travel secret realm, there is nothing you can't think of, including the blood family inheritance, as long as you are capable and strong enough. Please tell Liz that if she really wants to prove herself, the travel secret realm will be her way and her best chance. But don't blame me for not reminding her. If she participates as an outsider, it means she is standing opposite our Dracula family and is our competitor. I don't know what will happen to my other children at that time. In short, the shortcut is to change the surname, and you can easily get all the inheritance. The detour is to compete with your brothers and sisters as an outsider. Anyway, from my perspective as a mother, I still hope that Liz can choose the former. That's about it. I've been in Thousand Islands for long enough. If I don't go back, some old guys will get anxious. Oh, by the way, if your return trip goes well, you might as well come to Qifeng as a guest. I just talked about Liz. In fact, for you, the travel secret realm is also a great way to improve your strength. Goodbye. I look forward to seeing you again next time. Louise smiled and waved to Vivian and the little wolf cub. A scarlet magic circle lit up under her feet. She took a step back and merged into the shadow of the night. After another second, only a few bats flew away, and the figure of the lady had disappeared. Looking at the direction where Louise left, the little girl quietly clenched her fists. The rapid rise in strength made Vivian think that she was very strong. But after fighting with Louise tonight, the little girl knew that she was still not strong enough. Vivian could clearly feel that Louise might have used less than 30% or 40% of her strength to fight her. If there were such a terrifying enemy in the future, what strength would she use to protect the important people? The same was true for Liao Zixuan. So, it's time to travel again. Vivian looked at the moon, stroking the little wolf cub in her arms, and whispered, I always feel that once I leave, I don't know when I can come back. The little girl seemed to sigh a little. But soon, Vivian cheered up again and held the little wolf cub high in the air. But as long as Xiao Hei is with me, I won't be lonely no matter how far the journey is. I won't be afraid. He, a little sparrow, who was secretly observing not far away, wanted to go forward to argue when he heard it. But unfortunately, he was pulled away by the snake next to her, and went to find a little fox to take bird eggs. Under the brilliant fireworks in the night sky, Vivian and the little wolf cub on the lonely peak lay on the lawn. After the battle, they can finally enjoy the tranquility and leisure, and appreciate the beautiful Thousand Islands fireworks together. Xiao Hei, what do you think Yili will be like? Xiao Hei, do you think we should bring some souvenirs to Uncle Xiaojia's daughter? Xiao Hei, do you think Captain Nan is willing to let us take a ride on her boat? Xiao Hei, Sun Yan's math grades have been bad recently. I wonder how Mei Wu is doing. Should we let them take classes together? Xiao Hei, when we tell Liz and Shirley that we are leaving, they will probably blame us again. Woo woo. Xiao Hei. The colorful fireworks illuminated the happy smile on the little girl's face. In fact, Vivian's happiness is very simple. Being able to lie next to the little wolf's ear like this, whispering and chattering together. This is the most enjoyable time for the little girl. I really hope that tonight's night can be longer. Chapter 415, Eternal Night Tea Party. Ding. Congratulations on completing the SS level mission to create the Annihilator Star. Due to your outstanding performance, you have received an additional hidden reward. Ding. The special item Tea Party invitation has been stored in your backpack. Snowy Winter. In a hidden underground snow cave base, the white ghost who was operating the mechanical arm in the workshop and trying to make a new weapon stopped immediately and took off his goggles. According to the system prompt that suddenly sounded in his mind, he quickly opened his backpack and soon found a dark red mysterious card with rose and thorn patterns lying quietly in the corner. This mission actually has a follow-up? After taking out this special travel card, White Ghost showed surprise and joy when he was involved in the manufacture of the Annihilator Star. Even if he only came into contact with a small part of the blueprints, it was a great improvement for his mechanic profession. Many weapons that were not high enough to make before can now be arranged. Not to mention that the blank travel card is such an epic improvement for a mechanic player like him who wishes he could have 100 backpack spaces. These are undoubtedly, let him, a test subject who defected from the isolator, have more confidence and means to continue to fight against the organization. On the other hand, the more noise he made, the more difficult the situation of the rebel army White Star in the winter became. And they were even targeted by the executives of the legendary organization. It was precisely because of this tense situation that White Ghost was so surprised by the sudden appearance of the hidden reward. He was very eager to get more channels and ways to improve his strength. However, before White Ghost had time to look at this card carefully, when the card was taken out of the backpack, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the card's surface. Ding! You have triggered the force plot. In 5 seconds, you will be forced to transfer to the tea party. White Ghost, what? Swish. Without giving him much time to react, with a flash of dark red light, White Ghost followed the card and disappeared into the workshop. Similar scenes happened all over the world. When White Ghost finally stabilized the picture and his vision became clear again, he found that the scene around him was no longer the workshop he was familiar with. Ding! Congratulations on unlocking the new map, Evernight Tea Party. Eternal Night Tea Party. Details. A space full of mystery and unknown. Created by the Great Witch of Evernight, Vivian. Only those who are chosen by her are qualified to come here. This white ghost looked at the system panel prompt, and his mind was still a little confused. And another voice rang in his ears. Sir, please take a seat. A mysterious man appeared at some unknown time. His face was covered by gray-white mist. But from the outline, he should be a tall man. And he gestured to the white ghost. After he waved his hand, the space in front of the white ghost immediately transformed into a corridor. And the confused white ghost walked along the corridor to the end. It looked like a gorgeously decorated reception room. And it also looked like a well-decorated gathering place for friends to gather. The sky above the head was an endless night sky. And the light of the stars fell on a dark red long table in the center of the room. There were 10 high-backed chairs on the left and right of the long table. And seats were also placed in front and behind. However, judging from the texture and style of the chairs, the 2 chairs located in front and behind the long table are much higher than the others. Behind them, it seems that there are stars twinkling, exuding an awe-inspiring atmosphere. The bonfire in the stove is burning vigorously next to it, and various exquisite cakes are placed on the banquet of the long table. But the huge stone pillars standing majestically around it add a bit of solemnity to the place. After the initial shock, White Ghost soon found that he was not the only guest here. Similar corridors appeared from all directions in the space one after another, and players with confused and surprised expressions like himself gathered under this starry sky gathering. It seemed that no new players joined until 5 players, including him, came in. These players soon looked at each other and showed expressions of as expected. That's right, because they all participated in the Building Annihilation Star plan and were collaborators from the 5 countries. It seemed that each of them also received this extra hidden reward at the same time. Just when White Ghost was still analyzing secretly. Well, it seems that everyone is here. The voice of the guide that appeared before sounded again. And when the players looked over in the direction of the voice, they found that the mysterious man shrouded in gray fog had already sat down at the main seat at the front of the long table. Several chairs beside the long table were pulled open by themselves. And the mysterious man waved his hand, obviously asking the players to sit down. After everyone obediently followed the NPC's instructions and took their places, the mysterious man spoke again. Hello, distinguished guests. First of all, welcome to the Evernight Tea Party. Well, I see that you are all a little nervous. So relax a little, as the name suggests. This is just a tea party held by Lady Vivian for you. You are all people valued by Lady Vivian. And Lady Vivian has always liked making friends. So she also hopes that you can become friends with each other, without being restricted by geographical location. So she created such a space so that everyone can meet face to face, help each other, and get what they need. Of course, sometimes I will announce some special tasks of Lady Vivian in the tea party. If you can complete them, you will get a very generous reward. As for the rules, the only rule of the tea party is everyone's sincerity. After all, our Lady Vivian does not want to see any member of the tea party suffer losses due to deception. After briefly explaining the original intention of establishing the Eternal Night Tea Party to the players, Liao Zixuan thought about it again and added one more thing. Although there are only 6 members in the tea party now, there will definitely be more and more in the future. However, I hope that before that, everyone can keep the tea party secret. Remember, this is a private tea party. Lady Vivian does not want to be too focused and distort the original intention of the tea party. The above are all the precautions for the Evernight Tea Party. I hope that all the invited guests can patiently abide by them. If you violate them, you will be included in Lady Vivian's unwelcome list for life. Please don't try this. Oh, I almost forgot. My name is Hay. I am Lady Vivian's agent at the Evernight Tea Party. I am fully responsible for all matters in the tea party. Well, after saying so much, you must be tired of listening. Right? Then let's get straight to the point. I now declare that the first Evernight Tea Party officially begins. Chapter 416. After the NPC Hay, who claimed to be the person in charge of this space, announced the start of the tea party, the players at the long table still looked at each other in bewilderment. After the NPC Hay finished explaining the rules, he really seemed to stop interfering and no longer actively communicated with the players. The scene seemed to fall into an awkward silence. But soon, the most carefree My Soul from Chi Feng spoke first. breaking the stiff atmosphere. And when he opened his mouth, he said something quite shocking. Hey, Xiao Haizi. Xiao Yuzi. I asked you to help me get some props with Vivian said before. Have you made any progress? I'm very anxious here. I'm waiting to use them. After Huanbao's words, Hey you. The KA president sitting opposite him twitched his mouth and complained wildly in his heart. It's okay to change his nickname. But how can you say such words in public here? And it's in the tea party hosted by Vivian. But there's nothing he can do. Who can't afford to offend the rich woman opposite him. Heiyu first quietly observed the NPC in the main seat, and saw that Hei seemed to be the same as before, ignoring them, the players, and then he breathed a sigh of relief, and then waved his hand and said, Sorry, Sister Hun. The thing you want is, it's hard to get. If you really can't help it, why don't you go to Taobao and buy some peripherals? Make do with it for now. Huh? I want these things to make the new legendary travel card about Fox-Faced Priestess. Only by deducing the characters on the card, and the history of the events behind it can we get the clues for making it. What are you talking about? Hun Bao, who was originally leaning against the high-back chair, immediately sat up straight and glared at Heiyu angrily. Heiyu was a little speechless for a while. But fortunately, at this time, the voice of another player on the scene rescued Heiyu in time. Sister, do you have any other requirements for what you want? For example, what type of things must it be? It was Luochen, an old acquaintance from Yanyu, the president of Xingchen Pavilion, who spoke, and Han Bao shook his head and said, That's not the case. As long as it has the set of Vivian, it will be fine. If you have to say, of course the closer it is, the better. This way, when I perform the ritual and make the corresponding card, the success rate will be a little higher. Well, I understand. I can help you. My friends and I are beta testers. We are the first to come into contact with Vivian. So we still have some props that Vivian gave us during the beta test. We have always planned to keep them as souvenirs. But we are reluctant to use them. We just keep them in our backpacks. Luo Chen's words made Hun Bao's eyes light up. She couldn't help but excitedly said, Really? That's great. You name a price. I'll take whatever you have. But Luo Chen chuckled. It's okay. These low-level props from the beta test are not worth much to us now. Just treat them as a gift for making friends. No. 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 That won't do. I never take things from others for free. My hunter waved his head. Seeing that Hun Bao insisted, Luochen thought for a while and finally said, Actually, I recently got a very rare fire skill book. However, when I upgraded the skill level, I collected all the other materials. But I have no idea about the high elf feather material. Since Sister Hun is in Qifeng, the Kingdom of Wind, she should be more informed than us. I will be very grateful if you can help me pay attention to the information of this material. High elf feather. No problem. Leave it to me. Aiken! Let's not talk about anything else in Qifeng. In terms of NPC races, we definitely have the most. I remember that the administrator in the largest Chiuya library in Qifeng City seems to be an elf NPC. I will ask for you when the time comes. It shouldn't be a big problem. There really is one. Thank you so much. Sister Hun. I'll wait for your news. Luochen was just trying his luck and said it casually. Unexpectedly, he actually got a clue from Hun Bao. He was surprised and delighted, because many system functions were disabled in the Eternal Night Tea Party. The two agreed to add friends after they got out. However, the props that Luochen promised to give to Hun Bao could be traded directly in the space using blank travel cards. The two people who got what they needed from each other and were satisfied seemed to have set a good start for the tea party. White Ghost, who had not spoken and quietly observed the whole process, finally felt a little excited when he saw this scene. I want to ask everyone. Do you have any information about the isolated person? White Ghost couldn't help but speak. Isolated person? His speech immediately attracted everyone's attention. But most of them looked confused. White Ghost immediately explained, Yes. This is a winter organization. And it is also the main line of our winter plot. They seem to have been secretly conducting experiments all over the world. I defected from it. My current mission is to destroy this organization. So if you have any relevant news or intelligence, I am willing to share it. Before White Ghost finished speaking at the tea party, he was interrupted by a hack. Everyone including Bai Yiling looked in the direction of the voice and found that the person with an excited face was the president of KA. Hey you. Brother Bai. Let me confirm with you again. The organization you are talking about is called the Locked? The banned is banned. And the closed is closed? Yes. That's right. That's a coincidence. Our KA was just recruited by an executive of the Locked the day before yesterday. Heiyu was so happy that he slapped his thigh without caring about his image. This? Bai Yiling looked at the excited Heiyu and didn't know what to say. Suddenly, he regretted asking, isn't this equivalent to their camps being opposed? And it's a super guild like KA. The remaining players in the tea party also looked a little embarrassed. However, Liao Zixuan, who was sitting in the main seat and had been listening to the players below, finally showed some expression here, and his eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that he found that the atmosphere was a little wrong. Heiyu reacted at this time, slapped his forehead and explained quickly. Brother Bai, you misunderstood me. RK did join the confinement, but it was not the kind of joining you imagined. We actually joined as insiders. Heiyu hesitated when he told the truth. After all, this was a big chess move involving the development of their KA. However, the 4 players here were not strangers. Secondly, it was the most reassuring thing for Heiyu to say. Because of the tea party rules mentioned by NPC Hei before, everyone here should communicate honestly. And at least at this stage, the content of the tea party cannot be leaked. Otherwise it will be included in Vivian's blacklist. With such double insurance, after Bai Yiling first mentioned the imprisoned, Heiyu decided to share the secret of the whole process from being deceived by the apostles and used as guns, to being awakened by Vivian, and finally being redeemed by the tenderness of the little girl, and deciding to rebel and follow Vivian. After this was said, Luo Chen and Bai Yiling had the biggest reaction. Luo Chen was a support force sent to Qiandao by Yenyu, so he knew a little about KA's reputation in Qiandao. Through the task of making an annihilation star, Luo Chen knew that KA, as a super guild, was indeed not as simple as it seemed. It was not until today's tea party that Luo Chen finally understood that KA was playing such a big game, and all the players in Qiandao were deceived by them. As for Bai Yiling, he was stunned for a moment, then showed surprise, but soon became hesitant. President Heiyu, as far as I know, the organization of the imprisoned has very strict requirements for its members. In our winter, there are also players who have joined the imprisoned camp, but they are all given a brainwashing buff. Anything that harms the interests of the imprisoned will be forcibly stopped by the system. Some are even worse, and they can't even accept tasks issued by outside the organization. Isn't it the same for you? Bai Yiling's words opened Heiyu's eyes, and also surprised Liao Zixuan who was listening. If the people of KA were really given this brainwashing buff, then the effect of the inner ghost chess piece he laid out would indeed be greatly reduced. But fortunately, the previous executive officer called Apostle did give us a similar mandatory buff. But now the new executive officer, I don't know if it's because he sees that we have never betrayed us, so he trusts us very much. And he didn't say that he would force us to do anything. Is that so? Bai Yiling nodded thoughtfully. Then, he helped Liao Zixuan ask the question he was more concerned about. President Heiyu, can you tell me what the executive you contacted is called? Here it comes. Liao Zixuan cheered up. One of the original intentions of establishing the Eternal Night Tea Party was to obtain information from the chats of the players, although he has the game forum as a channel. In fact, through the forum posts, some general information can be obtained, but the truly higher value and more specific details, such as what the KA president said now, will not appear on the forum at all. We have just met her not long ago. We only know that her executive codename is Dull, and her level is the same as the Apostle at the beginning, both of which are in the middle 3 seats level. Then her appearance is a little girl with white hair, but in battle, she will immediately turn into a huge scary doll. The style should be more like a warrior profession. Heiyu described the scene when he first saw the doll in detail to Bai Yiling. Bai Yiling listened very carefully, and seemed to be a little familiar with the codename doll. Wait, I remember. The doll is right. It's the doll. I've seen it in the internal documents of the organization. She should be the confidant of the doctor, responsible for protecting the doctor every step of the way. Halfway through, White Ghost remembered that others probably didn't know the doctor yet. So he explained to Heiyu, the doctor is also one of the executives of the confinement, and he is the top 3. Soon after, White Ghost frowned and began to talk to himself. It's strange why she appeared in 1,000 Islands. Did the doctor also go to 1,000 Islands? Hissing. President Heiyu, did you see a blonde man next to the doll? Under White Ghost's hurried questioning, Hey Yu shook his head. No. She's the only one. But Brother Bai, you're wrong. This doll doesn't seem to be active in the Thousand Islands. She's just here to recruit the remnants of us apostles. She's already taken us and left the Thousand Islands by boat. Leaving the Thousand Islands by boat? Not only was Bai Yuling more interested and curious, but even Liao Zixuan, who heard this, was a little bit complaining in his heart. My goodness, they were just about to leave the Thousand Islands. And you, the imprisoned ones, left too, right? We can't keep hitting each other. And our destinations are all Gili, right? What a pity. Leaving the Thousand Islands? Are we going back to winter? No, not winter. At the moment, it seems that our destination should be Gili. Guili. Guili? 2 exclamations from the players. One in front and one behind. And a tea party manager cursing in his heart. Looking for trouble. Right? Do you confines like to look for trouble? You like to run into the muzzle of the gun. Right? Liao Zixuan was furious. The other 2 players above, in addition to Bai Yuling, were the last of the 5 people in the Eternal Night Tea Party. The president of the Moon-Slashing Guild from Guili, Song Yu. Song Yu was eating melons well. But suddenly, he got eaten on his head. How could he not be surprised? We don't know what we are going to do in Guili. But the doll once said that our general direction should be to assist an executive officer called the Warden, who has been planning in Guili for a long time. After further explanation, Hey Yu turned his head and looked at Song Yu. Brother Song Yu, you were born in Gili. Have you heard of this executive officer? No. But I can ask our sect leader for you. She is very powerful and knows everything. Sect leader? Hey Yu is about to arrive in Gili, so he should learn more about it as soon as possible. As a result, Song Yu sighed and looked bitter. Oh, don't mention it. Last time, I went to do the mission of destroying the star. I met a crazy immortal. She seemed to be very powerful and had a great background. But her brain was a little. Anyway, when you come to Gili, just ask about Shinshao sect. Shishao sect. Hey Yu and Liao Zixuan both secretly remembered this name. And Liao Zixuan also thought of a letter before, saying that senior sister Vivian came, asking the little girl to return to the sect as soon as she finished the business of Qiandao. At that time, he thought it was a scam and burned it directly. Now it seems a bit hasty. At the beginning, everyone was not familiar with the tea party, and the beginning was a little cold. But now it has become a heated discussion and exchange of information. There is no doubt that the effect of the first Eternal Night Tea Party is far beyond Liao Zixuan's original expectations. Unfortunately, even if the players want to communicate more, Liao Zixuan is willing to listen. But the time that the card can maintain the space is limited. With the current strength of Meiwu, the tea party will only last for half an hour at most. And it will have to end. Liao Zixuan, who had not spoken, stood up again as the guide and prepared to drive people away. Although several players were reluctant to leave, they would definitely not violate the rules of the NPC. However, Mr. Hay, when will the next Eternal Night Tea Party be held? And how can we get in again? Before leaving, White Ghost took the lead in asking the mysterious guide. This is also what the other 3 presidents wanted to ask. Except my soul. They have tasted the sweetness and discovered the huge potential of the tea party. Indeed, after a tea party, they can become game friends with each other. After going out, whether in reality or in the game, they can directly form their own group chat. At first glance, it seems that there is no need for a tea party. This is what the straightforward my soul actually thinks. But in reality, the presidents of the 3 super guilds and the White Ghost, who founded the rebel army White Star, have really seen the irreplaceable value of the tea party. Absolute trust. In other words, the exchange of information and the transaction of goods here are supervised by NPCs, and they no longer need to doubt each other's authenticity. This is more valuable for the bosses who are in higher positions. After all, even in the game, cheating and deception will never be less than in reality. Because of this, the preciousness of trust is more reflected. The Eternal Night Tea Party is undoubtedly a place where they can negotiate with absolute peace of mind. For example, White Ghost. His mission is to destroy the isolated organization, not necessarily the Winter organization, and the organization's activities in any other place. As long as he also participates in the destruction, he can also get rewards. So White Ghost has the intention to support some powerful props for the KA Guild. But the premise is that it must be carried out in the Eternal Night Tea Party. Although White Ghost knows that the dignified KA should not be able to swallow the props and do nothing. But what if it happens? This is the chain of suspicion. And the Eternal Night Tea Party is the best place to eliminate such concerns. What's more, the NPC in charge of the Tea Party also emphasized that the Eternal Night Tea Party will definitely have new members in the future. Judging from the quality of the current members, those who can come in must be big bosses. Such a safe, hidden and high-level social circle. Everyone wants to do their best to show their faces and make themselves familiar to the NPCs, so as to maintain their membership in the expectant eyes of the players. The next tea party will be held in a week. The specific time will appear on your invitation one day in advance. As for the method of entering, it is also very simple. You can try it now. The method of entering and leaving is the same. You just need to pray to the invitation and say 2 words. As he spoke, at Liao Zixuan's signal, the 5 players stood up from their high-back chairs and surrounded the dark red long table. The starry sky above their heads cast silver light, and the people at the long table below either clasped their hands together or clenched their fists in front of their chests. Under Liao Zixuan's guidance, he recited his impromptu words. Just like the reason why the tea party was called Eternal Night was derived from the sigh of the little girl when watching the fireworks at that time. The slogan for entering and leaving the tea party imitated a classic quote from the Bible and slightly modified it. Wei Min. Chapter 417 The Moth Chasing Fire. Yanyu. Fuyo Mountain. This is a special aristocratic cemetery, with gray-white tombstones standing in the mountains and forests. The size and inscriptions on the tombstones record their glorious deeds in their lives, and the neatly arranged steps from top to bottom symbolize the rank of their nobles during their lifetime. However, there is not much mourning culture in the tradition of Yanyu, so it can be seen that most of the tombstones, no matter how luxurious and grand the funeral was held, and no matter how majestic and solemn the tombstones were, with the passage of time, many of the corners of the tombstones have been smoothed, and the words on the tombstones have become damaged and blurred. The better ones can still see traces of occasional cleaning, but most of the tombstones, 2/3 of the area has been covered by vines and mosses. We can only wait until the elderly tomb keeper remembers it, and then he may be kind enough to come with a cane to repair it. The quiet cemetery, which should be deserted most of the time, welcomed a noble lady with extraordinary temperament today. The old man guarding the tomb at the door just took a look at the noble lady, then quickly retracted his head, and let the noble lady enter the cemetery without questioning. After all, he was just a sinecure here, and people like this who were known to be from wealthy families, by their dress were basically allowed to pass by default. Louise came to the highest level of the cemetery without any obstacles. The higher she went, the fewer tombstones there were. In the end, the noble lady stopped in front of a very conspicuous tombstone. The conspicuous here does not refer to how luxurious the decoration of the tombstone is, but compared to those weathered tombstones along the way, this one is still clean and tidy. It can be seen that it is definitely cleaned and maintained regularly. The only tomb on the top floor is the Earl's tomb, and the Caesar family crest engraved on the tombstone has already revealed the owner of this tombstone. The lady looked at the Earl's tombstone with the same expression as usual, but the few trances in the depths of her eyes still revealed her inner thoughts to some extent. After a long time, Louis said nothing more, but sighed lightly, and bent down to put the blood-red gorgeous little flower she had been holding in her hand next to the tombstone. After doing all this, Louise did not leave in a hurry, but turned her head to look at a big tree next to the tombstone. There, at some point, a woman in a bishop's robe was leaning against the shade of the tree. The rose of the other shore, a magical flower that is said to connect life and death and rest the souls of the dead, can only be watered with the precious blood of the prince and above in the blood clan, and combined with the secret cultivation method of the druid clan. It takes decades at the shortest and hundreds of years at the longest to make it bloom. The bishop woman seemed to be talking to herself, while she also stood up and left the shade of the tree and walked to the side of the Earl's tombstone. After she half knelt down, as if admiring a rare item, she sighed at the blood-red flower that Louise had just placed on it. Judging from the number and color of the petals, this rose from the other shore must be hundreds of years old. Right? And after the death of the god of forest, the sunwell dried up, and the wisdom of the druids was lost, which resulted in many precious and rare plants being unable to be cultivated, and they became extinct and became history. After saying this, the bishop woman, The goddess of fire Alice finally stood up again and moved her eyes from the bloody flower in front of the tombstone to the lady opposite. Is it really okay to use the rose from the other shore, which may be the last in the world? Here, Louise? Huh. The lady chuckled after Alice's words. If the Lord of Fire had come forward to stop this absurd love, it is possible that a rose from the other shore could be preserved for this world. But unfortunately, you didn't. So, compared to Lord Vulcan, who can give up a loyal believer with great potential, I am just giving away a little flower that is useless except for a slightly nice name. It is nothing, don't you think? Alice? The old man who was guarding the mausoleum at the foot of the mountain suddenly felt that the weather seemed to have become much hotter. Even the breeze that should have been refreshing in the mountains and forests became a little hotter. Soon, it turned into a heat wave, blowing on the body, and there was a faint burning feeling. This scared the old mausoleum keeper, just when he was panicking. Fortunately, this heat wave came and went quickly. After a while, the temperature in the mausoleum returned to normal, and the breeze was no longer scorching. The relieved old man continued to lie back in the chair and take a nap. Sure enough, the water god chain is actually useless to you, right? Louise sighed when she saw the fire god trying to retract his power. Easier emotional fluctuations, uncontrolled breath leakage. This is still wearing the water god chain that has the effect of calming the mind and concentrating the mind. All signs have shown that the degree of fallen abyss erosion on Alice has reached a high level. I expected this a long time ago. After all, if my sister's divine power could really resist the fallen abyss, the thunder god would not have gone half crazy. The twin gods would not have turned against each other, and the god of nature would not have sacrificed himself to create the dream forest to completely separate the two continents of the east and the west. Alice shook her head. It was like a girl with an incurable disease, who accepted her fate by recalling the past. Louise opened her mouth, wanting to say something but stopping herself, and Alice seemed to have read what the noble lady wanted to ask, and she showed a rare relaxed smile on the face of the god of fire. Since I know that the water god chain doesn't work, why do I still send that little girl and her little wolf to the 1,000 Islands? Right? But I think you, who have seen them, should know the answer. Facing Alice's smug and proud eyes, it was like an old mother showing off her children at a parent-teacher meeting. Although Louise looked a little unhappy, she had to nod and admit it in the end. That little girl does have some of my style back then. For this reason, I stopped them from coming back to see you and led them to the rock god. Oh my! Alice patted her chest with a symbolic sigh of relief. She smiled and praised, Louise, you can do a good thing. Right? I was just worrying about this problem. My cold sister will definitely not take the initiative to come forward. If they return to the flame realm and can't see their own gods, those little guys will probably be very anxious. And then it will be troublesome. Wait, Alice. Although you are indeed infected with the fallen abyss, you are not to the extent that you can't see people. What's wrong with your divinity? Normally, no one would be stupid enough to launch a probe and perception on a god. But Louise smelled something wrong from what the god of fire said just now. So after she tried to sense the state of the god of fire, the expression on the lady's face was enough to be described as astonishment. God is divided into Godhead, God's nature and God's heart. Among them, God's heart is the container of power, God's nature is the container of soul, and God's nature is the symbol of authority. But at this moment, the god of fire, under Louise's perception, the position of God's heart is empty. This operation is not a big deal for those gods who have lived long enough. But for the very young god like the god of fire, it is still very harmful. But what really made Louise's face change was that she could hardly feel Louise's divinity, which was even more fatal to a god than losing his godhood. Because losing his godhood meant losing only the title of god of fire. But the disappearance of his godhood meant the extinction of the consciousness of Alice. However, the god of fire did not answer Louise's nervous questioning. Instead, he looked into the distance and asked the lady, Louise, do you know the creature called Moth? Moth? Yes. It is a very magical creature. They like places with bright light. So anything that can emit light becomes the object of their pursuit, which may be light, moonlight, or firelight. So when I was young, I didn't understand why all other creatures tried to avoid the blazing flames when I emitted scorching heat. Except for those moths. In the darkness, they went against other creatures and chose to plunge into the flames for the so-called light. Then, in my sight, even if they were only slightly touched, Their fragile bodies would be burned up in the blink of an eye. Is it really worth giving up your life just for that extremely short light? Facing the increasingly frowned brow of the lady, Alice seemed much more relaxed. She raised her palm, and soon a crystal moth condensed by the fire element, with a red and translucent body, landed on the fingertips of the god of fire. However, now I seem to understand them a little bit. And I also understand the decision of the god of forest. The night watcher has never left its post, but has just changed to another way of guarding. Although I am far from being as powerful as the god of forest, and I don't have the courage of the god of ice. If I just want to be a fire-chasing moth, it should be more than enough. Right? Louise didn't speak, because she knew that it was useless for her to say anything at this moment. As the god of fire murmured, more and more fiery red crystal moths appeared on her fingers. But in response, Alice's body began to become more and more illusory. What Thor did at the beginning has proved to us that the target of the fallen abyss is divinity. If that's the case, I really can't take them off me. But I can still take them away with me and disappear. Well, although I am not the only one they are targeting, I believe that the others are definitely stronger than me. It's not that easy for the fallen abyss to erode them like it eroded me. Not to mention the secret weapon I sent out. Although the power of this secret weapon is not that great now, I am willing to believe in those two little guys. I believe they can prevent tragedy, change fate, and save their gods. The dream forest and emerald illusion of the past isolated the abyss of the western continent and bought a respite for our eastern continent. Now this fire-chasing moth is my gift to those two little guys. The time they need. I will pay for it. The fire god's voice became weaker and weaker at the end, and almost half of his body had turned into a flying crystal moth. They flew towards the sun in the sky, and then began to self-ignite on the way. Their wings were wrapped in flames, and finally dissipated in the air. Louise, I'm sorry about what happened here, and I believe the others are the same. If we choose to believe you, perhaps the tragedy of the western continent would not have happened. Since you mentioned that you have seen your own shadow in that little girl, then I hope don't repeat the mistakes we made back then on her. This is my last request. Alice's last voice echoed in the ears of the noblewoman. But the body of the god of fire had completely dissipated. The crystal moths that flew high into the sky and then spontaneously combusted on the way were the embodiment of the divinity of Alice. However, when the last wave of crystal moths were about to repeat this annihilation process, suddenly, as Alice's body dissipated, a blue necklace fell to the ground and burst into brilliant blue light. These blue lights were like a big net, stopping the last few crystal moths that wanted to chase fire, and finally shrinking them and trapping them in the necklace. After doing all this, the light of the water god's chain completely dissipated, as if the big net just now had exhausted the divine power in the necklace, turning the necklace into an ordinary mortal. However, when Louise bent down to pick it up, she found that this was not the case. The power from the water god in the necklace had indeed been exhausted. But in the gem in the center of the necklace, the fiery red crystal moth was flapping its wings, and the rich power of the fire element quietly took over the necklace. The change in divine power also changed the shape of the necklace, from the initial water drop shape to a crystal moth emblem. Tick-tee. But strangely, the sky was still clear, and there were no dark clouds. This was a sun shower. In these drops of rain, Louise felt that it was the divinity from the god of fire that had ignited before. With this heavy rain all over the flame domain, the divinity was bestowed upon all the people in the territory. Every Vulcan mage seemed to have a sudden increase in understanding at this moment, and his understanding of magic was advancing by leaps and bounds. Every warrior of the knights felt full of strength at this moment, and the bottlenecks that were stuck due to talent were broken by themselves. And every player in the flame domain, ding, due to unknown reasons. When you are in the flame domain, the experience value acquisition efficiency is plus 150%, and the part that exceeds the current version limit will be stored at 40% and automatically converted when the next version is updated and the new level limit is opened. For a long time, Yenyu has been regarded as the weakest among the 9 countries. Not only is the god the youngest, but Alice's persistent low-level martial arts concept of governing the country has also made Yenyu almost unable to see any extraordinary people above the 4th level. But now it seems that at least this low-level martial arts label is going to be removed. In a country that is nourished by divinity, extraordinary people will surely spring up like mushrooms after rain. But of course, there are pros and cons. The water god chain has preserved the last trace of the god of fire's divine crystal moth, which means that the fallen abyss has not disappeared together. Although they have lost the opportunity to occupy the god of fire, they have also followed the scattered divinity and spread all over Yinyu. It is conceivable that in the future, the people of the flame realm will inevitably continue to fight against the creatures of the fallen abyss. And now Louise has completely understood why the water god was so weak at that time. It turns out that it was not just because of the octopus. The water god undoubtedly put a lot of effort into the water god chain for his sister. This is a very bold road. No one knows where it will lead. But at least, Louise likes this road very much. This road is called Fire Chasing Moth. Chapter 418. Take the risk and move forward. Winter. Extremely cold land. Imprisoned experimental base number 0. One by one, the incubators were neatly arranged underground like silkworm cocoons. The indicator light of one of them suddenly lit up. And then lines of text appeared on the display board in front of the incubator. Activation progress of prosthesis number 429, 91%, 94%, 99% activation completed. Injection of demonic abyss solution completed. Basic function inspection. Pass demonic abyss adaptation rate. Pass magic network connection passed. Prosthesis number 429 is ready. Start the advent program. Suddenly, the light in this incubator began to magnify violently, and the indicator lights on it were flashing wildly. After about 5 seconds, everything gradually calmed down and finally returned to the state at the beginning. The 429th rebirth is complete. This data record has been uploaded to the Magic Network Center. The text on the display board ends here, followed by a preset voice that sounds like a little girl, echoing in the silent underground storage room. Welcome home, Doctor. Accompanied by the sound of the chrysalis-shaped culture chamber opening. A large amount of white mist immediately appeared after the extremely low temperature in the chamber came into contact with the outside world. A blond man sat up from the chamber, waved his hand to clear the cold mist in front of him, and after skillfully pulling out the various intubations on his body, he stood up and walked out calmly. The whole process seemed to have been experienced countless times. However, the blond man had just come out, and before he could stretch his limbs and get familiar with his new body, the doctor looked up and saw a red-haired woman with a magic sword slanted on her waist not far away, staring at him with a pair of light purple eyes. The two horns on her head, one on the left and one on the right, seemed to imply her extraordinary race. Judging from the posture of the red-haired woman, she should have been waiting in front of this incubator for a long time. TSK. The welcome ceremony for waking up this time is really big. It's not your style to come to me so hastily. What happened? Miss Dusk. The Zero experimental base is the exclusive area of the doctor. Among the prisoners, there is only one identity that can appear in such a confidential place without the doctor's consent. The Winter Executive Officer, who is also one of the top 3. The red-haired woman codenamed Dusk exudes a keep away from strangers aura, and it is known that she is also a solitary and quiet type. After seeing that the doctor has been reborn, she did not tease him like the doctor did, but said directly without any nonsense, I got the news that Louise has left Qifeng. Louise, the only known ancestor-level blood clan, existed long before the Nine Gods era. No one knows how long she has lived. She is recognized by all countries as the woman closest to God. After the disaster in the Western continent, many powerful beings chose to deliberately downplay themselves. Louise was one of them. She rarely went out and slept frequently. But now he left quietly without saying a word. No wonder Huang Kuang, who is in charge of Qifeng, would directly consult the doctor. This news is absolutely of the highest importance to all forces. However, after listening to it, the blond young man did not seem very surprised. Instead, he seemed to suddenly understand something and nodded with an icy look. Well, this explains it. No wonder the legendary weapon, the Annihilation Star, appeared on the battlefield of the Thousand Islands. Although Huang Kuang was not in charge of the organization's failure in the Thousand Islands plan, the red-haired woman had heard about it to some extent. Combined with the doctor's tone now. You mean Louise went to the Thousand Islands? There is at least a 90% chance. The blond man nodded. Those who are familiar with the doctor know that no matter how sure something is, even if it is an objective truth, the doctor will never leave a 10% space. Therefore, if he can say 90%, it can be assumed that the doctor has confirmed it. This is my negligence. I didn't expect that one of Louise's descendants would appear in Qiandao at this time. And I didn't expect that Louise would attach so much importance to her heir. It seems that there should be some hidden secrets that we don't know about it. Ah! But Huang, you can rest assured. Now that the fall of the abyss in Qiandao has subsided, Louise has no reason to stay any longer. I guess she will return to Qifeng soon. Maybe she is on the way now. After thinking for a while, the doctor added, after all, you can get the information about her disappearance at this time, which is the best proof. For a strong person of this level, no one is qualified to inquire about her information. Only she deliberately gave us the information. Maybe Huang Hun was a little dissatisfied with the doctor's words. The red-haired woman frowned and said, Humph. According to what you said, then she can obviously hide her whereabouts all the time. And no one knows. But why did she expose herself in the end? Just to let everyone know that she went out. Based on the character model we established for Louise. Yes, she may really want to scare organizations like ours. Red-haired woman. I came here for another matter. After your doll died in your Thousand Island, she recruited a group of non-brainwashed foreigners into the prisoner group as her subordinates when she left the Thousand Island. Although they were the remnants of the dead apostles, this is obviously against the rules. I guess this is not your order, but a decision she made without authorization. How do you plan to deal with it? The doctor shrugged indifferently at the red-haired woman's kind reminder. No big deal. It's rare for the doll to make a decision on its own. I think it's good. Aren't you afraid that there will be problems with those foreigners? As far as I know, the foreigners in the Thousand Island are highly obedient to Vivian. Well, I have investigated this point. From the images of the apostles before their death, these people were the first to take the lead in opposing Vivian, and they were all slaughtered by the little girl. Based on this, I think there is at least 80% certainty that at least they will never be on the side of Vivian. What if the little girl forgives them? From the feedback on Vivian's deeds so far, I think this would be a move made by a saint. The saint doctor shook her head. Just relying on the saint alone, it is impossible for a village girl to become the savior of Qiandao in just half a year. Don't forget, she is a witch. We don't look at the process, but only at the results. The yin yu can be explained by luck. But now Qiandao has also gained fame and fortune, and has used our plan as a stepping stone to her own fame. You say that such a person is actually kind-hearted and innocent. I don't believe it anyway. Compared to this, I am more worried now. Will this little girl get addicted to us after stomping on us several times in a row? Once she finds out about our plan to return, she will follow us. That will be a headache. After hearing the doctor's concerns, the red-haired woman also felt that it made sense. She couldn't help but say subconsciously, if you think she is troublesome, I can help her. But this idea was quickly rejected by the doctor. It's not necessary for the time being. What's more, there is only half a year left before the Jixing secret realm of Qinfeng. The western continent is also indispensable in the Queen's plan. So we must find a way to break through the dream forest that separates the two continents. The only way known at present is the thing in the Jixing secret realm. Other plans can fail, but this one is not allowed, because we have no time and can't wait for the next journal secret realm. That's why the Queen sent you, the strongest executive, to be in charge of Qifeng. And you, the princess of the Ghost clan, are willing to join us? The imprisoned? Isn't it because of something that can allow you to return to your homeland? After the doctor's words, the red-haired woman fell silent, as if she recalled something bad, and the two horns on her head seemed to be flashing. I understand. After saying both things, Hua Hun turned around and was about to leave. But before that, the doctor still said to the red-haired woman's back, after you take the thing out of the secret realm and help the Queen break through the blockade of the Dream Forest, I believe that the Supreme Queen will definitely fulfill her promise to you and assist your ghost tribe in revenge against the Thunder God. The red-haired woman stopped walking for the doctor's words that should be considered comforting and encouraging, but did not turn around. She just turned her face slightly and said with her back to him, What about you? Doctor? You are not a winter person either. What is your reason for being loyal to the Queen? And what do you want from the Queen? The Queen's favor to me is the greatest gift to me. The blond man answered immediately. As for this standard answer, it seemed that Huang Hun had expected it. After she snorted, the red-haired woman's back quickly disappeared in the underground base. When the doctor was finally left alone, in the basement filled with bottles and cans and various cold instruments, the smile on the blond man's face gradually disappeared, and then he took out a withered seed from his arms. Lisa muttered in a voice that only she could hear. Indeed, every executive has his own obsession, which is why they are loyal to the Queen. and only the queen is the only god who is willing to positively accept their loyalty. But unfortunately, some obsessions cannot be achieved even by gods. For example, to revive another god. Sakurajima. Dockport. Hey. Be gentle. Everything in here is fragile. Yes. Yes. Take these too. It's broken. Shouldn't we prepare some more local specialties? Captain Nan. Do you know what Xing likes to eat? Looking at Zhao Jie, who was anxious about going home, Nan held his forehead helplessly. After the fall of the abyss of the 1,000 Islands ended, the Northern Cross was also ready to return. Now the Zhao Chamber of Commerce has established a firm foothold in Sakurajima, and Zhao Jie can't find any reason to delay any longer. And the most important thing is, Uncle Zhao Jie, I think that your ability to go there should be the greatest gift to Xing'er. Vivian, who was also at the port, smiled and comforted the uncle, compared to Zhao Jie, who exaggeratedly asked the workers to load boxes of luggage as a reunion gift for his daughter onto the Northern Cross. Another passenger who was also going to Gili by hitchhiking. Vivian had very little luggage. Even Nan couldn't help asking, that? Vivian, are you sure you only have these? These refer to the little wolf cub in her arms, the little sparrow on each shoulder, and the dark green little snake. Yeah. For me. No matter how far the journey is. As long as they are there. It's enough. Haha. That makes sense. But I really didn't expect that you would be willing to come with me. Vivian. After all, you didn't say anything about the Annihilation Star. It just so happens that after we go back to the Northern Cross, I plan to give the little ones a long vacation. If you don't mind. Vivian. Let me be your guide in Gili. I don't have any special skills. I just traveled all over the world and know everything. Ha ha. Nan's generosity and enthusiasm made Vivian's eyes light up. And she said frankly that it was great. And Zhao Jie next to him turned his eyes and quickly interrupted, saying that although he had been away from home for more than 10 years, he was still a native of Gili, and he could do the job of a guide. In short, in the midst of laughter, Vivian was still in Qiandao. But the entire Gili travel plan was planned by Nan and Zhao Jie. The little wolf cub curled his lips, yawned, and continued to doze in his arms. After all, before this, he was going to leave for Gili. And after telling Liz and Shirley that he was going to leave, he still suffered a lot of resentment from the two. Liz already had the territory of Yinyu to take care of, and now there was an additional Sakuraji Island. So she was almost too busy to travel with him. As for Shirley, Liao Zixuan originally wanted to take her with him, but Shirley herself refused. She wanted to stay with Clara in Qiandao, or more precisely, in the abyss. Although the mouth of the abyss was blocked by the astrologus, there were still hidden dangers. At the same time, because there were some remaining auras of the fallen abyss here, it was an excellent place for Shirley to practice. Moreover, this time it was not a wild way. With Clara, the genuine leader of the fallen abyss, Shirley had to learn a lot of knowledge about the fallen abyss from Clara. So in the end, Vivian embarked on the journey alone. Prepared to collect anchor. Set sail. Set sail. After finally loading all the large and small packages of goods and supplies onto the ship and getting ready, the captain, Nan, waved his hand and gave orders. Vivian stood on the deck at the bow, looking at the endless sea in front of her and the Sakuraji Island that was gradually moving away behind her. The little girl who had experienced a sea trip was now much bolder and braver. Even for an unknown country, she was still more curious and expectant. Adventure means taking big steps forward. No one knows where the next journey will end. Goodbye. 1,000 Islands. Hello. Gili. 1,000 Islands Chapter